Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
I know it's set to be a great day no matter what. Galaxy Racer versus Motivate Trust, the finals. We've got Boom waiting for the winner here. It's going to be a great set of matches to close out the Loot Bet Pro Series. And, you know, as you were saying, we're doing good. PNC maybe a bit rocky in day one, having a draw, but this time around, clean day, you know, no problems. They get the PA mag in their first series. So it's like, yeah, that's it. The Pinoys are, you know, my boys are awake. They had their merienda. And they were set to go, so we'll see what happens here. GXR, we had a chat with In Your Dream last time, and he knew what was wrong, right? Like, they were talking about that they know Jackie just outfarms him no matter what, and it's that same timing. The last time we saw Motivate Trust up against Galaxy Racer, it was around 24 to 25 minutes after that amazing early start from GXR, where it falls apart. They did manage to take a game off from Motivate Trust, but they need to fix those issues, and we'll see if they've adjusted. We already see some bans here. Jackie's Raid King taken out along with the AA, which have been pretty pivotal for Motivate Trust and a lot of teams with that AA. The Lion and the CK taken out by Motivate Trust, and they start their duos. Nyx Enchantress for Galaxy Racer, Snap Clock for Motivate Trust, and the Snap Clock combo is still really strong. Cogs with the kisses flying out. Pretty long range initiation as well with the clock. Maybe something more mobile here for Fearless to back that up. Something like the Storm could slide through if it's not banned for GXR. Their own support duo is pretty competent as well. Nyx Enchantress, Nyx in particular has been really nice. You don't have the combo with the AA for that Vendetta Ice Blast combination from a mile away, but you still have some great activity with the Ench, and you've got great scaling with the Ags, which is pretty busted on Nyx. Like, that's the one hero that I think we've seen a lot of teams falter against. Once that blinked out, once the Ags timing's up in the Nyx, it can be really hard to fight those team fights.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yep.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's I'm worried about letting through the Fearless Storm. Like, Nyx is one kind of good way to hold it down, but I don't think Fearless minds the matchup. We've seen Storm into Nyx multiple times, and it doesn't really get locked in too much. It can be troublesome, though, but I think Motivate Trust might be fearless enough to give that to Fearless. So we'll see if that Storm slides through. Storm plus Clock and Snap. That's some insane long-range initiation to play with. And I think Galaxy Racer has to be kind of ready. They ban out a couple of Jackie heroes. They ban out a couple of Fearless Masaros heroes with the Tiny and the DK as well. So they're kind of covering every single base. Whereas for Motivate Trust, they're kind of more focused in on Alacrity. Puck gone, TA gone. We have seen, mind you, Alacrity's last pick, Meepo. I don't know if that's going to be a factor here, but, you know, you have to always worry about those pocket picks from GXR. They go with Mars, so they're tying in their team fight. They've got solid AoE control, good stuns, good follow-up with the Nyx and the Enchantress as well. And it could maybe flex the Mars mid, but it's more than likely just her offlane here coming through from Mizu, so Miracle on the Mars. Should work out fine. That should be then Nyx plus Mars perhaps is what they go for in lane. You could still go Enchantress Mars as well, but I think the Nyx Mars could kind of work out. It's dual melee, which could be annoying, especially if you've got the Snapfire in that lane as the 5 with a Clockwork going 4. depending on how Motivate Trust wants to flex that out. So solid enough, but you can still flex your 4 and 5 with the Mars as well to kind of determine what kind of lane you want. If you go with Enchantress Mars, you could play maybe a bit more passive. The Enchantress can, you know, harass out with the Impetus, maybe get a nice big creep and start running down with your combination. Motivate Trust, this is interesting. They go Magnus. And if you remember the last time these two teams met up, the first phase bans for Galaxy Racer were always Raid King Magnus. But this time they let through, and the Magnus for Motivate Trust, we've seen the Magnus be sort of prioritized again. It's flexible. We've seen it safe, mid, and off. Although I think recently it's mainly been safe and off lane. So we'll see what Motivate Trust wants to do with it here. This can enable the Jackie hero if they find a nice melee core. Say something like a Troll Slide through an Ursa. That's one way to kind of handle the Mars and get a lot of value with your Magnus. Yeah? That is beautiful to see.
Dire team pick.
Warrior.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Phantom.
Love to see it, Motivate Trust. Pulling out a book from the classic Southeast Asian playbook. And this is definitely something, of course, every Filipino team loves. We saw TNC run it again. I am keen to see how they close out. We're still lacking maybe our Fearless here unless he plays the Magnus mid, which he could. They don't have last pick overall Motivate Trust, so they're not going to have the flexibility in closing out. GXR should be able to read what the lanes are going to be like on the mid and off, and they should be able to adjust. The Ursa in this case, kiteability might be an issue. You've got a lot of good hold on Motivate Trust. I mean, just the cogs is pretty annoying for an Ursa in the battery assault, as your stat resist doesn't really do too much against the constant mini stun a Clockwork will provide. So there is that factor for the Ursa there, but if you land your combination with your Mars Arena and your Nyx to follow up, your Enchantress to heal you up, the Ursa can run around quite nicely, so there is that. I think we just need to see what they want mid. I think you're kind of lacking hard control, and the side of Motivate Trust could still abuse that with a slippery mid. They do ban out the Storm themselves. They're anticipating the same issues on their end. They don't have instantaneous stuns as well. And they're also going to focus on the Ember Spirit, so we'll have to see what's left for Alacrity. I don't think this is a good Meepo game. If in case they're thinking about that pocket pick, not looking like the smoothest one for that. But you never know. Sometimes Meepo players just want to play Meepo.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'd say something piling on the AoE, maybe some magical burst. Alina sounds like it would fit those bars. Issue is, doesn't really play with Empower too well. I mean, you still get some good damage on Lina, so the right click goes up. But a bit tricky. A lot of the meta mids are gone. A Void Spirit still on the table. If you wanted something with more mobility and doesn't need too much farm, they could go that route if they wanted to. To go with a Pangolier instead, which is really nice here, right? It ties in against the Ursa quite well. You've got a natural disarm, got good follow-up to the RP with a Rolling Thunder. Just kind of bounce them around after the RP, hold them down for even longer, plump them up for the Pangolier, and kind of ties in there. And it actually keeps it pretty flexible closing out. That could still be Masaras or Fearless's Pangolier down mid. You can flex the Magnus and Pango onto different lanes, so it's fairly open for Motivate Trust. And GXR, well, they've got to kind of measure what they expect Motivate Trust to go for. They go with the Lesh, which is great magic damage to deal with PA. It's great control. You know, you play in arena, you have a lot of damage flying through there. It is going to be our mid Lesh Relacti. So really different drafts from we saw them play against each other in the upper bracket first round. And that should lead to very different results. I think this time Galaxy Racer still has that fast pace early, but I think it's much easier for him to transition past the 25 minutes. It doesn't take as long for an Ursa to sit back and farm, and in that sense, they can start pressuring those towers fast, especially since they have a Leshrac. They can actually start to look for those tier 2s and really start to slow down Jackie's farm here. Yeah, I think it's great to see for Motivate Trust that they're expanding their repertoire there, their pools, their strats, and you know we've seen it a couple of times not pay off. Sometimes the different playstyle just falls flat, but overall they have been doing better. Keen to see just how effective they can be with a Mag PA, as you know we haven't seen this much from Jackie and Fearless, as you mentioned, but it is potent. Maybe they're inspired by the Major, you know, and we've been talking about it, but maybe they saw that, we're like, right, PA Mag, that used to be run a lot in the past year from a lot of Filipino teams, and even after it was kind of nerfed off, it was still being run stubbornly by Filipino teams. Not to get great results, mind you, but, you know, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Mostly just a back in the day.
Yep.
Mau kemana, bos?
Wait,
Mau
just-
kemana, bos?
There it is. Welcome on, boss.
In your dream. Just
My
loves that.
favorite. It's a great line. It really is a great line. I do love it. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Boom. They actually gifted us the support.
Yeah.
They heard how much we liked it. Thank you very much to Boom Esports. I can't wait. SCA pubs. Now I've got the Neon one. I've got the Boom Esports. The other ones I want, I think, were Motivate Trust, and I wanted 496. So I can tilt the enemy as.
Yeah, it opens up, you know, it's funny you mention all of those teams because you get a different language in each one. You'll be able to
so
tilt
good.
like literally every single country in Southeast Asia. It's just beautiful. You know, that's what you need when you play in C. You have to diversify your team support packs, unfortunately. You have to get a lot just to have that maximum psychological impact on the enemy, you know?
In my opinion, the SCA support packs are probably the best ones. And I'm not saying this because we're casting SCA right now. They're just better.
Oh, yeah.
I looked at the other ones. The Western teams they're trying a bit too hard. The SCA ones, they're just kind of, they're simple, but they get straight to the point. Everyone knows what they're trying to say, you know? Like, I don't understand Indonesian, but I kind of got the gist of Bokamana boss straight away. You know, I kind of got what they were trying to say without even knowing what they were.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's all in the tone, you know. There's like a nice questioning tone coming out from Hyde there. Love what he did there. Excellent work. I have to say though, I will give a pass to one team, Mike. I'll give a pass to Arkosh. Just
Of course, Arkosh.
The Weeby voice line. Yeah, that just takes the cake, and of course Slacks. Every time you use Slack's voice, someone's gonna tilt for sure. So it's just very useful in that sense. A very good thing to add to your arsenal.
Arkosh. We're in SCA right now, Joe. We don't need to worry about those.
Oh yeah.
We do have a bit of a pause, fortunately. Hopefully this isn't. In fact, John, lucky there's been. I've forgotten my on. Currently crazy in my office here, so I'll let you just talk for about 30 seconds. I try to rush and turn around.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's again gonna be a great day. Lower bracket finals. Boom waiting on the upper bracket. Oh well, not upper bracket, in the grand finals. And again, as mentioned, Boom, when we talked to them, they want to play against GXR because they want to play with In Your Dream and GoCam back at it up against each other. We'll see if they can get that done. If Motivate Trust do go in, we talk about the history of this too much, but the last time they faced off in grand finals, which was, I believe, Pro Series 3, that went 3-0 for Motivate Trust. So we'll see if they manage to push themselves back to that point. The roles were kind of reversed. Motivate Trust went through the upper bracket, and Boom had to go through the lower bracket. This time, if that happens again, Motivate Trust is coming through here in the lowers. So that could be, the factor that changes us up there. For Boom, you never know. And hopefully enough, Boom probably watching this just to ensure that they've got a bit of an idea as to what the teams might want to do. And of course, it's always fun to watch some Dota. So just gotta wait for these. Hello, Mike. Welcome back. So what was the issue? Was your heater on or off?
No. It was off because it's really right. I have to kind of turn it on before we start casting because it's darn cold. And if I forget it on though, it becomes way too hot.
Right.
Especially when you're casting because you're excited and blood gets pumping. Go ahead and just turn that off. All good now. What's not good though, John? Apparently, Motivate Trust affected.
I'm not sure. They've got some net issues now. It's kind of, good that we're getting done with that now. Hopefully, the resets or whatever they're doing to their internet fixes it up. But hopefully it won't be a consistent issue. I mean, we did see that issue for Boom yesterday. And they did end the game 4 versus 5. It was good for Boom, but you really don't want to reach that point if you can. And the reconnects are back. Hopefully it holds up. And we'll have to see what the teams bring out when we get that go-ahead.
That was a beautiful... I saw people saying, yeah, but they had a massive advantage and it was the last minute of the game. And it's like, it's Dota. I have pretty big disadvantage, aren't I? If it is, it's way too far ahead. Really huge.
Yeah, and it was really surprising that Hyde still managed to do a lot in his Tusk while controlling that. Like, he'd go with Dream Coil, he'd use a couple of spells, and he'd put it away at a good spot, then he'd play the Tusk. Go with the snowballs, get the punches. And we were expecting it to be Dreamo Cell because, it's a pistol back. You just turn your back, press QW, woo. Very high APM hero, right? But nah, it was Hyde. Much more intense, and props to them. We'll see if they can, maybe repeat that performance later. But Motivate Trust and GXR, this is the one we've got to watch out for. And again, been talking a lot about it, but gotta see what Fearless and Jackie do on the PA Mag. Of course, this is a bit greedy as well. We can see the Magnus taking time. You build into your Power Treads, Blink, Echo Saber. You need some time to get there.
Oh, Paulison. He went for the ward check. He's going to pay for it. That's a very nice play there from Motivate Trust to just wait for him. Go to try and check, and immediately In Your Dream gives the tip over to Paulus. Why is Fearless tipping Masteros? But what does Masteros do?
Well, he kind of wrapped around a rear. Wrapped around a rear with a swash, so his position was perfect for that, I guess. It's giving him a commendation for good spots still. Ruin fight.
Careful now. Down, nice. Shockwave there, swashbuckle In Your Dream. Oh, he's gone. Oh, and he gets a tip back as well. Paulison was waiting. He was nearby Paulison, but he's like, no, screw this guy. He tipped me. I'm waiting for him to die so I can tip him back. So, got him.
You can't underestimate the damage of this dual lane. Masaros and Q on the Pangolier and Snap. I mean, Q goes for that standard start. Little Shredder plus Blightstone. -6 armor off the bat. And once level 2, level 3 is hit here by Masaros, when he gets that lucky shot, that's a further 3 armor taken off if you get lucky. So it's a lot of damage flying through for Motivate Trust. The side of GXR will have to play this one a bit cautiously. Pangolier can play further back. Paulson's going to have to do the work with his impetus shots. Perhaps once you get a couple of levels in Your Dream, you can start to play with the Earth Shock, but definitely a bit slower for start with how aggressive Motivate Trust can be in this lane.
Also over in the mid lane, you've got Fearless there against Alacrity. Right now, it seems to be a very kind of even matchup, but it could go either way. Fearless might have a slight advantage once you have that Empower up, but Alacrity, once he gets the Diabolic 80, could be quite scary as well. Mind you, Fearless is going to be able to skewer away pretty much each time. If Alacrity can kind of play this Magnus or
Yeah, it should hold steady. Should be basically a farming lane, maybe by level 5. Depending on how Fearless builds, you can look for that kill op. But the one thing that the Leshrac has to watch out for here is Skewer. It's not just the escape tool for Fearless, but securing water runes. It's going to be easier for Fearless to do that. It's easier for him to slip behind where there's bounty runes as well as the time rolls up. So you got to watch that.
Yeah. Oh no, disarms out in your dream. It'll be alright, but Masaros now is going to try and go for the trade. This will be a very nice trade for Motivate if they can get it, and they will. But now Polison, he'll try to kill off Masaros. But one more imp. No, Masaros is going to be out of vision. Run back to the fountain, but no, it looks like they're brought to him by Q. Very good start here for Motivate Trust. That was the so far on Inyo.
Yeah, really slowing down this Ursa. A bit unfortunate for Masaros. He had his full Orb of Corrosion, but he could only hand off, I believe, his Orb of Venom towards Q, so he doesn't have a recipe. It's going into career. But now you have this Insidious minus armor and slow on the Pango, and this is the big spike Pangolier lane. Orb of Corrosion up, level 2 Swash, 1 point in the Lucky Shot. If you do get really good hits off, these heroes are just not very tanky from GXR's end.
You have to talk about the top lane for a second here. Lianak and Jackie going to be up against Dokam. Not much going on yet. Lianak, he's trying to get a little bit aggressive here with Battery Assault, but Jokam and Mizu just fine. Of course, Jackie on the definitely time up to try and get that early up on the peak. Rising here is bottom lane, where the kills are still happening. Masaros, he kills off Polison. Onto In Your Dream now they go. No disarms though. Masaros, he's getting very... Finally gets one, but In Your Dream just needs one hit. Can't get it. Masaros, he's going to be able to get himself out. Gonna have to run all the way to the fountain, and look at this. The Mud Golem cannot do it. Has the stun up. Masaros, no mana to swashbuckle. There's your stun. But no, Masaros, he's going to be alright. Now the split is there. Oh, they got him. Oh, Masaros, what have you done?
Oh, nice micro coming out there from Paulson to kind of secure that. I guess it's a reset. You don't mind too much. You already got the kill on the Ursa, but still really nice to sort of salvage it for Paulson at least, and you're buying more time for In Your Dream to not worry about this armor combo, so you can kind of try to play catch up. The top lane, as you mentioned, really passive for Jackie and Lianak. Not much a Clockwork and PA can really do except for the Clockwork buying space, and Lianak's doing the right job. He just pulls, he tries to zone out Jokam from finding angles on Jackie, and Mizu, without the Nyx around to play around with the Impale setup, it's a bit harder to fully commit on killing a PA, so Jackie sits back some farm, and his farm's not really lagging behind too much.
Damn, he's going to take a fair bit of damage out. Jackie's looking for a way into this fight, but Jokam is going to be a little bit too healthy. Making the jump in. You always have Mizu there with the RP round as well.
Skewer?
RP Skewer. Lane Alacrity, he's going to go down. Fearless. I believe that was a solo RP into the Skewer, and then eventually you had QT fired just in case he needs.
I have no reason.
Yeah, and that is big. That's solo kill. He goes into the jungle, stealing these stacks on the small camp. He's getting a lot of gold. He's really won out this mid lane matchup, and a slower start for Leshrac can really hurt you. If you don't get your ults, you can't set up.
Jokam's in trouble. He's going to go down Jackie. His first PA, and does end up dying to Polison on that Enchantress.
Is under attack.
Snipe him out before he can deny himself to the Ancient Creeps. A very nice start for Motivate. They're pretty much getting everything they can ask for. You'd have to argue every single lane has been won by Motivate.
Definitely. They're trying to make a move on mid though.
Fearless is going to try and skewer Alacrity away, but that is not going to help. He will go down. Alacrity getting some revenge. And I just said they won every lane, but Alacrity might have some words to say about that. Now they are going to start the push through the one tower.
Under an extra
Very easy to take it out with that Siege Creeper, as well as the level 3 Diabolic Edict. Thing in the way.
I am required to
Stop alacrity from
that Dire's
that.
middle tower has fallen.
Now Motivate, they might be in a little bit of trouble. The map has opened up.
Yeah, you can see the boards here from GX are already watching that dire triangle. They're taking over the camps. They're getting some farm up. It's going to limit the areas where a Magnus and a PA can farm. So for now, they're going to be stuck in top lane at that top jungle. If they can keep stacking that up, of course. It's at this point where you start to see GXR take that activity. And this is the early game that they love to do. Run around, get some kills, get some towers.
Ross, he chased down in your dream. He thought about still going, but eventually has to back off. On top side, Arena was dropped. Mizu, he is very low though. Leonak gonna trap him in the cogs. Well, he goes nowhere, and Jackie take the kill on the PA. Game for him.
Sorry, I just
Well, though, bottom lane, Q. Being chased in the T2 tower, but they fortify in Jokan. He's going to go down to the fortification. Ollison is going to try and get Q, but now Jackie, what a rotation in, gets a double kill on the PA. And wants to go for more as now Masteros is onto Alacrity.
Radiant's top tower.
Dream trying to help out. Jackie's still chasing down the Leshrac, but not going to have the vision. Have to let him go. Well, a very aggressive start from both teams, but Motivate, they are ahead.
And they're slightly ahead in that word, not by much. That mid-tier one is still going to hurt them. This nice forward ward from GXR is not scouted out by Motivate Trust. So they're always going to know when the jungle stacks are being taken. They can contest really nicely with the timings a Leshrac provides. Oh, RP again.
RP again with the Jokan, and he's trapping the cogs. He's going nowhere. He's gone. Tried. Buy more time for Alacrity, but it just wasn't enough.
And I love seeing this from Fearless. He's not scared to just use an RP early to find a solo kill. That's what you want. Put the spell on cooldown, get a kill, translate that spell into money, and just keep farming. Building up to that blink. Once you have the blink Echo Saber, that's when you should line up for bigger fights. But early game, you're not really going to get much more than one, so you might as well use it. They do use that time to clear out the top tier 1 here on GXR's end. So again, just able to invade the jungle a bit further and prevent Motivate Trust from farming up. I like seeing this. They're correcting the issues they had from the previous series. They know what they need to do, and we heard that from In Your Dream. He told us what was going wrong. It's just that Jackie kept farming. This is one way to keep that in check. Masteros and Jackie, or no, Fearless and Jackie have to farm a ton, and the jungle's shrinking fast. They've got to be a bit cautious with how much of the map disappears here from Motivate Trust's end.
Radiant's bottom tower is being
He's farming a bit too.
extreme
Jackie's second in net worth right now. The power obviously going to escalate things, and I like the fact that he's going back. That the Echo Saber, I believe it is.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna very hard, obviously. Kind of people were seeing. I believe it was Gabby that was playing it. They were kind of flaming him in the chat, but it is very effective on every carry right now. That's a way too good. Now getting caught out bot lane. The arena is down, but should. He might be able to get out, but no. Eventually, he does die. The kisses are being thrown out. Jokan going to be chased down and does get taken out. As now Q still trying to get the fire over to Mizu. In Your Dream going to join in now. After Jackie, they go, but Jackie, he's going to man fight Mizu. He takes him down. In Your Dream, can he get the kill? Not quite the boom strike away, but now Paulison is right behind Jackie, but the TP away is going to beat there. They got Leonak, but it's not quite as good of a trade. How to Motivate. I do fear this PA is going to farm way too fast now. Echo Saber up. Another RP. Feel it. He just throwing them.
Oh,
Every time I look away, Fearless is RPing someone.
yeah, and that's a great blink reveal from Fearless. He catches the Ursa. In Your Dream gone. He's still trying to farm to the defusal. That quick? Yeah, blinks up at 10 minutes with the power treads, with the bracer in the bottle. That's some really good farm coming out from Fearless, and he's just making space happen. So it should be a smooth path into the Echo Saber, and the issues will pile up. Oh, with Skewer back.
Jokan. XR, they're going to allow Jokan to get out, but I don't think GXR is going to be too satisfied with the way this game's going right now. Fearless with a 10-minute blink tripped up with Bottle. Quite concerning signs for GXR, and
Radiant's bottom tower
it's kind of scary when Fearless is farming better than Jack at this point of the game. Very rare kind of situation here to motivate
with help.
Jackie to be out-farmed by another teammate, but that's exactly what's happening.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
it's
under attack.
you have to be cautious because that means Jackie's still farming up well. It's just that Fearless has enough space that he's space making and making a lot of gold. Still, they spot out
Leonak.
Leonak.
Nice little pick up there, Leonak.
Oh,
Oh no. Now Leonak's gonna turn around, Mizu. No. Not like this. They do get him in the end, Mizu. He's gonna survive. It's okay. It's okay. It worked out in the end. While that was happening, who got the Roshan?
In your dream?
It's in your dream. So they do stick.
yeah, it's the solo Roche. He had a Morbid Mask. He's got the Orb of Corrosion. He can do it by himself. Minus armor and decent enough HP to tank through it. So that's a good objective for GXR. Sub 15 Roche. Very important for the Ursa. They're keeping chase onto Jokan, but Spike Carapace is really annoying for Pango. And you can see that network lead slightly swing towards GXR. 1k their way. Big issue here for Motivate Trust is that Masaros is the one getting shafted. No item progression yet past the Orb of Corrosion bottle. And he is sitting barely above Paulson's farm on the edge. So not a great time for the offlane Pango here.
That 8 is up for GXR and the amount of levels and XP. You probably start getting much more aggressive with this draft. You kind of hope they do as well, because Motivate Trust with their draft will probably be able to outscale them later on. It's very hard to outscale a Mag PA combo. Woke up as 3. Past the ones that want to try and get aggressive themselves. They are heading the exact opposite way, though. Might be able to pick off Alacrity. In fact, Alacrity, he's getting a little bit... farm up that very deep wave and shows he'd be away.
Lie about such things.
Motivate. Into the mid lane now they go. GXR doing a very good job of just kind of avoiding the side of Motivate for now. They aren't just very confident at all in going for a big team fight, and that's fair enough. They are being out-farmed at the moment.
Dire's top tower.
Alacrity could be in big trouble though as Leonak gets a nice hook shot in on the left track. Leonak, he could die for this, but it won't matter as long as they the left track kill is going to go down on Jackie. Meanwhile, Q, he dies in the mid lane, but it is going to be a much better trade for the side of Motivate.
Yeah, they're really happy with that, slowing down the Lush, stopping him from the split push. They all stalled out long enough that Fearless's own Echo Saber is up with his Blink at sub 15. Real quick farm still flying out for the Mag. Very good farm distribution with Jackie Fearless. Like, they're right within 6 gold of each other. Nice and even for Mag PA, enables both real good damage and to even tank up in the front. Fearless saving up for that BKB next to not have to worry about Nyx, the Mars control, the Leshrac damage output. This is going to help him really set up for those big RPs. And the same thing goes for Jackie. Very similar builds, just saving for the BKB next. The magic damage on GXR is their only answer to PA. We don't see any source of evasion piercing yet. Like, the defusal still has to come out from In Your Dream. It's not even done. So the MKB at this point is still a pipe dream. And that just means it's really going to be hard to handle Jackie, even if you manage to chain stun him. And once the BKB's up, your Leshrac damage is not going to do it, and you can't even pin PA down.
Dreams under vision right now is very dangerous for him. Leonak, he's making his way over, just kind of posturing around. ID, he's going to move over. Where else? Still have the ages, so I suppose he was too... He definitely just can't afford to die right now in the Ursa. Just kind of secure that arm and try to keep up. Every death of the Ursa is so detrimental. Again, Mag PA is just going to out-farm you no matter what. Can't really afford to die as the Ursa. Avoid it. GXR, they're going to try and create some more space here by pushing up.
Structures are fortified.
Motivate, they're setting up for the mid one now.
Strange to
Gotta
say,
make a decision.
Radiant Opponent's middle tower
And
is under attack.
that mid
Dire's
tier
top
one.
tower is under attack.
XR, they're the ones to back off. They're not 100% being able to get this mid on the top team. He already got the fortification as mid lane. Arena did drop. Jackie, he popped his own BKB going in after Pulse, and now a hook shot is there by Leonak into the kisses and the roll from Masaros. But Mizu, he got pushed out of the cogs. It won't matter though, Masaros, he does get him in the end, and now Alacrity. Chase them both down. Gonna end up being a 1-for-2 trade the way of GXR. Motivate just a little aggressive there, end up paying.
Yeah, it took them a while. They couldn't even take the mid-tier 1. They do manage to at least waste enough time that the Aegis expires in your dream. But that's a pretty good set of kills from GXR. They make Jackie waste his 9-second charge on a BKB. It's down to 8. Single tick down to 6 will hurt Jackie. And once it's down to its lowest charge, which is typical for early BKBs, it's not going to feel great for the PA. Although, at that point, you should expect the burst damage to start to build up. I think we saw Fearless be really hesitant to throw out his P. He had an Invis rune. He managed to get out. He was very safe, but he never got the blink in, so he was much more conservative. GXR were not quite clumped up for the big RP, and I think he realized because of how early the BKB came out from Jackie, they didn't really biggest window there. So GXR, they can use this to their advantage. Tier 2 top, something they can repressure.
Got Paulson, but Paulson has help around. In your dream, gonna jump in the cogs willingly and does take him out as now Jackie's on the backside. What's after Alacrity and a big RP out Fearless. He's caught a couple. There goes Alacrity. Now the Nyx assassin Jocam trying to run, but is in big danger and should fall, but a nice impale out. Meanwhile, Paulson still being chased down, does die. Somehow though, Jocam gets himself out as now in your dream. Does kill off Q, but he's gone so darn far in. A nice arena though, Mizu gonna try and save the day, but it's not gonna be enough. In your dream still drops. Jocam, he couldn't help out either. They're just gonna keep running as Mizu gonna be behind the tree line, is gonna make it out.
Already.
Definitely a pretty poor team fight here for GXR. Motivate Trust should be very happy with that one.
Yeah, it really gets your movement coming out. Back from the north, Fearless in the south, along with Masaros, they managed to cut off the Lesh very early on, preventing that magic damage from being a factor, and that just managed to make them clean up. But there's not enough damage on your Ursa just yet, even with the Diffusal, to handle these heroes. You are relying on Alacrity to get this chain stun off, get the Yule's combination running, get the Diabolic Edict and the Pulse Nova running throughout the fight, and if he dies fast, he can't quite do that. So you have to be able to protect this Lesh on the back line, prevent him from being isolated from the rest of the team, and allow Alacrity to really dish the damage out. If he lives through a fight, that could be big.
Jackie, you're gonna back to Fearless. Impel is out though. Jocam has the setup, the neutral. What about Jackie there? He can his BKB off. He's gonna blink strike away and now turn right back around. Crits down Jocam. Alacrity, he's gonna try and run, but no, that's fewer back to Jackie. The Pulse Nova's not enough. Jackie still fine. Arena down. He'll get the kill for the team, but can he survive himself? He's onto Masaros. The Pango gonna try and fight back. Meanwhile, in your dream, towards the south is in big danger and does get taken down by Leonakas Masaros. He's dancing with Mizu. The kiss is around now. He'll blink straight forward. Mizu, he gets Masaros, but it will cost him his life. What a team fight. They got Jackie just in the end with that arena. But my goodness, they were really playing on the edge there. Entertaining game already, John. 36 kills at classic SCA Dota.
And they're going ham on both sides. Fearless, that's Skewer back, and now he finds Paulson.
Does. Where's he going though? Where's he taking him? Paulson gets Skewered back. He'll give up on it.
Can't do it.
That's enough for Fearless.
Yeah, but going back to that last fight, Fearless, when he skewered back Alacrity, I was so scared for Jackie. I was like, oh god, he's on like 100 HP. One little Pulse Nova would have killed him, but you cleaned up instead. It cost GXR a lot. Motivated Trust is still happy. You are losing Jackie, but you're getting Fearless some kills. He's getting big on the Magnus. BKB up. He still has his 9-second charge. Straight into the AC. And once that AC is up, that's when a Magnus is really scary. Right? He is very hard to kill with spell immunity up, with a ton of armor at play as well. And after the AC, that's when you can go for either right click or utility. You could go for the Daedalus, go for a lot of damage, so then you'd have to worry about the Magnus and the PA doing a ton of damage up front, and GXR can barely handle one or the other. So they've got to sit back, keep building up some farm. I'm looking at In Your Dream, he's trying to rush the S and Y afterwards, and that'll help with the stat resistance. Of course, the agi and strength you get with that is really nice, but Motivate Trust, they're gonna smoke up and look for something here.
Policy break the smoke here. They don't really want to go after these Enchantress, but they're going to have much of a choice in the matter. Paulson, very nice positioning to be able to tank the gank. Shot even being committed just to make sure he dies. Mind you, maybe they could try to force a Roshan here, Motivate Trust. Again, it's not really Paulson they wanted to kill off, but if they can get a Roshan out of this, it'll be well worth it. And that's exactly what they're going to try and do. It's like GXR, they are not going to be around to try and contest this. You've got Joe Cam, but that's about it. He can't there. He might try with the Force Staff, but no, it's going to be too late. He's gone. Now, Joe Cam has been caught out and will go down, but a nice impel before he does die. It's just not going to make the difference.
Yeah, and that's, of course, Roche number 2, Aegis Cheese plus the Ag Shard. Wondering if Jackie keeps it for the bad times. I don't think he needs the break this game. It could be nice against the Mars if you're having issues, but they do hand it off. Who do they pass it to? I'll take a look. It's on Q. So you've got the pushback with the Scatter Blast, that little stun as well. Really annoying in the middle of a fight. Like, this just gives so much more utility towards that Snapfire, and GXR has to worry
with the spear. Now the Rolling Thunder in. Mastros, he's going to go into Paulson to make sure Leonac survives, and looks like they might just find both as Pauluson's gone and Mizu is not going to survive either. Bad news here. XR. Motivate now 5k ahead in terms of net worth. And it just, again, in terms of outscaling the draft of Motivate, it's going to be very tough.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they don't have that early timing that we tend to see GXR now, and they're already being pushed in. They're 23.5 minutes into those tier 2, so Motivate Trust are feeling really good, and even if they kind of flounder here, they can still itemize for late game with Magnus PA. RP is always going to be a constant threat, pierces through BKB. It's just one of those spells that always changes the team fight, so they've always got something to play with, and for GXR, they need more farm. In Your Dream can't do anything about all these fights and all these pushes out.
Oh no, Alacrity, he's been caught. Great hook shot in from Leonac. Joe Cam, they're going to turn around with Impale now. Masteroff might die, but no, he saves himself. He saves himself with the roll-up. Joe Cam, be chased down. There now, they will miss out on Alacrity, but they'll get a consolation prize. Steelers drags him right into the rule. Mid lane, Jackie, he's going to find Mizu. Mizu does not have the spear up. He could try to drop it at the fifth arena, but just hold up the shield. Jackie will leave it be. 14 to 27, 6k net worth lead now. I suppose it is a bit more time for In Your Dream to be able to farm up, but it's still just looking so rough for it.
You can't compete with Empower PA. In Battle Fury, Diffusal doesn't really allow you to farm much faster, neither does the SNY, so it's always a bit of a slower catch-up game for that Ursa. What I'm curious about is Jackie's level 20 talent. Is he gonna go Armor? Blur? I honestly just go Blur. They're never gonna be... Yes! Jackie does it! I've been raving about this for a year, Mike, and he does it. Look at that evasion. 80% evasion. He can't die! You literally can't kill him with the BKB running. There's no way. Without an MKB, nah. Jackie's just set.
80% evasion.
I'm telling you.
If you showed somebody who's never played Dota, showed them that 80% evasion, they'd say that sounds pretty. Mid lane, Joe Cam, the 4-star for Wake. You're right. EXR, they're gonna just try and split push that top lane now. Fearless gonna TP in. Jackie just blinking right, and he does not care whatsoever. No human life as the Rocket player is gonna scout him out. Arena is gonna go down. Mizu trying to save the day, but Paulson has been caught out on the Enchantress, and is set to fall to Jackie. Feels he has to look for a bit more. Follerson gets crit, does end up going down. Very unlucky for him. Meanwhile, Mizu trying to act like a tree, but not convincing enough as Jackie gets another. Fearless, Masteros, and Q, they will pick off in your dream.
It's a tough cookie here for GXR to crack. They're still behind in farm. They're not really finding a way to compensate for that. Their fights outside base aren't lining up. I think they can play around in their base. Their high ground's pretty decent with Arena plus Leshrac. They've got good AoE control. They just need to live.
He is land. He does get stunned up, but he's a bit deep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They know they've got the lead right now. There's no real need to try and throw it away here.
Top tower is under attack.
One top tower, Jackie's just got a surgical wave.
Top tower has fallen.
Look at that, John. Fearless has got an orb of destruction for Jackie. In case he needs. Why even get the -3 armor corruption, John? Find the neutral item.
I'm telling you, it's not worth the talent. No, hook again.
Back, he's got Alacrity, RP out from Fearless, cracks them right together. That'll be Jokev gone, and Alacrity, he's also dead. Mizu, he tried to help. He get at least one of them, not quite. Everyone's surviving. The roll up, the turnaround. Mizu, he's gone. We'll try to delay it.
Jeez.
A very one-sided game one, I would argue, for the lower bracket final here. Motivate, obviously, they're mutty this morning.
That they have energized and good to go here for Motivate Trust. Doing fantastic work. I have to say, I love Jackie's build-up as well. SNY, Echo Saber, BKB, he has the Satanic up, he's going Scotty next, he's got stats. 3.2k HP, 22 armor with 80% evasion. That's an EHP that must boost his EHP to something like 5k. It must feel like you're fighting against someone with 5k HP right now because he just won't die. And well, onto the high ground they go. The Axe is being queued up. Jackie does shift his focus. They're cutting the tree line. Fearless still has, well, doesn't have RP, but
crit hurts. Follerson comes to 1.1k crit dagger. Jackie just trying to blow him up as a spear comes in. Mizu trying to set up, does go straight arm to Fearless, but a hook shot. Leonak, Alacrity, he's going to be in trouble. Joe Cam still trying to run, trying to get something done, but they pop the BKBs. Not as bad, fight this one out. Alacrity in big trouble. Mizu's gone as well. In your dream, he still just can't hit anyone. They drag him right to the back. That should be it, I reckon. In your dream, he's gone. They call it, they just say G. Need for the GG, John. It's just game. It wasn't a good one. What's Mizu saying?
yeah, it's a tough feat for GXR, and you know I expected him to have been ready. Right, we were talking to In Your Dream. He knew what the issue was with their matches against Motivate Trust. They knew it was always that Jackie could find.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
They know what Trust's win condition is. But in game one, it felt like Motivate Trust figured them out and just won the early game as well. And the Nyx does come out for Motivate Trust, so they've got the double stuns, the Earth Spike and the Impale. They've got great AoE control, good burst with Vendetta Finger. Start to run around and rip some heroes apart here.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Dragon Knight.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it's an interesting DK pick with all the magic burst on Motivate Trust. It's not going to feel really tanky until you get Hood of Defiance, so you already have some ways of dealing with that DK here from MTG. And speaking of stats, I have pulled up the stats in Nyx Assassin here in the Pro Series at the least. Overall, it's been picked 40 times. It's 123, lost 17. Yep. It's a 58% win rate on the Nyx. It's just been really dominating. I think in Southeast Asia, it's slightly better. It's slightly lower. 27 picks overall, 15 wins, 12 losses, 56% win rate. So the Nyx has been really impactful. And it's kind of surprising. You don't tend to see that Nyx prioritized as a ban. Teams are willing to let it through despite its high impact in these games. Slightly lower. I think Americas might have had it higher.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah. hey, I'm a Warlock player now. I'm a Warlock player. I haven't touched my Lion and Nyx. Heck, I haven't touched Nyx support in my role in a really long time because I used to run it as a 5, and I don't know. I can't get the jive of it anymore. I'm much more chill with a Warlock, so as long as my Warlock boy is in touch, but he has already been tweaked a bit, so
10 seconds.
no, we're gonna get there, Mike. My heroes are gonna be nerfed, my supports. I'm wondering though, how about your Earth Spirit? How you keep trash talking my heroes? Where do you think Earth Spirit's going? You think he's gonna get a buff? I think his Ags needs a buff, Mike. That was what was buffed last time. Need that 4,200 gold item, even more value as Motivate Trust. Get the Magnus. So here we go. Back to the Mag. No PA ban. Galaxy Racer has to be careful. They could just go back to the Mag PA. They play that really well.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think yeah, still not a fan, but I think with the Echo Saber build-up and the playstyle you can bring out with that specifically, you can make it work. You just have to be really well timed. GXR, this is a good counterpoint. Finally, Winter Wyvern to counter the Magnus. You've got the Cold Embrace to cancel off all the physical damage a Magnus lineup does. The Winter's Curse to break up the clump up and kind of just ruin the RP opportunities for Mag. This is the way to handle that. They've also got really good setup now. Winter's Curse into Ice Blast to follow up. You can kill off a lot of those heroes if you've got the, you know, kind of good clump up there. Issue here for GXR is their supports don't really have great stuns. Your best stun is Dragon Tail and DK. Laning phase, that's melee range. Now, you can combine that with the AA. I've seen this done in a couple of pubs where you go DK AA lane, cold feet plus just run up and stun, and you just kind of freeze the guy forever. So there's some decent enough single target stuns coming through from GXR, but laning phase it's going to be hard to do that. And they go with a Jug here on Motivate Trust, which is great. It's a great way of dodging out some of the damage coming through from GXR. You still get great value with your Magnus. You're still kind of ruined by the Winter Wyvern though. Blade Fury can be cancelled off, your Spin TP can be cancelled by Winter's Curse. And GXR to get that Spectre you were talking about. So they're going to try something else for themselves, and this is something In Your Dream's very comfy with. We've seen him play this a ton across all the teams he's played on, so it's something he can definitely adapt to. I'm keen to see if he goes for Blade Mail or that Echo Saber we've been seeing.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's just not amazing. Like, it doesn't even accelerate your farm by much. It doesn't feel like it does, at least. So I'd like to see that added activity here on In Your Dream. Issue is, I don't think they have the best of ways of playing with her haunt. Like, you'd really want something with burst, so your Spectre comes in, helps you clean up real quick. Nothing like that. You do have Ice Blast to follow the Spectre, so you can catch out the target the Spectre will want to haunt too. But Winter's Curse isn't... It's something if your Spectre is far, but I don't think that's the situation you want Winter's Curse to set up for the haunt. So we'll have to see how else GXR plays with a Spec to enable that quicker style. With a Saber, I think Motivate Trust, if you actually do play that faster Spec, you're going to lose out in farm still, because Magnus Jug will still clear out the jungle faster. Sort of like the issue we saw with the Ursa. Now, it's not as bad for a Spectre compared to the Ursa Diffusal we saw from Game 1. It still is a bit slow compared to Magnus Chug, so GXR will have to really invade the jungle a lot quicker to stop that from coming out from Fearless and from Jackie. And you can see the last bands here, Tiny Puck taken out by Motivate Trust. That's the team fight that would have built up with a Haunt and allowed the Spectre to really follow through. GXR to take out the Timbersaw and the Viper, so taking out the natural break for the Spec and the DK, just to ensure that their tankiness is intact. And of course, taking out the offlane that really plays nice with Magnus. Like, rips through the Spectre and trying to keep In Your Dreams matchup clean. We have to see what they do pick for elect. It needs to be something that they can play with a tempo that you will play with Haunt. You're limiting yourself to 210 seconds, right? At level 1 cooldown. You want to have something very big at the time the Spectre can Haunt in.
Radiant team, pick.
Imba Spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think the mid Magnus versus Ember is not too bad for Mag. You can still just focus on the creep wave instead. You're not going to be able to harass out the Ember, especially once the Flame Guard's up to level 2. But you can still shove out the wave, harass him out with your Empower instead, and threaten with a Skewer, as we saw Fearless do last time. So I don't mind the matchup too much. This does enable GXR to follow through with the Ember with a Haunt, or follow through the Haunt, and they actually will shift it. Invoker coming out for Fearless. This is something we haven't seen again in a long time as well. And this should be our Masaros offlane mag. So Invoker versus Ember Spirit lane, rather interesting. Should be relatively okay for both sides. Invoker, if he lands a spell combo, can be really annoying towards the Ember Spirit. Have to say, this is looking like those classic combinations with melee cores, right? You've got Empower, you've got Alacrity, not the player, the spell Alacrity. Toss it onto Jackie, he's gonna do a ton of... That was odd. Yeah, there it is. There it is, yeah. No. Yeah, you know the server, Southeast Asia, it is what it is. But I know you're gonna ask. I'm gonna answer you. I will say, I'll answer you anyway. I think Motivate Trust's draft is really nice. They've got super strong combos with their Jug. They've got great setup for the Invoker combos with the RP. They just need to really watch out for Winter's Curse. That's the big game changer from GXR. If they get caught up in the Winter's Curse before they can do RP, or after they do RP, it's not going to be amazing, and it's going to really throw away the team fight of MTG. So GXR has a very big tool to counteract what Motivate Trust did in Game 1. Now it's just down to execution.
One game away. Grand finals, and knowing Motivate, they will want some revenge against Boom Esports for knocking them down earlier on in the playoffs. Make it happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a grudge match. Either team going through is gonna be something that I think Boom is looking forward to for the history between both teams. Of course, for Boom versus Motivate, it's that they got 3-0'd last time in Pro Series 3. For Boom versus GXR, if that happens, they'd want to show up against In Your Dream and Jocam, former teammates, good friends. So there's a big storyline, and we'll have to see who pulls through. GXR, the A game has to come out. In Your Dream has to have a better lane than he did in Game 1. Spectre versus Mag, when it does come true, shouldn't be too hard for Spec. You can at least find your farm, but you have to watch for the skewer place if it does come true. The Shockwave and Empower harassment is also going to be something that annoys the Spec. You do have probably your Winter Wyvern standing with you. Actually, might just be Pulse in the A he's with. If it's the AA, it's not as potent. If you have the Winter Wyvern, you can at least heal up. So sustain that lane, get your farm, play passively for the most part.
Maybe gonna have a bit of a scuffle. There's the pizza down. Earthspike is out. Jackie, he'll go for a spin and does take the bounty. But now he's gonna find his way out as Mizu. He does have the stun. Maybe they got a bit too excited here, and Jackie is gonna get first blooded. Alacrity will take the kill on the Ember. Another Earthspike though. Leonak gonna go in now with the Impale follow-up of Q. Cam still running. Taken down too. But it's a much more worthwhile trade for GXR as they get a first blood going the way of Alacrity on the mid-Ember. Yeah, and that secondary to Leonak, so it's not really that worthwhile.
Yeah, they're going to feel good on GXR's end. The one thing to compensate for that on Motivate Trust side is they do get free bounties. So it compensates for losing first blood. The rest of your team gets a good injection of gold. That should help you get your initial regen out, get your initial items flying through. Still, Jackie.
Alright, Jackie got some revenge apparently down a bot lane. Level 1 spin apparently proving to be enough as they set up onto the DK. One of those games, John, is there's health bars dropping all across the map. Be a very aggressive style game. 2-1 already, 1 seconds in. But we are going to have a quick pause.
Yep, fair enough. And we were seeing some connection issues in Game 1, so hopefully it settled itself. You can see Fearless saying it is spiking. I can attest to that from Southeast Asia. Still, that Mizu kill, it's the one thing with the DK. He starts with Dragon Tail level 1, so he's not really stopping the right clicks from Jackie. Without the Breed Fire, he's not tanky. Without the Dragon Blood, so Jackie can just roll onto him with a Blade Fury, and even if Dragon Blood is up, Spin is magic damage. You can still harass out the DK. For Jocam, Cold Embrace can sort of save. Issue is it's gonna be really, you know, opening you to magic damage as well. So it's not really gonna stop the spin damage from true if you do freeze up Mizu. There is potential to be aggressive in this lane, but it's not the AA DK lane. I think the AADK lane's a bit more aggressive to play with because you have the Dragon Tail and Cold Feet combo for chain stun, and that is one way you can kind of set up for a kill. But for the most part with the DK, it is a slower laner. It's something that just stabilizes the lane, draws even at the worst case scenarios, and kind of goes from there, hits level 6, pressures tower. So they might not even be gunning for a more aggressive early presence here from GXR in this lane, and the Winter Wyvern will allow you to play more defensively and just try to get EXP up. So looks like that might be the game plan, but you do have to prevent Jackie from farming. Breed Fire is going to be your bread and butter, so you need to hit those levels up in Mizu soon.
Oh, that's nice.
Back in. Has not reconnected yet. John, I haven't had the pleasure of asking you this at all. Have you had Marianne?
No, it's too early for it. It's lunchtime. It's what is it? Tanghalian? Yeah, it's lunch right now. Oh, we've got some good stuff as well. If I can tell the crowd, we've got some crispy kare-kare with a dollop of bagoong, with some rice. It's gonna be good. I can't have it. They're eating without me. I know they were. I heard them chopping the meat up. They're having a great lunch. I'm gonna have a little bit of snack of that in the break, maybe, if you've got time. You know, would be nice to chug that down with a mate mate. Oh, it is.
The casting and the rest of the family's got event going on. They're all eating and having a good time, drinking beer, laughing. You're in your room, stuck in front of the computer screen, waiting for the. I know how it feels. It's hard. I get you.
Yeah,
all right.
It is what it is. You know, we've got good Dota at least, and that's enough to fill your inner stomach at least. Well, your stomach's inside unless you've got an issue. So your I don't know, entertainment stomach. I don't know what point I was trying to go for. I lost my train there.
Yeah. Trains are.
Even a master falters.
Thank you, Alacrity. Well timed.
That was very good timing. You're not a master. Definitely not a master at casting or anything.
Yeah, definitely. Still, pause still goes on. How about you, Mike? Like, do you have like a dish that absolutely gets you going? Because kare-kare is my favorite dish. That's why this is extra painful. Like, it's like my absolute favorite. And it's right there, fresh, crispy, and just out of distance.
I gotta get this. Forget about that. This is what I was talking about. I need this one from Motivate Trust. I need that one. I've got more Command Boss from Boom. I've got the Neon Esports. I like spamming my own voice. I personally do it. What is it? The one Play Hard keeps spamming? The gyrocopter kind of.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Loves that, yeah.
Man, I really want that one that you just. And I want Fortnite. Because I believe once you have all those, you have the most tilting voice lines possible. And like you said, you kind of cross all the nationalities. So it's not like you're missing out. You're gonna have something for every.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's such a great tool for your ranked games. You know, it can be a nice tool to untilt your team. It can be a nice tool to tilt the enemy team. Just really good. And you know how Southeast Asian Dota is. It's all about the psychology. Southeast Asian Dota, it's all about the trash talk. It's all about getting in your enemy's head, saying easy at the end of a 90-minute game, saying Intro Boys at the end of a 100-minute game. You know, that's the kind of stuff that Southeast Asia is all about. Intro Boys. It's a 90-minute game. Jeez.
I never believed it as well. At the SEA server, you're starting a civil game. And I never realized it, right? Because I'm a bit of a serial tipper, right? Like, I play POS 4, I'll go catch somebody out, and I'll give them a bit of a tip, you know? Man, I really started to pause in some SEA. I learned very, very fast not to tip people unless I'm very confident. We can get back into the game. Mizu gonna go in for a stun onto Jackie. Gonna be that though. Might have even been stunning before the pause happened, as no follow-up to it. Casual stun.
Yeah. And this lane should hold steady. Again, Mizu needs to get some levels up, get the breed fire rolling to try and stop Jackie's farm, but for the most part, this will be a defensive lane. Up top, though, is where the back and forth will be. Q is trying to get the creep pull, and this is the thing with Nyx. Level 1 to level 2 is just awkward. You just need EXP. You're going to have to drag the creep wave, usually behind the tier 2, but in this case, Q. And just try to get your level 2 up. It's slower, but Monsters can threaten here if he wants.
Nice impel out, skewer back. It's going to be out onto In Your Dream, but it's not by the tier 1 tower. Still, it's going to be a lot of damage onto In Your Dream.
Oh,
Cold Feet might just save the day in a nice block from Paulison. Impel, though, is up again. They won't bother. Asteros, he wasn't within range. He gets some hits off onto the Spectre. But they are dominating the lane, and you can already see Q getting ready to interrupt this large camp pull. You go. He pulls the creep wave away. Very nice.
Get the EXP up. It's a bit tough for Spectre AA though. It's a bit slower for lane just because, well, Spectre's also really passive, so you have to hold out. Down mid, the last lane we haven't really looked at. Alacrity and Fearless up against each other. Really even so far. Invoker's still finding farm, has a slight EXP lead. Once you get the levels up on your orbs, of course, you can just kind of compensate for regen. So Alacrity's got a bit of a tougher job trying to zone out here.
Trying to look at 3 different lanes at the same time, John. Mizu, he ends up dropping down at the bot lane. Another kill there for Jackie on the jug. Really bad news, right? Like, whenever there's a game where Jackie's getting killed safe lane, it usually doesn't end up working out very well for the enemy.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Like, you're giving Jackie a really good start. You can accelerate to his Maelstrom, I think is what we'd expect here, because you've got Empower from Mag, maybe an SNY, depending if he feels like he needs his stats. And you're just not stopping him. You've got the level advantage on the Jug. Mizu actually opted for 0-1-2 in his build, so no Breed Fire to push out the wave, no Breed Fire to stop Jackie from getting good right clicks off. It's so defensive for Mizu, but it's really just not going to stop Jackie at all.
Leonak, he's going to quite a bit of damage up from Joe Cam. Miz unable to get in range. In fact, now Leonak going to turn around. He even has the neutrals helping him out. Joe Cam, he might just be gone. Yeah, he is. He tried. Big charges. Meanwhile, top lane, Paulison, he is being chased through the trees in the top tower. Get taken down by Masaros. Get exponentially worse. XR, as time goes on, is now In Your Dream. Is by himself. Take a bit of damage, but Masaros, he didn't have the mana to screw back. While mid lane, Fearless and Alacrity are now going at it. Chains are out. They're going to try and mad fight this one out, and Alacrity. Nice sleight of fist. Understood he had the damage and does get the job done.
It's down to the build of Alacrity. He opted for the early orb of corrosion, going into the phase boots. He's got a ton of physical burst damage on hand. Invoker doesn't have too much armor, so you're going to be able to rip right through, and with that early level 6 for Alacrity, so you can apply that pressure, and this is where it slows down a bit for Fearless. Has to be cautious, as Alacrity will always look for his openings in all those plays, and it's easier for him not to secure all the water runes, all the power runes and bounties as well. With his remnants up, he can even just TP home and refill his bottle, so he's not going to lose out in terms of regen trade, and Fearless is just going to feel a bit off. You don't pick up a bottle on Invoker, you're not going to have regen on beyond your Quas Wax Exhort and what they do. And he's saving up for the Midas, but with that one death, this is going to be stalled out.
Oh, Jackie, I was wondering why it was he spammed Nani, but there you go. Got Mizu. Things going very well in the safe lane of Motivate Trust. Exact opposite is happening in the other. In Your Dream, he's getting some CS, but it's still behind Jackie and hasn't been able to pick up any kills in the sector. Very scary stuff. Are they going again? Not this time around. Leonak, though, being chased down by Alacrity. Definitely dead. Joe Cam will take it himself. I think that was maybe a little bit unnecessary by Joe Cam. He probably could have let Alacrity take it, but fine, he'll grab it. Mizu, Omni gonna fly through the creep wave. Might save the day, and it does. Jackie mistiming the Omni. Not gonna get the kill he wanted, and he will have to back.
I don't think you mind too much. It's kind of optimistic to burst through a DK with level 2 Dragon Blood. A lot of your physical damage output on the Omni Slash is not that great right now. So Mizu is going to be fine. I think the bigger threat's still that spin from Jackie. If he finds the angle with a phase boost, it's so easy for him to run down. So you will have to watch yourself. And this is a bit awkward for GXR. Jackie has a solo lane. He's getting solo EXP, solo farm. They've actually allowed Leonak and Q to play up top, and they're pressuring In Your Dream here.
That they are. Impel lands, Sunstrike gonna fly through. In Your Dream, not looking too healthy, but he has the help of Alacrity to come in. Leonak, he drops. In Your Dream picking up his first kill of the game. And now they'll try after Q, but Masteros is gonna intervene. Trying to stop this from happening, but now Q getting cut off by Paulison. Well, you've gotta love the Alacrity Ember. Does make those very nice rotations. Kills and back off into the middle.
This is really important for GXR. Alacrity is going to have to buy that space for the DK and Spec because they're so underfarmed. Spectre's going to need a ton of space here to be effective. We are seeing the Echo Saber build coming out though on In Your Dream, so we'll have to see what they do make happen once that Echo Saber's up. You have to sort of play with the aggression it can allow you with a Haunt, and they just need to be able to start setting up around that. They still have the issue with Jackie free farming though. And this is going to be a bit troublesome. You do have level 6 up on Mizu. You can pressure back a bit. Maybe start thinking about that bot tier 1 to take out.
Strange to say, Radiant
Right, Mizu with the Dragon Form. Damage off into that one tower. Much he can get done. Earth Spike is going to come in. Jackie has that max level spin. Mizu, he's a pretty tanky boy now, so he might be alright. And Jackie won't have the damage output, and Mizu avoid the Sunstrike as well. No problem here for time around. And Motivate Trust, they might have a bit of a problem now because the tier 1 tower's been
Its middle tower is under attack.
no defense out from anyone yet. XR though, they're not going to be able to get that much damage off. No siege creep available right now, so I'll do the work.
Mizu?
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Mizu again being paced down, but this time Sunstrike is not going to land. Jackie now going to be in big danger. In Your Dream just walked in and takes the kill. Very nice here for the Vector. Now Leonak, he's going to try and run, but eventually they should be able to pick him off. And they will. Alacrity once again setting up for the team. Does get his 4th kill of the game. Not much on Alacrity is literally the only reason EXR is probably still evening out this early game.
Yeah, he's the one with all the farm. He's the one with the kills for his team. And he is going to set the momentum. Like, he's done a great job with just the phase boots, Orb of Corrosion. For the Maelstrom build, that is going to be big once it's up. Gotta look up top though.
Power does land. Mizu copping it again. The RP even being committed with the Sunstrike. They want to blow him, but Mizu just won't die. The spin is there though on top of the Cold Embrace. They will finally take him out, and now the Omni into the backside onto Paulison. AA should die here and does. Masteros, he's not done. He wants Joe Cam. And Joe Cam right out. Try and survive this. Alacrity's here to help him out. Masteros, he was by himself. Jackie now is going to try and join. Impel is out. Spike does land as well. And now Joe Camp does get spotted. Sunstrike will get the job done, but more TPs are coming in. Alacrity, he's got Masteros. He'll take out the healing ward, but now the Hex is out. This could be really bad for GXR, but a nice start with the Sleight of Fist onto Leonak. He'll run the other way. Meanwhile, towards the North Polaris, he'll end up finding Q on the Nyx Assassin. Leonak almost dies to Alacrity, but now Jackie will chase him down. Out of mana indeed, but he's not dead yet. A nice juke out. Remnants forward. Still no mana to use the Remnant, but he is safe. They cannot catch him. Alacrity, he's not even trying to TP back yet, but there you go. He will finally leave.
Ooh, that would have been spicy. Fearless had a Sunstrike ready, just no mana. If he actually found a location or just took a wild guess as to where Alacrity was, that would have been a match. So even kill board here, Mike, 9-9, 11 minutes in. Less than 1k lead coming out from Motivate Trust, and the interesting change up here for Motivate Trust is that they're shifting around who's playing active. Right now, Jackie's taking front line with Masteros. They're trying to buy space for Fearless to work onto his Ags timing. So they're just stalling out for the Invoker, buying him as much space as possible, as Fearless was off to a rather even start, but nothing that he could say he's ahead in. And it takes a while for the Invoker to build up, so It's a good showing for Motivate Trust and still getting that even farm distribution. They will have to be cautious as EXR does have some early spikes to play with here.
Dream
Middle tower is under attack.
got caught out by Q and Fearless. Ends up getting bursted down by the Alacrity though, gonna try and punish now. Gets the chainsaw into the Ice Blast. Looks like Fearless this time should drop and does. Alacrity will take it. In fact, who else have they found? Nobody. I'm probably not going to be very happy with the fact that in your dead, but they at least get the mid invoker. Not too bad overall for.
Yeah, you're still fairly happy slowing down the Invoker. He is kind of the highest net worth now. It's just juggling around between Jackie, Alacrity, and Fearless. You are still getting a ton of space out for IYD. His Echo Saber's almost up in Q.
Yeah, he's got Q down. Alacrity again going to set up in your dream. He'll be the one to take it. So much impact already. In fact, Alacrity's been involved in every single kill in the game so far, John.
Radiant's bottom
All 11 of them for GXR are set up by Alacrity, right?
towers are beautifully fortified.
He's the space maker. He's the playmaker right now. He has the setup for his team. Where he goes, GXR has to follow. And he's done a great job of it. They've already taken the mid tier 1 as well from that last fight. Bot tier 1 to go. Bottom jungle's going to open up from this. And they've got a very safe spot now for In Your Dream to keep farming. And a spot they can contest away from Jackie. Like, the Jug still needs farm. Diffusal Blade being up is a huge DPS spike for Jackie, especially if he gets the Empower up. We need to wait for Masaro's Blink and probably Echo Saber as well if he's going to go for that route, or his Pipe, just to kind of tie in some of that magic damage away.
Q gonna still go in onto Paulson. In Your Dream gonna try and help, but Fearless with the Sunstrike is gonna be able to pick the kill. And now In Your Dream, he'll go for a bit of a chase. Has some help coming in, and in fact, it's gonna be Alacrity again. They still gonna go? Not quite. They'll turn around instead onto the line, but Leonak, he'll get the spike off, and now they'll try to turn a really nice impale out of Masteros. He has the RP, he'll commit it, he wants the Ember, and they'll get the Ember. That'll be the first death for Alacrity, as now the Omni flies through the Horde, might just save the day, and it does. Mizu try and run away by himself now. Won't really have much of a chance though, as the control from Motivate. Constant stuns flying in. They will find another kill.
The stun stacking is really clean for Motivate Trust. Not quite on the bleeding edge, but just enough that they get enough time to kill off these targets. Suddenly a 2k lead for Motivate Trust. And losing Alacrity was big. He was worth so much money. They save their Spectre, which is nice, but Paulson.
Oh, nice figure in the Sunstrike out. Leonard, he gets the kill before he ties.
Learn from your mistakes.
These are some pretty disgusting combos, right? Like, you've got the setup for the Nick Assassin in Sunstrike. Even after the Impale and the Earth Spikes, you've got the follow-up stun. And then you just saw the finger into the Sunstrike. It's just all panning out really well. Fearless does end up maxing out Exhort. Still has 1 point to go, but the Sunstrike is going to be max damage. I believe it is still 450 pure damage, right? No, it's 537. There you go.
It's painful. It's painful once it's all the way up there, and you got to worry about that. There's just so much coming in now for Motivate Trust. They need to kind of slow down for In Your Dream to find its next item, trying to work for the Manta. And Alacrity, he hasn't even finished Maelstrom. He's just been playing so fast that it felt like he was an item up, but he still needs to finish something beyond pushing. So this might be the time to slow down a bit for GXR. They do have the full Ags on Fearless. They've got the Cataclysm ready to go, and boy oh boy, if you get an RP plus Cataclysm, like, that's gonna be painful.
See it. Very different playstyle here, Motivate as well, right? Because usually Fearless the one trying to make the space along with the other three, and they'll give Baki all the space to farm. But this series so far, Fearless has been quite greedy himself. And I'm kind of liking this. Like, if they can get away with the greed, not.
Yeah, it's paying off. They just kind of shifted. You see Jackie be more active. He comes running around. He wants to play with its diffusal, as he should. If you farm this item, you need to fight. And they're just really shifting the priority really nicely. I think at some point, you know, Fearless is going to take the backseat, and then they'll hand it over a little Mizu.
Mizu getting caught out. Chaos Meteor there. Look at the damage output. Once that Chaos Meteor lands that nicely, no, you are just dead. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. He's gonna kill you with that Chaos Meteor time if he gets the full.
I'm surprised Mizu went for this build. Blink Dagger first over a Hood of Defiance in this game. We already talked how vulnerable he was to magic damage. The Blink, sure, it helps you with initiation, but you have Alacrity to set that up.
Yeah.
Speaking of...
Found Alacrity now. Speaking of, Cataclysm gonna fly in. It's not enough though. They needed one more hit. Alacrity, no, the Shockwave Masaros. He'll make sure Alacrity does not get out. Jokam gonna try and back off himself, but the Omni gonna fly through. Mizu, it bounces off. Jokam's still in trouble. They could go for the curse, but they are out of mana. Jokam's gone, and Mizu is gonna try and make a run. Jackie has got enough. I believe they are gonna try and contest this one out. Masarov's right behind with the skill ready. Jackie, he might need some help. He's gonna try and TP away and does make it. Oh, he cuts real close. Leonak, he does go. That's going to be very demoralizing for GXR to see Jackie just TP out like that. Now Polis is going to melt to the meatball out of the sky. Mizu, they're going to try and turn onto Q. Your Dream, Deafening Blast right through the middle, but it's going to matter. In Your Dream, he's going to try and chase them down. Impale, not going to land. Alacrity going to come back in. They'll try after the Invoker. It looks like they've got him. They'll take him indeed. It's now Masaros. What's he up to? He'll take the bounty rune. Alacrity, though, going to chain him up very nicely, lock him down. That should be Masaros dying. He'll try to cosplay Jackie there, but it does not work out.
Yeah, good punishment from GXR. Just having Alacrity back up changed the way that fight broke out. And that's what allowed him to jump back in. His kills. Very big kill on Fearless. He's the highest net worth hero, so it's a good injection of gold coming out for GXR. And they do manage to protect In Your Dream. He wasn't under any threat. It's really tanky. They blew their RP early on the Winter Wyvern. It's around this time where you might consider getting bigger targets with the RP, as you need every source of damage you can to handle something like the spec. And Mizu is still not something you need to worry too much about, but the delay that Jokam can pull off with the Cold Embrace is really annoying. Like, it stalls out the fight too much. They were stuck killing off that Winter Wyvern for such a long time to respawn for the Ember, who died first. Just came back in the middle, so have to watch out for Motivate. They're still ahead though, 4k up. GXR are the ones under pressure to still fight along with a spike on Alacrity. He's got the Maelstrom up, working on the BKB. He's got a lot of damage on hand, just needs to set up.
Oh, Q, he sets up again, the Cataclysm, the RP though! Masaros!
Oh god.
I thought it was a bad RP at the start, because the Cataclysm, it did not connect because of it, but it doesn't matter. Masaros just kind of locks them down just in case. Now Motivate go into the Roshan pit. It's looking like a repeat of game number 1 here for Motivate Trust. This is classic Motivate, John. When it comes to the final stage, they just wake up. Roshan, not gonna last long In Your Dream. Impel does land. Q trying to set up now onto the Spectre.
A taste of immortality.
Oh, In Your Dream, kind of run. Can't afford to hit Q right now because that Spike Carapace. Gonna be enough. He does get away, but kind of scary how much damage Q did to In Your Dream by himself.
It's down to the fact that he's got this quick Spirit Vessel.
Pains out. They might be able to punish Q for that though, and Spike Carapace is there, but he is definitely gonna die. As pick up there for the side of GXR. You know, GXR right now, they're just gonna have to take the time to farm up. I say that they are gonna go for a smoke, but it's gonna be into the Aegis of Motivate. So it could be quite dangerous timing for them.
That Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to go for the surprise. Masaros is going to get caught out. They've got the check, they got the stun, they've got the Ice Blast. He'll try to skewer back one, but Alacrity should be just fine. He has the Remnants ready. So doing a very good job of finding those solo pickoffs and trying to drag out the game a little bit.
This is what they need to do. Find a hero that's lagging behind or stepping way too far forward. Get that punishment off. Prevent Motivate Trust from playing clumped up. Because you see what happens. The chain stuns, the RP to regroup. It's very hard for GXR to deal with that. And they're just doing the right thing, running around as a group, but only looking for single target pickoffs, and it is getting them the necessary space and time for In Your Dream. He's not too far behind the Spectre, just about 1,000 gold behind Jackie, so that's still a really good point for that hero. You have to watch though, Motivate Trust, their lines are ready and they're smoked up here.
Spike out, Finger immediately committed by Lianak, playing no games. Them out. Get started on that T tower. In fact, started a long time ago. He just gets the job done. Dreamer, what's he doing? Got the Manta up now. Needs a lot more though for the Spectre to feel like a real powerhouse. Definitely still a little bit squishy here on the Spectre, and how much more farm he can get or Motivate. They start going to the high ground pretty soon, I think.
They can certainly start to set up. RP's ready to go. All their spells are ready except Finger. They are going for another smoke play. There is no wards on the triangle area, but GXR has no info as to where Motivate is out there.
Oh, they found him. Hex is out. Got the Spectre. Cataclysm. It's damage. They don't have enough though. Curse is out. Your Dream. Can he make a run? Not quite the RP. Massaros gets the big one. The tier 2 mid tower they go.
The amount of stress.
Motivate, like I said, John, will probably try for the high ground very soon.
And you're seeing that play we talked about. Not the play, but the buffs onto Jack. Tee up and power up. He hits like a truck. These towers will not hold long. They do have a great way to D-push with this Ag Shard on Mizu, but it's really not going to stop you for too long. And they're still going to be able to get a ton of work in with just Jackie. It just doesn't hold. There's too much damage.
Alacrity that Leonak found Alacrity with Q, just a sports solo kill off Alacrity. Jackie, you'll get the range creep, or rather range racks as well. Alacrity, he's not buying back yet. Holding out. Dream is going to try and get a bit of damage off, however, jump in. Mizu, he's going to go down now. The Cataclysm to set up as well. Now the Spectre In Your Dream. He's trying to get to the high ground, but a big meatball is in his way. He's out of mana. He has nowhere to go. He'll try to dagger up, but it's all over, it looks like. They are just way too far ahead here, Motivate.
Oh, God. Man, Masteros. That last RP was on the edge. Jeez.
All aboard the Masteros train, John.
Oh yeah, definitely. He is just showing, he's proving a point. You know, he's showing us why he was so good last time around, why he was good enough to be picked up by other teams. They're showing us why they're good as a team as well.
Yeah, I mean, they just got the draft they like to run. They just got too much out of their draft, it looks like. Jackie will offer the pizza. You are back again, Mizu. He's been caught. They have not got the RP for another 4 seconds, but it may not matter. Ice Blast is going to land, but Mizu, he is not safe. The perma stun's out, and now Leonak. Alacrity is completely out of mana again. Chaos pick from Fearless. He does get another. Alacrity's going to buy it back, but they have the RP this time around. Where is Masros, though? He'll buy. Leonak does drop, but they might be able to turn now. As GXR, they are getting a little bit overly confident. They move him, but In Your Dream, he's just sitting duck. He's going to try and run back to the high ground with the shockwave, the RP. No. Target. Unfortunate. They are still 2 racks up. Motivate, it's just all about going for that final lane of barracks.
Yeah, they still have to go tier 1 and tier 2. They could just go for tier 4s, but I think they're going to respect the power on GXR. Won't take too long to rip through these outer towers anyway. And GXR, they had to blow some really big buybacks there. They're sitting on basically just In Your Dreams buyback and Joe Camp's buyback left. They're going to have the gold for Mizu in a bit, but you won't have the big one. You won't have Alacrity ready for buyback. And he is still sort of your big hero right now. He's the one doing the damage. He's the one doing the work. Have to be cautious. They are in a really good spot for a smoke gank, though.
Be a really good start. Ice Blast going to come. Jackie, he won't have the Aegis this time, but he will spin away. They can't kill him. Cataclysm going to fly through. Do too much damage. Q gonna move in onto Alacrity. Chaos Meteor there in your dream. He's taking a lot of damage in the Earth Spike. The finger from Leonak. He takes down the backside. In your dream, he will buy back. He needs to join this fight again. But Motivate, they see the buyback out. In fact, never mind. It's the fake out. They're gonna smoke back in without Fearless. They have the Omni up on Jackie. They're gonna run right into Paulison, and Paulison, what do you do? Start out from Mizu, but Masaros is there. He shockwaves them back. Mizu, he's probably going to get taken down again. They're going to try and save, but they don't have the Winter's Curse. All they can do is Cold Embrace. In your dream, he will at least get Leonak. Mizu somehow still alive, but now Jackie, he could probably just commit the Omni. He's waiting for it though. He's waiting for In Your Dream to get low enough to commit that Omni, but now the Cold Embrace will save the days. Jackie will have to back off. Alacrity, meanwhile, will go to the backside after Q trying to go after that Nyx assassin and should be able to get him. Meanwhile, they will also chase down Masaros. They won't be able to get the mag. Got 3 heroes down without buyback. GXR, they do defend high ground successfully.
Yeah, they're holding on. It was basically all their last buyback, so expended. So they're gonna have to be cautious for the next 6 to 5 minutes here. Very risky if one of these big cores, if either the Ember or the Spectre dies now, you're going to be stuck in a really awkward spot. And this is good news for GXR, good news for Motivate Trust, but it's a really short Roche cool respawn for 30 seconds. So that's going to be up for Motivate to have basically their entire roster minus Q up. And GXR can also start to set up that Roche pit. It's going to be important for them. If they find that Roshan, they give themselves a tool to fight back. They give themselves some padding to counteract the lack of buybacks. They just need the info out, and they're doing the right thing. They're dropping forward wards, they're checking the pip, and smoke.
Oh, nice blast, Jackie. He's been caught again, but he'll get the spin off. However, Curse gonna lock him down, and that'll be enough to take him out. No buyback. Uh-oh. No buyback on either Masaros and Jackie. And Roshan's up. That's some bad news for Motivate now.
This is painful. I saw Jackie buy out the blink. He had the gold for buyback, but because he went for that blink, it's that classical flick your head. Buy one more item to help you win, and then you're just suddenly gone.
Try and do something about this Roshan Q. He's been caught out. Fearless can't really help, has to back out. Another nice kill for GX. Also they found Leonak, pops the finger. It won't be enough. Another nice kill for GXR. Back into the Roshan. This time they should be able to get it quite freely, as nobody has buyback on Motivate Trust. Absolutely nobody.
That's a massive turnaround from the side of GXR. Like that, and that gives them an actual chance in this game to push back into the high ground, to find these tier 2s, to take more of these fights. Motivate Trust have to be careful. They've been a bit sloppy in these last few fights, just being way too aggressive, getting punished for it, not respecting GXR's hold potential, and now they're finding themselves on that foot. Aegis up on In Your Dream means that he's dispersing over 2 lives. He's got Cheese as well. He's got his level 20 talent with the additional slow on the dagger. Not going to be easy to chase him down. And Motivate Trust, well, they do have this refresh up on Fearless, so double kata is in play with the RP. That could be one way to go through it, and surprisingly, Motivate Trust are the ones to smoke up as well. They're playing into that Aegis Cheese.
They are still ahead, don't forget, right? Like, they're 10k ahead. This could be dangerous. The GXR doesn't have many buybacks either. If they could win out the team fight, the game's basically just, I think, is the mentality they have. They are still probably very cautious.
The smoke's revealed by their warding. GXR knows.
Uh-oh. That'll be it for that smoke. GXR now, man. They're going to be quite safe about this, as well as, you don't really want to have to be kicked out here. Round. They're quite interested going for this fight. No, it looks like we are going to see apps back off. Does have Darkism. pressure all. So I guess you don't really need to be there anyway. And BOT is over at any time.
Yeah.
Of course, the Cataclysm, he doesn't need to.
Yeah, I think you'd want him around Jackie though. Just buff up Jackie. He went for stats mainly in his build-up with the Scotty, the Sanjin Yasha, the Diffusal. He probably could use that little bit more damage boost for his Omni Slash. And we'll see. They're keeping all the super creep lanes shoved in. So GXR can't really dip outside of base despite having the HSGs on their side. They're just having to still play cautiously, and that should still lead to Motivate Trust finding more gold to build up. They can take this time to finish up perhaps that Swift Blink on Jackie and hold on for the buyback. In fact, Jackie's switching it out. He's going for the Aeon Disc just to make sure he has an escape plan. I think he's going to have to go for that assembly play, so just lock the item and pop it open right when he knows he's about to drop. That's going to be able to stall out in these fights and going to be pivotal in bringing it around. Now he changed his mind again. Oh.
Poor old Paulson. That's one of the... If you catch any of the supports out, they are guaranteed to die. It's now in your dream. Case, he just fought the Eye of Skadi and he's going to try and fight his Mizu. Rotate, they'll get one, but Masaros is in with the RP, but no! Oh, he's missed the skewer. He'll try for the TP. He will make it out with the Glimmer Cape. Right aside, they force the buyback from Paulson. But without the RP up now, they're going to have to back off for 2 minutes.
They're going to have to chill out a bit. They've still got wave shoving in. The mid wave will naturally shove in with the super creeps. So GXR don't get too much of an opportunity to use this kind of blunder from Motivate Trust. They also bought back on Paulson. So you're down 1 support buyback. You're going to be on cooldown again for 7 minutes. It's not like you did have buyback on your Nyx yet, but his is down for a minute left. So you should line up those buybacks better for Motivate Trust. They're going to have a 1 buyback advantage when cooldowns are all said and done. GXR, they could look for a haunt play soon. Use that Scotty to their advantage on the Spectre. They are going to smoke up.
Yeah. See what they can find out of this. Back. That smoke up, and they're moving in. However, Q has been caught, and now the Remnants forward. Has he gone too far though? Hex is out. Leonak, he's got the control, but in your dream is going after the line, but they have lost Alacrity. Now in your dream, he's in a very awkward position here, but he will get to the low ground. They will get the Lion. Still no RP up. It's very hard for Motivate to play into this. Teams, they are going to back off and respect each other. The Aegis does now expire on In Your Dream, and he can go too much further without it.
It's a bit difficult for Masteros to look for the blink angles now. The Ag Shard on Alacrity is just causing so many issues. It's 600 AoE for the burn. That is a huge amount of area to deny away from a Magnus who wants to use that blink. So it's going to be tougher for Masteros to find the angles here, and they're going to have to watch that. They do have a minute of a window with Alacrity not having buyback up. So they can maybe start to line up the tier 2 bot, try to take it out, but they are down their line. So they're lacking their Hex, they're lacking 1 Earth Spike. Like that Jackie does finish up the Lincolns to break off the Hunter's Curse, forcing a single target spell to be on him first. They have a couple of nice single target spells though on GXR's end. They have at least the Cold Feet and the Dragon Tail to break first, so it's still not going to be the most amazing way of saving yourself as a Jug, but it still gives you a bit of a window there.
Somewhere there's hardly any spells. They've only really got 2. See if they can make it work as Jackie now move in Your Dream. Mizu meanwhile stun out. They've caught Leonak with the RP in the backside. The Cataclysm, the double Cataclysm. They will blow up both supports. Now Mizu is going to drop as well. Omni Slash committed. That'll be enough. He does have buyback, but neither support does on the side of GXR. Motivate, they are going in for the Megas now. GXR, it's going to be a 3v4 scenario. See if they can make this defense happen. Gone out, they've got In Your Dream. P skewer back. Masteros, he wants to try and force the buyback immediately, but the cheese is going to be eaten. In Your Dream now, he does have the mana back, and he's Motivate still just paying respect to GXR's draft. They are a little bit low on spells here, Motivate. Jackie, go back with the blink. Does get the tier 3 tower onto the racks now. Lincoln's is going to be broken. Lyrax is on. Raindrax is the only one left. Alacrity, though, he's going to jump in with the BKB onto the backside, onto Fearless. They want that Invoker gone, but the Ghost Walk not going to be enough. They'll get the kill, and now the Curse. The cancel the TP on Masteros. Or another, but he gets out of there. It's actually Q who's been caught out on the Nyx Assassin. They'll take him down. The rest of Motivate do get out. The range rack is still standing, so no megas. Creeps all across the board.
Oh man. You see this Roche fight? It's another quick one. That was about 20 seconds, or 10 seconds actually, so bit risky now. Motive Trust do not have buyback and Fearless. GXR could look for another Roche play here. That is Aegis, Cheese, and a refresh. Could be massive for either side. Double RP, triple Cataclysm if you wanted to here on Fearless. Looks like MTG is lined up to take it though. They're in the right spot. They've got the boards. They need to move quick.
They go. Paulson, he's gone. Yeah, no buyback on the AA. They don't realize Roshan's up though. I guess both teams kind of weren't expecting it, but now MTG, they might go have a look. Jackie, yeah, he senses it. Something's up. Back into the Roshan. A very lucky Roshan to find for Motivate. It even has the Refresher Shard. Now you have the double RP, or alternatively the triple Cataclysm.
Yep. All of them are going to be good. I think you hand it to Masteros though. Like, as long as he has the mana to launch that double RP, like, it's just so impactful. He could save it to catch two groups of people, pump them up, screw it together, go from there. And now you've got security for Jackie as well. So a lot of options here. GXR, again, on their last legs. One rack's left standing to stop the mega creeps. No inner buildings left, for the most part. They still have their tier 4s. And as long as Motivate Trust, if they find that angle, they can finally put this game to an end. But GXR, this is their last, potentially their last match. They are not going to go down without a fight. If they manage to turn it around here, they will force a game 3. So they're going to hang on for as long as possible.
Get it done though. Careful of this station and take care for Masteros. That RP does come in. Oh, they're going for the megas. He wants to just try and rush it. Jackie, Ice Blast's going to land. They get the megas. No cam. Oh no, he committed the curse. Cataclysm out. Who have they blown up? It's going to be Alacrity and Popson. They're in again. They'll commit the buyback. Alacrity's he's looking pretty healthy. In fact, they all are. In Your Dream, he's going to go into the backside, but he's been hexed up. They might just get the Omni, and they do. Right up to the Spectre. Common Embrace may save the day for now, but Masteros, he's in, but not the RP. It doesn't land. He can refresh it, but he won't get. They'll get Mizu. Mega's up. Do they want to just go for the tier 4s? It looks like they do. Motivate. Might be another grand final for this side as the Hex is out. The RP is
dodge.
there. Or was it? It was actually dodged. Alacrity dodges it out with the Sleight of Fist. Skewer back now onto the Spectre, but they're onto the Ancient. They're going straight for the Jugular. Jackie does not care about everyone around him. He'll just spin to win, and it looks like Alacrity will get taken out just for the game as Motivate Trust back to the grand finals for the Lubet Pro Series Season 6 to be up against Boom Esports. And John, I'm not sure which team's going to be trying to get. It seems like both of them have something to get.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Radiant team back.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
I'm feeling great, Mike. We had a great lower bracket finals. Motivate Trust shaking up their playstyle, doing something different, and showing off towards the end. And they get to try and take revenge towards Boom. The last time they faced off in the grand finals was in Pro Series 3, where Motivate Trust took that one 3-0. So we'll have to see what happens. And outside of all the Dota, I had my really nice, happy lunch. So I am feeling really good, Mike.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick our team.
Oh, I wish I was on some mate, you know, but I couldn't wash down that lunch with it, sadly enough. I'm sure all of you would have a case if you win. Still, we've got the draft going here. Mars Phoenix for Boom, starting off strong. Combination Arena Egg on hand. No Snapfire coming through, as it was banned out by Boom, so you don't have a natural way of melting the Phoenix Egg, but you've got the Jug. You can spin out of Arena, you can spin through the Fire Spirits, you can focus on that Egg as a Jug, so you do still have that really strong core for Jack to play with, and we did just see him play it in the last game. He did have a Magnus backing him up. We'll see if Motivate Trust start to go back into that tactic, and whether or not Boom has watched that series. If they did, they should know that potentially Mag Jug is going to come true. They might want to consider banning that out here.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, this is a different one. I think I have a similar one in orange, with the orange leaf. Maybe that's the confusion. I wore a black shirt yesterday, and I think I wore that white one. Maybe.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's hard to tell because it's really open right now for Motivate Trust. Like, they could go back to those Fearless Storm, something a hero like that. Mars doesn't really hold the Storm down too well. You have to be on point with your Arena combo, or have a Eul's on hand and be really quick with the timing on the Spear. Storm could still be really good here because Phoenix is not going to stop you. So it's all down to the Mars so far in this draft. There's no Lion on your side. It's on the side of Motivate Trust. They can't slide in for the Nyx because it's been banned out by MTG as well. So this is a really open Storm game for Fearless if he wants to. They ban out the Abaddon instead from Boom, taking out some of those Dispels on hand, something that can really prolong a fight and keep your Jug alive. So they're gonna leave in some of those more slippery heroes, which Fearless could enjoy in this game if he does want to go for it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It's a bit tricky. Like, Rubik's tapered off the meta. Like, we really just haven't seen it in at least a month now from a lot of teams. They could still slide it in. I would have said good for Hyde, but it is banned out. Again, Motivate Trust are covering all their bases here. So Boom's got to look elsewhere for their combo. I know, it's a bit tough. They go with the Shadow Shaman, which is a Hex. I was going to say that Shaman could have worked out. Shackled's good. Combination of your Mars is pretty strong in lane. So you do have some decent setup now. You've got good catch for one of those slippery heroes that Motivate Trust might consider on the mid lane. And it covers their bases. They get good push out with the Shaman wards. They've got good hold. You don't have as much range because of the lack of talent, but the Aether Lens and Blink is still going to give you a lot of reach on that hero. So to combine off, and we're just going to have to see what Motivate Trust does. Like with a Shadow Shaman on hand, might be trickier to go for a fearless hero like the Storm, just because Hex is there, the Shackles are good, and you might be worried about all the hold that can come through here.
Radiant team pick. Clockwork. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Morphling.
Yeah, because you can shift out, so it kind of gets you that really strong combo. It's also really open for Boom. This could be the Makato Morphling or the Dreamwhistle Morphling on safe or mid. So they can kind of flex it around, change up the lane it's at, depending on the matchup. Motivate Trust have to be a bit cautious. They don't really have a way of melting through the Morphling quickly. And they've got Finger if they can kind of catch him out with a Hex and prevent these attribute shift from flying out. And that could be one way once you get that blink up on your Lion. But you don't really have any other way. So it's all down to the Lion getting a good initiation and morph. They go with the Darkseer first on Motivate Trust. So it's into that combo. Vac Wall with a Cogs to hold you back. It's very potent. You've got the follow-up in Earth Spike from the Lion here to kind of give you those ravages, the Vac Wall combination. And we have seen the Darkseer picked up more. You have the Clockwork combo in lane. Battery Assault, Iron Shell run down the lane, make it really hard for whoever's on safe to just find that farm. It's going to be really annoying there for Boom once those level 2, level 3 spikes are up for that Clockwork DS.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it's the most exciting time for Dota. This is when most teams bring their A game, because it's that one big tournament. I just thought about the perspective for how much money there is in a year. So the two majors are worth 500k total. I think regional leagues add up to 200k total for every region, or around about that much. So that's like what, 1.5 mil. Let's put it at 1.5 mil outside TI. TI is worth 40 mil, right? So every team wants to go to TI. It's so crazy that even with the DPC league system, right, like the distribution is still very TI heavy, but it's just the way it is. That's just how Dota is right now. So you have to make it to TI if you want that glory and also a chunk of that prize pool.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the Invoker is going to be more valuable for potential Spirit Vessel build. As you mentioned, the Ember could do that as well, but also the EMP. Okay, Tiny coming through. That does give Fearless a really quick place to play with. It gives him really good burst to play around with Lion. And they've got a lot of burst damage on hand with Lion and Tiny's Avalanche Toss and Finger. And that also could play around the Vac Wall. Like down the line, excuse me, your Tiny can transition to a right-click build with the Ag Shard. You go Echo Saber, AC, Daedalus. So the Tiny can scale into that late game nowadays. It's back to that old Tiny build-up, and we will see if this can reach that point. Of course, initially you're still going to look for your blink timing here, and you're going to have to play aggressive. Keen to see if Boom will have that Morphling mid. They do go with a Razor last pick. It's still rather even, but that might just be our Dreamo Cell Razor. No, Dreamo Cell's on the Morph Safling, alright. They just want to counter the Tiny, make it hard for Fearless to actually get his last hits off. That's going to be tough. That's a great counter pick and a great way to close it out from Boom.
Ten seconds remaining.
It's a bit of a toughie. I think it's rather even. I'd lean towards Boom. They've got Arena Egg combo. Now Jug counteracts that, but they've got ways to handle the Jug. They can maybe just jump first with a Shaman, get the control onto the Jug, get the Hex off for it. Hyde's blink timing is going to be important here. You've got Dreamo Cell, who's your massive win condition. Just needs to be absolutely big on the Morphling. Now, there are ways to counteract that and motivate Trust. They can go Diffusal on the Jug early on, burn the mana of the Morph. You can't really attribute shift too well, but then you also have to worry about Mikado linking up your Jug, or linking up Fearless. And in lane, as we mentioned, Fearless is not going to have a good time. I think Boom has the tools on hand to make the early game hellish for Motivate Trust. And they're going to have to find a way to compensate and try to strike back with their own teamfight combo with that back wall.
We are just the casters. We have no idea. Definitely don't follow our advice. Do your own research.
Yeah.
I only say that, John, because I saw someone got up. And, not following our advice. It's like, no, don't do that. don't follow us.
Yeah, it's
or
like,
do.
You know, you never know. It's Dota as well, right? Like, you can have the best draft in the world, but if you don't execute, then, well, you don't win. It's just down to those factors. Anything can happen, and you always take that risk. Still, a bit of a quick pause. Classic Southeast Asia. Motivate Trust needs a second. They've been having pretty consistent and persistent issues on the internet, so hopefully that won't play up in the middle of the match, but do get some breathing room here as we tend to in Southeast Asia, which is always nice.
Yeah, I think I was reading in chat somebody saying that there was pretty bad weather in Indonesia, raining quite heavily. So hopefully Boom is going to be all right and stable for them, but you can't really do much if the lines are playing up with the internet right now. It just kind of happens, and you always say it, John, but it's just a classic problem. Hopefully one day it gets sorted.
Yeah.
Then again, though, Boom Esports yesterday won 4-5, so maybe it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was FBZ as well who was the one to disconnect, not reconnect. They just managed to micro like monsters. They were already ahead, but that last 2-minute fight, they still had to use the puck. You know, if it comes down to it, they could try to reach that point, but hopefully not. I think any team wants to actually go 4v5 as we do get the go-ahead. Looks like everything's sorted out. Hopefully everyone gets to hold out on your internet, as we'll see this game break out. Now, you and I, again, think that Boom definitely came out on top in the draft. They've been pretty on point. And remember, they did knock Motivate Trust down in that upper bracket series. They actually managed to show them up. So we'll see if they can maintain that, get revenge for Pro Series 3 back in the day, where they were just clean swept. And, you know, just finding a couple wins here, maybe looking for a clean sweep themselves. You can tell Boom is pretty hungry from the interviews. They've been much more relaxed at home, but they're motivated to kind of take these games.
The thing is with is they've always been a top team, and they've always been so close to being. And I think for them, they just want to come first. They just want to be able to say, yeah, we did it. We were the top of the region for that's what you want. You want to get that momentum started. Now, John, I did have a look at the loot bet odds. They were on screen about 30 seconds ago. The favorites are still Motivate Trust right now. But it's like $1.09 to $1.08. $1.90 to $1.80 is what I was trying to say. So it's about 10 cents worth of a difference in odds. Pretty insane. Apparently more people have confidence in.
Yeah, I mean, again, historically, Motivate Trust has won. It's only that upper bracket game he recently dropped. We'll have to see. Scuffle over these ruins.
The Razor, you're going to be careful, but they are going to go in with the battery sold. In fact, never mind the Razor. They'll go target and hide. And with the spin out from Jackie, it might just be enough as hide. He has no way to stop this, but it will be Q to take the first blood on the clockwork. But honestly, that can be quite nice for the POS 4 clock, because now you can rush Tranquils, and you can just make it a very hard time for Boom Esports by roaming across the map as this clock and being very annoying. So overall, not too bad just getting that first blood instead of, say, giving it to...
Yeah, and having early tranks in this lane is just so good, because you're rid of Darks here. You've got the Iron Shell, you can just really run down, you can regen back, reset, come back in. It is going to be a bit tough as the levels build up here for Boom. Initially going to be fine though. Like, it's a melee hero, dual melee up against a Phoenix. Kezcute, as long as the Fire Spirits are up, can really get some good harassment out. And you're going to have to watch your spacing just for a bit on Motivate Trust. Q does get a nice clean pull though. This is going to be easily cleared out by Mazuros. Oh.
Not clean at all. More camp did spawn up. It was not blocked, but it looks like Motivate wanted that to happen because Mazuros can farm both at the same time. So really, it's not that bad. It's kind of more efficient for Mazuros in the end. Assuming he does hit all the last hits properly. It's like Dreamer Cell and Kezcute are up. They have blocked the large camp themselves with that standard these days. Keep it up. But now, though, it does probably mean Dreamer Cell is going to have a very free time in the morph.
Yeah, he has range. He's not going to be zoned out. Kezcute's doing a great job holding them back. He's got Fire Spirits back up, so we'll have to see how far MTG's willing to commit. Have to hit their own leveled spikes before they really get aggressive there. And again, you're just allowing Dreamusol to smooth ramp up. He's going to have his Morwood Mass relatively early, and it's at that point where the Morphling can just jungle if things do start to go south. So you do need to find that early ramp up here from MTG. Gives us a chance to look at the other lanes though. Down mid, Mikado and Fearless on that Razor and Tiny. So far just going a bit back and forth. It is ending up a bit better here for Mikado, as again, it's a melee hero you're up against. You can play with your static link, clear out the wave, the plasma field. So this has to be a bit cautious. He's behind almost a full creep wave. That's a good amount of gold for Mikado.
Top lane, they lose the Shaman. Hyde drops. Leonak will go second. BZ does at least trade. Be a 1-for-1, but of course the XP and a bit more gold goes the way of MTG. I'd argue that's a little bit better off there for Motivate Trust boys. Still very even in the end.
Definitely, it's a bit of an aggressive lane for Boom to play with. With a Shadow Shaman, they can set up with Shackles or Hex into the Spear. They've got a good amount of Nuke with the Ether Shock on top of what FBZ has with a God's Rebuke. So you will have to be a bit cautious on MTG. The good news is a Jug can just spin through a lot of that control Jackie just needs to be more defensive with a Blade Fury usage. They could still line up to be offensive, of course, with the Earth Spike and the Hex on MTG's end, but you don't really want to risk it for the jug. Like, Jackie just wants that easy ramp up to his first few items, escalate from there, hit the jungle up, and start to build up into that core we know Jackie is.
Actually having a pretty good performance considering, I've got to say. He's only 3 CS behind the Razor, and I think that should be a much bigger kind of gap between the two, but is somehow still able to farm up quite effectively. Because the tree grab obviously does help quite a lot. Kodo now, Avalanche, toss back is going to be there, but the creep wave was fortified. Very nice from Makoto to read the move. Listen, fortify that creep wave just to make sure he does not take too much damage. Back now, Fearless going to get dived on. Nice Icarus dive in from Execute, and they will have the damage. A very smart rotation there from Boom. Q now is going to try and punish Kescute, and the creeps will get it, but he does claim the kill. 1 for 1, but of course, much more preferable here for Boom.
Yeah, and they're really starting to get these lanes all together. I think seeing Kescute manage to make that rotation, it means that they're not being pressured by the Darkseer dual lane, which is really not what you want. Like, that Clockwork DS needs to be more active with the Iron Shell spam. They're not just able to threaten. They even find that kill up top. Again, it's the setup with the Shadow Shaman. You've got a lot of burst damage with the Electroshock and the God's Rebuke. You can melt these heroes down. You have to watch your spacing here for MTG as the levels go up, Boom can continue to get aggressive in every single lane.
Yeah, and of course, top lane, there was a kill out onto Leonak. Nice setup there from Hyde. Push forward, he does have that level 2 spin up, and he'll try onto FBZ with the Hex follow-up from Leonak. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. The God's Rebuke be there. Hyde will salve up FBZ. Went for that Orb of Corrosion, which you don't see so often on Mars's, but it does tank you up quite a bit, and he does have the 2 rank as well. That level 2 is really going to be enough here from
It's really tough for MTG to commit towards FBZ now. You should just look to hide if he oversteps. Like, you have to consider the range of the Shadow Shaman is fairly short. Even on his spell cast, it has to drag him a bit closer than he'd like to. So that's probably here you'd want to abuse. Jackie's still finding some really good farm in his top lane, though. Not as good as Dreamosalt's farm on the Morphling on his safe lane, but it's enough to keep up. Keen to see what Jackie goes for. He's flying out a Wraith Band first with a Phase Boots. Wondering if this is a Diffusal or Maelstrom game for him. Battle Fury would be a bit slow. We haven't really seen cores go for that nowadays. So we'll have to see what Jackie does opt for. Really nice pull from Leonak. It's going to be cleared out by Jackie along the wave. And that should help him accelerate towards level 6.
Nice little snipe there from Hyde. Gets the shackles off, but Hex is gonna rotate. Spear is a little bit off the mark. I believe he wanted to go Q with that spear. Still, there are going to be rotations in. Makoto going to show up now on the Razor, and that's one person side of MTG don't want to fight at the moment. Be able to clean up Leonak. Makoto immediately going to go for the tip to the lane.
I have no reason to lie.
One was being forced in there by Fearless. Fearless tiny. Does have an in, so he could make a rotation himself, but I don't really see him any openings right now, so he might just have to go back to the lane.
This is getting a bit difficult for MTG. Monsters, you can see him, he went all the way back to the base. Dreamosalt basically has a free lane, and that's the Clockwork DS lane we talked about. It should be doing a little bit more against the Morphling, but Dreamosalt can just play super safe from this range. I got shift around the attribute shift at level 3 now. And if you're not getting that aggressive spacing out with the Darkseer, it doesn't feel like it's going to buy you that space it needs. It's just going to soak farm, build items up, but you're competing with farm against your other cores. You haven't slowed down the Morphling. You're going to have a problem with Dreamosalt's Morph in a relatively short time here.
The denies on Dream. Look at this. That's why I tipped him. He's denying the whole wave away. He's got 26 denies in this Morphling. He's about 1.2k ahead of Masaros now on the Darkseer. Not giving any creep away to this Dark. Mid lane, Kescute. Be called out. They should have enough control to get the Phoenix. And they will. Rotation there from MT. MTG for a nice haste.
Yeah, it's gonna enable more aggression. They're inching towards those level 6 spikes on their clock, at least. Their line's still a bit off. Jackie, they're kind of far forward here on Boom's end, going for that chase, so they could maybe look for an angle on MTG's end.
They don't have the spin though. They're gonna have to rely on the Omni, but a quick X out from Hyde. They wanted the cogs off. Be able to trap them in for Fearless to rotate on the Tiny and to have the Omni committed. Hyde saves the day on the Shaman. Look at that arena and you might think it was a bad arena, but a nice defensive arena there from FPZ will allow them to get up, but now the rotation in, they know exactly where they went. MTG go in for an avalanche toss. They will get something for their trouble.
Yeah, not quite the big kill they'd want, but it's still more money, more EXP going the way of Fearless.
Azeroth?
Accelerating to that farm timing.
Middle tower is under
Azeroth, what are you doing, huh?
He was creep cutting. He was creep cutting around behind the tier 2. I guess he might have wanted to rotate around, grab a camp, or was spotted out by Hyde. Just really greedy, but he doesn't really have a lane to play. Like, he knows Dream of Cell's getting free farm. He might as well try to shove that wave in to get some damage from tower and FNZ.
Now Jackie probably wants the Omni to be committed, and we'll just throw it out. But now Makoto, he's going to jump in with the static link out onto Jackie. He'll force the spin to be away. Be able to at least get Q on the clockwork. Feels the best trade here for Boom, but they'll take it as Cogs push Makoto off the map for a couple seconds. He'll be back. Meanwhile, Fearless, not done with his Phoenix yet, does get him just before the Icarus Dive flies out. Old Kescute has the raindrops, but doesn't have the fluffy hat up yet on the Phoenix, so he can't survive the avalanche toss. Lost the tree.
It's too much damage coming out from the Tiny. He's got max avalanche, 2 levels in toss. There's a lot of damage coming through, and this is going to get worse once you hit level 6 on Leonak. It's almost up. Once that's ready, you should look to make more rotations around the map. Boom, though, are applying pressure on the towers. They drop the wards up top. The Fortify was there to save time, but they're still going to have to respond to that move and maybe try to farm up these wards.
Round. Probably trying to get that tier 1 tower down with the siege creep. I've got Q here. He's hook shot up. But I don't believe they'll have the damage to burst down Makoto, because he does have that Hood of Defiance up as well as a Verifier. Makoto is going to back off anyway. It's going to be very problematic to try and burst down this. Be a bit of a tanky boy.
Yeah, you're going to have to commit a lot to kill off Razor. You might just look for the squishy backline first. And if you kill the Phoenix every time, with no threat of egg, the team fight potential of Boom kind of dwindles. Like, they rely on the egg arena combo in these big 5v5, so as long as you find Kescue, I think you can sort of deal with the rest as they go.
Yeah, Avalanche is out, commits the hook shot. Meanwhile, in the backside, they got Hyde on the Shaman. Finger out, they will secure the kill, but it is going to cost Q his own life. I think that's quite worthwhile for MTG to just get that finger on cooldown, get the stack up for Leonak. Now Fearless, he has an arcane rune. Masros is there with him. It looks like they want to try and go for a fight. Surge in, FBZ going to be targeted. Avalanche is there. It's a toss up, and Leonak, he'll have plenty of follow-up control. Boom, they will lose another. Mind you, while all this is happening, got Dreamer Soul who's freely farming up that Morphling. Looks like Boom, they're probably going to be okay with this. As long as Dreamer Soul says he's...
Yeah, I think the one thing is that you're doing the same for Jackie. He's just sharing that lane with Dream of Cell. He's building into that diffusal. So the big question is your Morphling going to be online faster than the Jug for diffusal? I don't think so. Like, a full SNY has to come out first for Dream of Cell. After that, you're still looking for more stats to pad yourself out. And Jackie can just abuse the diffusal once it's up. You drain the mana of the Morphling, he's not going to be able to shift around. You even have the line to help you drain that mana off. So this tankiness of Dream of Cell is put into question. Whether or not he can survive these early fights, if he's going to be in them at all, remains.
Go.
Tower is under attack.
No. Wait in the tree line, he won't be spotted out. TP mid, nice movement there for Dreamers. Oh, top lane FBZ, he does secure the top tier 1, and they'll go for an immediate smoke up. Couple stacks here in the jungle that they could take later on, but they definitely want to start at first. I think this is the right approach as well. They head straight for that mid-tier 1 tower. You've heard in your dream say it. The problem is Jackie keeps farming. Hit the mid-tier 1 and open up the map, then Boom can just keep running down the side of Motivate Trust. You will never allow the junk to keep his farm up, and here they go. Arena is down. However, a nice shot Q. Hey, Masteros, he'll get the back wall down. They've already got Q down, but at what cost? MBZ, he's going to be the first to drop on Boom. Jackie, meanwhile, gets an Omni Slash off of Makoto, but there's no damage there. The static links it all away. Now Boom will try and turn, but it looks like they might have to leave. Match is out. Fearless trying to go after Hyde. Q will take care of the Shaman. Dreamer, he's joined in on the Morphling, but I don't think he can do much quite yet. He can't. Yeah, Motivate Trust, they successfully defend the tier 1 mid. And a very good team fight going their way. Not going to spell the greatest of view side of Boom Esports.
It's definitely going to hold them back from aggression. They don't have the egg arena combo as well for the defense, so MTG can kind of force the issue here. Just throw their bodies forward, get some chip damage off.
Fearless, he's in, he's got Makoto, but no, he wants the other backside onto Dreamer Cell.
Ooh.
Oh, Leonac setting up for an easy kill. Now the hook shot Q, he's gone back in. He knows they've got the advantage, but the cogs are going to block the way. Still Jackie, get the diffusal blade off. And FBZ, looks like he has been caught out. They're going to try and help with the plasma field. Hex out onto Jackie again. That will make sure they can't get a spin off. On their toes at the moment. Very aggressive movements being made by Motivate Trust. Looks like Jackie wants to go for the mid-tier 1 now. Reina though down, but the spin is out. They got the static link off, but Jackie, he's Fusel Blade on the Razor and just runs away. The mid-tier 1 at the very least was defended successfully by Boom.
Yeah, but it looks like Motivate Trust really aren't resting here. They just maintain that presence around mid. They could look for the wrap. Fearless does have the blink combo ready to go still. And keep pressure. They want that mid-tier 1 as well to prevent Dreamosol from farming up. So both sides playing so far into those mid towers. Someone's got to give at some point, and they do have the egg up on Boom, but no arena this time. Since that their team fight's still a bit disjointed, and LTG, they just get started.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, again. Nothing to stop. I was going to go down for free, and that's a very bad sign now for Boom Esports. I realize they want the arena egg combination, but that mid-tier 1 is going to be very valuable. It kind of works the same way for Boom. The map's open for Motivate Trust. Seeing how aggressive they've been with this draft of theirs. Sure, at this point, they could just keep chasing them down now.
Yeah, they can just kind of commit further into that jungle, start to think about invading the triangle area as well. And the one thing for Boom is, it comes down to core timings, right? Like the Morphling can scale really nicely, but Dreamosol needs much more time to build up. The SNY needs to come in, then he needs more. Scotty perhaps coming through afterwards before you really feel comfy.
Nice easy kill, he's got Hyde. Got the Iron Shot. Look how fast Hyde's dying. He's going to try and pop the Circle Wards down, but Q's going to be around back. Dreamosol!
Oh god, why?
They try to help out. Q, he is going to go down at the end, perhaps, or maybe not. They do eventually get him. Arena down now. They'll go after Fearless and the Tiny, and they might be able to trade nicely, but Masteros, he gets the Surge off, and that'll allow the Tiny to run. Now, Boom need to find a way out of this. Looks like they're going to be alright, but nothing is working their way so far.
Yeah, they just don't line up the hits, and I get why you tried to come back into Morphling. They still are surrounding MTG though.
Gonna try. Let's spike out. Enac should be just fine with those tranquils up. 4K behind, definitely a very bad sign. You would have kind of maybe even hoped that Dream kept farming
Oh,
the way he was going. In
MPG.
fact, hold that thought because the double Earth Spike out. They've got the control again. They found Hyde, they found Kescute. Toss him right back into the finger. Kescute, he will be able to Icarus dive. But Hyde is taken out. Back to what I was saying though, John, you kind of wish that Boom just let Dreamersaw keep farming. Now Jackie, okay ahead.
They've been trying. Dreamercell got that free lane top to farm. His support died first. He could have just left.
Q's on fire right now in this clockwork. Onto FBZ. He just does not want to slow down, and it's going to be another. And this is the Motivate Trust that you really get afraid of if you are up against them. That hyper-aggressive playstyle will never slow down. Is the line, and now with the blink up as well on Leonak, how do you down at all?
You don't. You just try to stall, try to toss different bodies out, but keep Dreamercell safe. And Dreamercell,
Oh no, the waveform away. Do they have a hook shot? Not for 20 seconds. Be alright.
Radiant's bottom tower
yeah,
is under
they
attack.
just keep Dreamercell safe. Don't have him up front in lanes like that. Give him some spot of jungle to farm and ward maybe the top jungle area. Stay there, build up, clear out the waves, get the E-Blade up after this SNY, and try to go for the burst place. You just need this win condition of yours to actually get farm. And right now he's not. He's been caught out way too many times. He doesn't have his bot jungle. His triangle's too small. He needs a lane plus some area, and I think the top's the best for that. But you already see the top lane's being shoved out behind Mikoto. They kind of take control there. There is a little bit of a jungle here for Dreamercell. It's not the biggest. And Motivate Trust, because of that kind of movement, with a clockwork, they can scout around the jungle with a flare, invade the bot jungle. They're still AFK farming on Jackie, still maintaining that 2k gap. You mentioned they will smoke up, trying to intervene in the top lane.
There may be no need to smoke. I mean, Masteros now has the Ags on the way. Wait for it. He's pretty confident with the Avalanche toss and the Echo Saber. Then he can definitely burst down Hyde. Hex is out. Hyde, he's a bit tankier now. Tanky enough though. Not quite.
Here's a carbon footprint.
It's not the biggest kill. I think they would have been happier with Razor Morris and down mid.
Got a nice arena spear off, but Q, he's got the cogs out in time, so he can survive this. In fact, he's got the hook shot up. They're going to try and turn a toss back onto Mikoto, right back into Q, into the hook shot and the finger.
Man.
They'll get rid of the Razor. FBC, he's going to try and run. I don't know if he'll be able to make it out of this, but a nice spear out on the right target. He will get the tiny, but Leonat, he's not done. Surge up, he needs the blink, but no Fearless, and Avalanche toss again into the cogs of Q. And FBC, he's going to try and fight back. And Nice Egg is out. Motivate, they need to get out of here. The vacuum will save the day from Masteros. Allow them to back off. Yeah, they do save the life of FBZ and Hyde.
Tower is under attack.
Play there from Kescube, but that's another 100 seconds that egg is down. And look what Jackie's doing.
Radiant's bottom
Jackie has not shown up at all. We look away, we come back. He's got the X and Y up. Taking a tier 2 bottom tower. He's just going to get out of control soon.
I'd say he already is. This is a very hard to handle jug. Your Morphling's not quite at the same point yet, and you're still playing around here, MTG.
That they are. Hyde being taken down again by Fearless into another. Looks like Dreamercell will be able to at least find Leonat.
Radiant's bottom
It's a nice dominating spree for himself. Gold influx for them. See how hard of a game it had been for Hyde. I think Motivate, obviously doing their own homework, understand how impactful Hyde can be these games. Focusing him down on that positive garment. It just seems to make it so Boom can't really fight.
Yeah, it's a really awkward position. Not only that, but from the draft as well. They took out the Nyx, they took out the Tusk, they target his heroes, prioritize them in the bans, and it just forces Boom to play very differently. Like, they don't have that active 4 they usually play with. Shadow Shaman just feels so slow now, needing a blink and Aether Lens to really be effective. It's so much farm. You have to soak up. and just takes a while. So your power spikes are all stalled out, and that just gives MTG so much room to play with. They go straight into the Roche here. They do not have wards on a Boom side to spot this out. They do have a smoke. They could try to sneak in.
Good. The hard ask here. Gotta get a nice arena off, but the toss in Fearless, he will get the team fight started. The Hex is out, now the hook shot, gonna hold back the backside. Q's not gonna allow them to go forward, but a nice egg is there. Kesku gonna try and turn this one around. BZ's already down, they'll lose Q. Omni gonna be committed, but Makoto with the static link has taken all the damage away from Jackie. Back into the Roshan, Boom, they might be able to still hear, but Jackie doesn't want to allow this to happen. Go ball first, Fearless. Very good with the tossbacks this game. Start the Roshan, there's another toss out with the Avalanche and the Earth Spike and the finger. Vacuum Wall is also placed high, is way out of position, and he's gone. That'll be a Roshan out of the way, Motivate Trust.
It was such a prolonged fight. There were like 2 different skirmishes that happened. They still went out on MTG's end, and they find more.
Found another. In fact, they go for Dreamer Cell. He's going to go the way of Leonak. Oh, he didn't realize the lion was there. He's out of mana. Does get a bit more now, but the double Earth Spike from Leonak. Mana boss indeed. Just very bad news for the side of Boom Esports. Motivate Trust. It's classic grand final Motivate Trust, John. They already look so darn good.
Yeah, they bring that A game out. Boom. You know, we said their draft looked pretty nice. They had the Arena Egg combo. They had Morphling that on paper should be scaling quite well. But they're just not able to do so. Dream of Cell dies a bit too much early on. They don't really make use of the Egg Arena, but that's more because Motivate Trust are the ones running at them. They're not the ones initiating. Boom is not the one to set the terms of engagement. It's Motivate Trust. They're the ones starting these fights first. Boom needs to be the aggressors. They need to be the ones jumping in, using their spells, catching heroes off. But they can't do it. FBZ still needs a blink. It's just so hard for him to catch anyone out.
John, off the mark. FBZ, a nice spear there in conjunction with Hyde's Hex. Jackie, he's not done. After FBZ, they don't have the Omni though. Yep, 10 seconds or so. So he's getting very close to that shotgun. He'd love the Ethereal Blade up before this team fight breaks out again. Needs enough gold for the Ghost Scepter. Seems like they are lacking just so much damage right now. He might even hold out the buyback gold just in case MTG want to try something cheeky. Q is looking for an angle, and they're going. They're going in with the Aegis. There's the Avalanche toss out. They've got Dreamer Cell, but he will wait for him back out of it. Arena is very nice. They've got Fearless in on the Tiny, but he's going to be able to run out just barely. Looks like he might just make it. The Egg still going down. Fearless being chased. The Vacuum, though, is going to save the day, and they will surge the Tiny away as they might be able to reinitiate now. Who do they want to go after? FBZ is going to be targeted, but no. They found the Phoenix. They will take down Kesku. Kono will try after Jackie, but he does have the Omni. They've got to be very careful here. They'll buy back. Fearless again. The Avalanche is in, but the toss back is not there. Now Dreamer Cell, he'll toss it back. He'll find the Tiny this time. They'll get Fearless, but a nice Earth Spike. Jackie's in with a massive spin out. Kesku might dive back. Jackie, he's diving T4 towers. We're only 27 minutes into the game, but he wants to go all the way. Still has the Aegis up. FBZ, he'll land the spear. Jackal's not going to be great as Hyde now gets Vacuum back in and hookshot. Oh, it's up the mark, Jackie. He'll block the way. They might have to run now, MTG. Or do they? Hex out, but Fearless, a massive Avalanche toss out. Oh, it's a Hyde again. The Shaman's in trouble. He'll go down. They do have buyback, but it's not looking great for Boom. As now it's a 13k net worth lead for Motivate Trust. This defense just looks more and more difficult as time goes on. Kodo, he's going to be perched up. Toss again from Fearless. Hyde almost dies back. It'll be alright though, because Jackie, he'll lose the Aegis to the shotgun. Makona, he's trying to find, he's trying to stand against Fearless. He might have a lot of damage, but he doesn't have the time to hit anyone. The MTG, they are back in. Not done yet. BZ for a nice spear opportunity. Q, hook shot back up again. Fearless, another avalanche toss onto Makoto. They're going to trap him in. No, the vacuum wall's out. It's onto 3, but the egg is off cooldown again. They need to run out of range for Q. He has been left behind. He has been shackled, and he will finally go down as they chase for more now. They found Masaros. He's going to try and surge himself out, and it looks like he will make it.
Oh, man. That's such a prolonged set of fights. They do manage to hold on to the racks. Believe it or not, boom. Mid-rack still standing. They only lose their tier 3 tower. So in a way, that was a successful defense for Boom. It just cost them a lot. A lot of kills flying out towards MPG. And a lot of farm as well. That's time where Boom are just staring at them at their base, not clearing out creep waves, not clearing out camps to find these tier 3 items. And they need to play some catch-up now. Jackie pretty much has his full Scotty up. Just lacking 100 gold, so if he clears one wave or one camp, this Jug is going to be very, very hard to kill. And he's nearly impossible right now anyway. He died with the Aegis. That took a lot of spells, like 2-3 arenas overall in that set of fights. And now with the Scotty up, he's going to be able to slow down that regen in Dreamo Cell and just slow down the healing from this Phoenix as well.
Illis, very on point with these tossbacks. BZ, no hook shot, right back into the Hyde. Shaman, they want to get bursting down, and they do get him. No buyback. Makoto, though, going to get to work onto Fearless. Meanwhile, on the backside, FBZ, he's in trouble, but Fearless, he will go down. And this could mean a great team fight for Boom now as they rush forward onto Q. They'll find another. This time, Motivate, they do get punished for overextending.
Yeah, that's a good split up from Boom. They isolate out the backline, Motivate Trust, and they focus on Fearless. Once Fearless commits, if no one can follow him up, he's dead. He has nothing defensive. BKB still a long way, well, not long way off, but not quite up yet. And they just split the fight into 2 areas. So that's what they need to do. Just play in 2 different areas, isolate out Fearless from everyone else, and get the numbers advantage.
Uh-oh. Execute, gonna get caught out by Leonak again. Jackie will happily take the kill and chase down this Jug. Leonak, he does get spotted for a second, but they did not have anyone in range to stun. 12k net worth lead, Dota Plus, about 89% the way of Motivate. In fact, it was about 95% before they gave a few kills away. Just then, the hook shot there from Q. FBZ, near in and down. Trying to hold them back. Jackie, he has Omni, he wants to chase. Static Link is there, but it's going to be cancelled. Makoto needs to run, but the vacuum is out. Nice spear from FBZ, but it's only going to save Makoto's life. Or BKB TP away. They trust, even with that pre not really going their way, they will not back up from this aggression.
I think that's the right thing to do. Just keep that momentum up. Don't give Boom any breathing room to farm up. Make them struggle to work for every single item that they want. And they're going to be able to just go back, reset onto the high ground. Egg is available though, along with wards. But these racks shouldn't hold off. Look, without the Morris to threaten with its body, you don't really have a great person to just put up front here.
Dive spin. Jackie, he's going to be alright. He'll take him down the mid-racks. It's going to be a very hard defense without that Mars. See, down for another 2 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme
Free bottom tower. Cliff already gone through. The vacuum wall is there into the double earth back out. They've got the control. They've hexed up Dreamer Cell. The finger will be enough. Leonak and Ataros will get the job done. Jackie, he will keep rubbing salt into the wound of Boom Esports. As this game 1 starting to look very, very one-sided.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
They are 2 racks is up and motivate if they really want to control to the third, but they've got to get that tier 2 out of town. Nice hex up. Buyback his Dream Missile. He knows he needs to get it, but a hook shot from a mile away will stun up the Shaman. Maybe they can save. Jackie's out of there. Leonak, he's got the TP out. Q is not down either. They can't kill anyone.
Did you see that? The hook shot was right in time to intercept the spear. He took the spear for Jackie. I don't know if that was on purpose, but if it was, that was way too tight. And they called it GG. They knew.
Yeah,
Jeez.
they knew. That was it. That was their only chance. Jackie says 99. Not sure what that means. I mean, why the hell not, right? What a great hook shot in from Q. And I thought it was only cancelling off the shackles jump, but to
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
It was good. I'm still full from lunch. I've just got the aftertaste of the notes in my mouth. It's very good. Kare is the best. I saw chat. You said you'd go to a Filipino restaurant. You've been saying that for a while, Mike. I don't know if you will, but if you are, you really?
10
okay.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
Awesome. Good. Here, you should try Kare if it's a restaurant. If it's Jollibee, the chicken's great. Still, we've got a draft, and this is tastier than that food I've mentioned, even though they are really good. It's already building up. Mars Snap for Boom, going back to this arena combo. We saw them go with Mars Phoenix last time, so they try something else with Snap. There is no Nyx because Motivate Trust banned that out, so the Snapfire has an easier time just getting the spit off. But there's still the option here. Yeah. And they go with the jump first, so you can spin out of arena. You don't care too much about the Snapfire's magic damage. Very safe pick for Jackie, and we saw him play a lot faster with his hero as well. there's still a lot of options. Like right now, Boom should consider taking out that clockwork. We saw the effect Q had there.
10 seconds
Just
remaining.
amazing plays. At the end, I really don't know if it was on purpose. I was watching the
5
clip again.
seconds
The spin was there from Jackie, so he wasn't under threat. But still, to get that hook shot and get the spear midway, it just looked way too well thought out. If that was the actual play, like, it's insane. So you have to respect that from Motivate. You can see they do ban out the puck, so they're starting to clear out those mid picks for Mikato, preventing some of those more mobile cores, because there's no option for the Lion. Immediate ban by Boom, respect man on that. So we'll have to see what else does
10
come true
seconds
here.
remaining.
Boom already taking care of the Darkseer, so preventing, say, Darkseer
5
clock from coming
seconds
through again. We saw Masaros didn't have the best time in lane, but he had massive impact in those team fights. Ags Rush, the HP shield on the Iron Shell was just a lot to sustain those fights. And they even go back to ban the Magnus, so they're really trying to prevent these newer teamfight combos that MTG has been working on recently.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, something that gets more impact. The Shadow Shaman last time was good in the pushes. The control was decent on paper. It's just that they couldn't protect him. So he'd have to throw his body out, control one, die, maybe hope the team fight works out. Didn't quite pan out that way for Boom. And you could see they're really taking their time, whereas Motivate Trust haven't dipped into reserve at all. They just blitz through the bans, blitz through the picks, and Booms are the ones on the wall. Now, this is a bit worrying for Boom. We've seen them in this position, grand finals, and then somehow, I don't know if it's pressure, it's nerves, I don't know if they just overthink it, but in the grand finals, they just look like a very different team. It looks like they maybe feel a bit more of that pressure, so we'll see if they can shake that off. For now, they go with the Ursa. Ursa Snapfire potentially being your lane is pretty strong. You can hold heroes down, get a lot of good burst damage early on. Your Snapfire in that case can opt for the Scatter Blast build or the little Shredder to build up minus armor. Both kind of work out with the Ursa in lane, so you can kind of go with that if you don't want to go with Snap Mars in lane. Some flexibility on hand for Boom and how to lane their supports here.
Team pick.
Mirana.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Admiral Konka.
It's really good in this lineup. The Ursa's going to be slow to kill, so you might as well tank yourself up as well. Try to
10
prolong those
seconds
fights.
remaining.
They've got good hold to kite around the Ursa. X is going to be hellish
5 seconds
for the Ursa to go
remaining.
through because you can't dispel that. You can only maybe just BKB through it if you manage to build that up. Of course, the Ursa's not a natural Eul's carrier, so it's going to have to be a BKB down the line. and that just means that Motivate Trust has a fast timing again. X to set up arrow, X to kite, and both combo with the Ice Blast, Torrent coming through. They've got good damage flying all over the place. Boom. They've still got that strong Wombo combo with Arena Kisses coming out, and they've got that protection with the Abaddon, but I think Motivate Trust has enough on hand to make it hard for Dream Assault's Ursa to really go in and out. Like, it's just big issue with Ursa is his kite ability. You know, even with a little bit more stat resist, would say the Ag Shard up, it's not enough to compensate for all of those issues, and it just makes it hard against certain lineups to really get a good Ursa game. So we'll see if Motivate Trust can make it that tough for Dream Assault, if he can kind of work out and overcome the shortcoming tier. Of course, the one thing as well for Boom going for this Ursa means that you'd want to see a very quick Roshan here. 15 minutes in, get a quick Morbid Mask, buy the space out for the Ursa to get that huge gold injection for the team, and that safety net, that Aegis. And it's going to be important for Boom to hit those spikes, and that means they need something mid to kind of enable them to shove out the mid lane, maybe get some good chip damage to open up that Rosh a bit more. Options are left. They ban out the Storm and TA on Motivate Trust side. For Boom, they're focusing on offlane. Take out the Viper for the break. Really annoying as well for Ursa, as it's just constant slows, constant harassment coming through. What else do they not want Masteris to play? He still has the option for Tidehunter could be in. They want that team fight, and they actually do take care of the Invoker, so they might suspect the Kunkka Flex. Don't think we've seen that from MPG though.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That could be really good. Yeah, I think that could slide in here. You rip through the Abaddon, Ursa down the line. Sure, he can just kind of Fury Swipe you. At the same time, you've got good burst. You're not susceptible to kiting. The control from Boom isn't amazing for the Timbersaw. Your best bet is Cookie and Spear. Beyond that, he's just going to be able to zip around. Could be nice for it. I think maybe look for more team fight to tie in with your Kunkka and to tie in with the Ice Blast. Something like the Tidehunter could work. You still face the same issue with Ursa. Fury Swipes will just run you down anyway, but it's still a pretty decent Anchor Smash lane. If you want to play that route, you could also maybe look for something like the Centaur still available, and that just allows you to disengage real quick, re-engage real fast if you need to. It's a great safety net up against the control on Boom, which is non-existent. You can definitely get a lot of value from a hero like the Centaur here.
Radiant team, pick.
Points away.
Seconds remaining.
And he plays it pretty well. Like, even though it's not something we're used to seeing from him, he hits his timings well. It does play really fast, so you do have that smooth timing again from Motivate Trust with her power spikes, all kind of lined up for early to mid game. Boom do get to pick up the Ember Spirit here for Mikado. Very nice. Here to go up against the Kunkka, holds its lane well. Have to worry because the X arrow setup is still there. They've got some ways of keeping Mikado in. He can dodge with a Sleight of Fist, and of course the Remnants once they're up, but it's a tight window. So Mikado has to play right on the bleeding edge there. But overall, very different drafts from game one. Really going to lead to different playstyles here, and Well, I think Motivate Trust will still lead towards that faster playstyle. Boom. After seeing game one, I think they should be ready for that aggression. I'm still leaning towards Motivate Trust. I think they got all the answers in their lineup. Kunkka's really good here, just to kite around the Ursa or the Ember Spirit if you really want to prioritize him. Masaros on a Pango is a really good team fight to tie in with the Torrent Boat, tie in with the X. They don't have reliable AoE control. I mean, it's still technically AoE with both Torrent, but nothing like a Ravager Stomp or Arena even, but they can kind of play around this, and we saw Masaros do this before. The lane for Dreamwhistle now is a bit tougher, because Pangolier can just play further back, swashbuckle, try to get lucky shots off, and the Ursa just kind of sits there disarmed. It's not very fun for Dreamwhistle. At the same time, Kezcute can kind of mitigate that with EFOD Shield. The Dispel will make that lane much more manageable, but I still think that just with how MTG is playing with his draft, it's much easier for them to execute their win condition.
Then up the score. You don't really want to get too owed right now. It does put you in a very awkward position. That third. Because we were about loop bet. On here. Motivate Trust are actually not the favorites in game. Esports have switched it up a bit. So it's still the same odds. It's just the other way around.
Wait,
Boom
what?
Esports at $1.80 now. Motivate Trust at $1.91.
Oh, yeah, that's... Did you see that? Dreamwhistle again. He walked up, he planted the flag. No toss back to punish, but he is being cheeky, Dreamwhistle. He did that before and he got punished. No punishment this time. But still.
This time there's no tiny, Johnny. I think he felt a little bit safer without the tiny mag.
They put down the monster. Is that monster? They put down the face, man.
Yeah.
The next slice.
That
there
is
you go. You gotta love it. I mean, it looks like Boom are still in high spirits, which is great, because they need to be. If they want to bounce back, they have to have that confidence in themselves to execute cleanly, to bring the fight, or Motivate Trust, and to wash off what happened in game one there.
The battle begins.
Intimidating face when you try to approach the bounties. They will back off. They'll let MTG pick them up. However, Dreamwhistle did manage to swipe one away from Q, and that'll mean a 3-1 start for Boom Esports. In terms of bounties, no first blood going to occur either. Just a bit of harassment out. So, copping a bit, but have a tango. Kezcute will be rather soon.
Yeah, and this is the one thing with the Pangolier lane. If you're up against Abaddon, even once you start to get levels up on your lucky shot, it won't feel great because the shield will just dispel. And of course, Kezcute early on can just use that shield to run up, get some harassment off. Masaros is not going to be feeling great. He doesn't want to commit Swash too early on. It's a 20-second cooldown, so there's not many windows for you to use that spell. And Kezcute is doing a fantastic job in zoning. Dreamwhistle gets a free wave. Q will have to play for the pull and just kind of build up there, but I'm sure Kezcute's aware. They're making this really as hard as possible for MTG, and this is a good shakeup compared to game one.
So over in the mid lane, you've got Fearless there against Makoto. Now Makoto having a very nice time in terms of yes, but as the levels go up on the Kunkka, it obviously gets a lot more difficult with that Tidebringer, and you can see Makoto, he's taking a lot of damage out. Fearless not going to throw the Torrent out, as the Flame Guard was going to block the damage anyway. Torrent pretty far forward just to make sure he could not come in for the CS. Really that point now where Fearless can just...
It's not a fun lane for Mikado. Like, maybe once you get level 2 Flame Guard up, you feel a lot better, but just because most of that damage from Tidebringer is physical. It's your bread and butter on that lane for the Kunkka. You're not going to be blocking off a lot of it. And in a sense, the Kunkka feels like a ranged hero because of that range in Tidebringer. So Mikado doesn't even have that close melee matchup.
Top lane, first blood does occur. Jackie going to try and get some revenge here onto FBZ, but Jackie not going to be able to make it there as Hyde does block the way, and FBZ does get salved up. Great start here for Boom. It's that first blood, and he was having a very tough game. Game number 1. Definitely enjoy kind of seeing him get that first blood, and it's off to a good.
And this lane for MTG is a lot weaker. A Jug, there's some potential to slow down people in the spin, but you don't really have the hold that would really benefit the Jug to get that damage off. So you might want to take one slower. The tankiness coming through from Boom is really off the charts. They've got a lot of good damage flying through as well, with a Scatter Blast being built up by Hyde. And once they land, say, the Spear God's Rebuke, get the cookie follow-up with a Scatter Blast, it's not going to feel nice for either Jackie or Leonak, especially if Jackie commits the spin to clear out the wave. So it's a bit more slow here for MTG compared to game 1, and Boom should look to keep leveraging that. FBZ's got, you know, a good time in lane. He's slowing down the Jug a fair bit. It's not looking very clean for Jackie in terms of farm. They're having a much better time here on Dream Whistle for sure, and that should lead to the Ursa finding some earlier spikes if you're not careful for MTG.
Hyde trying to go at it. Hyde gonna make. And that can't go for the large camp pull. That fight, he can get very aggressive with the mass.
Structures.
That early Blightstone,
There appears to be some sort
very
of
tanky.
at work.
AA. Much armor either, which doesn't. Jackie. And immediately after seeing that God's Rebuke, not going to risk copping the spear. However, Cookie is there. FBZ could follow up, but no, it misses. Oh, it's a great attempt. Wanted to pull him back, but just off the mark. Still Jackie's low. Be able to survive though, and Tango for Jackie. Either. Have to wait for that level 4. Bit awkward here for a Jug.
Yeah, it's a really good, again, good steps forward from Boom, playing with this harassment they've got on, and it's making MTG really play safe, and that's holding back Jackie's potential farm. It's going to slow down the pace of the Jug if you're not careful, and at some point you're going to see Boom start to open up the map. Once you get enough levels on FBZ, you could maybe see Hyde start to line up for mid. Speaking of that mid, it's still holding relatively even. Fearless is still slightly ahead, but Mikado is not trailing behind too much, which is really good news. And even the offlane, Masaros, he's just forced to keep pulling this wave all the way back, but Keski just never lets it go for free.
Masaros, I punish him here, and he does lose one creep. One rogue creep makes a run for it. Q is being chased down by Dreamers. Fine as well. So, hitting very nicely here on this Ursa. When I look at Dreamers and I look at this Ursa pick, it feels so Dreamers, right? Like, we've seen so much Ursa, man. I'd say it's probably his best hero, and it's always a pleasure seeing him being picked up again and being able to play this Ursa. Game number 2 of Grand Finals of the Pro Series lane. Fearless, he ends up dropping Hyde, able to pick up the kill, and too patient to make sure. Jackie dies solo to FBZ.
Yeah, that's not good news. He was left alone in the lane, and we talked about this. The moment you can leave FBZ alone to just sustain, you can make that move happen in mid. They did make that happen. I don't think you expect this Mars to solo the Jug though. Looks like he should have had spin off cooldown, but maybe no mana. And that's really the issue with Jug. Very low mana pool. You have to choose when you cast your spells. If not, you're sitting back, and level 6 is up here. Nice first arena coming out with a level 6 from FBZ, just lining up right in time. And that's he has no TP. He TP'd back to lane. He's going to have to walk back. This is going to slow down Jackie's initial farm by a huge amount. And boom, they're going to find themselves with that 2k lead now.
Now taking over the jungle as well, Makoto, he's going to move in. They're out these stacks. Farm taken away from the side of Motivate Trust. Dota, he's going to be very happy with this. Jackie and Fearless, either one was going to take these stacks away, but now it's not so much going to be Motivate. They try to re-invade their jungle. Back up again here from Hyde. Fearless, he'll get the X off. He's going to try and punish the Snapfire. He over the ledge, but the X was always going to be there. You know what? In the end, they don't really lose backs. Boom didn't.
Yeah, I'm surprised they backed off right then. If they cleared it out, you'd be feeling a lot better about losing your snap. But now you still get that catch-up form for Fearless. He finds a nice easy kill for himself. He climbs up in that word. Starting to play some catch-up compared to the Boom chorus. They still need to get some relief here for Masaros and particularly Jackie. And they need to make some space happen on the map. You can see Boom, you're just running down bot lane, still a really free for Dream Assault. Masaros just can't do anything. Stuck at level 5, Dream Assault's level 7. Just hit 6 now, so he can maybe play with a Rolling Thunder if they find a setup.
Missile gonna go back in. Masaros! They knew he didn't have the swashbuckle, and Dream Assault take advantage straight away. His top lane, Fearless, gonna try and go onto FBZ now with the boat. Does land. Rookie is gonna be, but FBZ, he has nowhere to go and does drop to Jackie. Now they chase down Hyde further. No X off cooldown though. They won't be able to lock him down long enough. Got the big one. They got FBZ.
It's a nice kill coming out for MTG. Has to balance out that slower start for Jack. It's not enough to really bounce him back in, but they'll try to get for push up top. There's enough time for a defense to come out from Boom though, but they lack the levels on their supports. Still level 5 on Hyde, no kisses yet, and FBZ has no arena.
Back off now. Oh. Around that mid lane, can keep the farm up. He wants to go into that Maelstrom build.
I feel like a broken record.
Going so smooth. Okay, net worth. He can hide. Start on that top tier 1. Motivate this time around. Obviously, won't want to be aggressive with their own drafters. They've fallen behind, so they're gonna have to try and catch. Bottom lane, Masaros. Thunder just trying to get away from the side of Boom. As top lane, now they're going to smoke up and try to go for a fight. Fearless again onto FBZ. They got the X-Bow down in time, and FBZ, he is going to cop it. Jackie with the spin again, but they have killed off Leonard on the AA. As Dream Assault and Hyde showed up from the map. Motivate, they are unable to capitalize off that Boaters. Boom, they want to keep going. No one to catch anyone else out. The fight spear. Jackie, he got caught out again. What a spear out from FBZ.
I don't know why Jackie looks to walk back in there though. Like, he knows it's not safe. He already saw his Kunkka pull back. They're not in position to play with the arrow anyway. Just kind of plays a bit greedy looking for the creep wave and is punished. Boom. This early aggression's really lining up for them. 10.5 minutes in, 8 kills now with the additional kill coming in from Masaros. There's no room here for MTG to build up, and their power spikes are still way off. They need a lot more to come in because of how far behind they were in lanes. You have to be scared with how much Boom has now. They're playing this game through really well.
Kodo finding a solo. Masaros down at that bot side. It's not Keskute. They're gonna X him up. He's level 6 though. He has that borrowed time and could delay things quite a bit. They aren't going to be able to kill him. He's got his team right behind him now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Strength of the Abaddon. Just being able to buy so much time for your team to make their way over to you. Now an immediate format here from rotate through the dire jungle onto the Fearless. There's Urena around into the kisses and he just gets bursted down. Dream Assault to take it on the Ursa. 3k net worth lead now for Boom Esports. Motivate yet to find their footing.
They're really starting to lag behind. They don't have control on their jungle. Boom is just confident enough to dip right in. The Roche is open now. for this Ursa, and he can just solo him. He's got the Morbid Mask up. He can just get the damage off. There's no counter fight here from Motivate Trust. They do get the scan, but they're not in position. And even if they were, maybe if you land a big boat combo from Fearless, you could make something happen.
That'll help. Bash out. Arrow is going to fly in. Oh no, the rope shot. He wants to take it out. It's not going to be enough. Boat does fly in. FBZ is being targeted right now. Meanwhile, Hyde, he does die to Jackie. Makoto, though, trying to do himself, going for a fight on the pack side. Does get Leonex Courier, but wants the real hero. In fact, he might just get it. As he is trying to run away from Q. On the other side, they are still chasing. They got the Aegis. From Dreamer Cells, Jackie, Rolling Thunder, out from Masaros. Get himself out, Dreamer Cell, he does avoid one stun. It is right behind him, they clear them out, a double kill out for Jackie. So now it's right onto the Ember, but a nice cookie from Hyde to stop them. They will be able to get Makoto out, but a triple kill now for Jackie. Very bad news for Boom Esports.
And we talked about MTG not finding a foothold. This is the start of it. They still are behind, so it's not all clear yet. They find some big kills. They just completely negate the Aegis. They find the mid-tier 1. That's going to open up the map more, allow Jackie some space to farm safely, and allow him to build into that diffusal spike that he desperately needs. Once he's got that, he can start controlling heroes out with the inhibit to slow, get the damage off, burn the mana off to prevent the spells from being casted, and even start to get, more farm out for the other cores. If you need this Orchid on Fearless to come up and running, you need a Blink on Masaros, and having at least one hero that can start to fight a lot better should mean that other heroes have space to farm. So that should help that recovery process for MTG. For Boom, they need to play more as a team. They were really fragmented in that last fight. They are looking for a smoke play. They've got the Arena and the Kisses ready if they want to play with that.
Kodo just chasing Jackie, but now the X is there. They've got the X back into the turret and the arrow into the Ice Blast. Is it going to be enough? Yeah, it is. FBZ, he could not get a stun off. In time, that is. Now, Masaros, he's cutting them off. A lucky shot. Being procced, but it won't matter because they have the Rolling Thunder. Nice cookie onto the high ground, though, from Hyde.
Very nice.
Save the day for the rest of Boom Esports. They will lose the Ember.
And that's still a big kill for Motivate Trust. And you can see that lead drag down to just 1k up. Having that big kill on the Ember just takes away so much from Boom because Mikado is setting up for them right now. Darius is not quite ready. Still waiting for the defusal. It should be flying out soon. But that was just disjointed again. Our Ember was way too far forward. Boom was smoked up from the mid lane. It's too slow for them to hook in. I think Mikado's got to play with his team if they are going to set up that way.
Farming quite nicely on the Ursa, but feels like Jackie's just catching up way too quick. The top of the net worth board again on this junk. After that amazing start Boom Esports had, looks like it's kind of falling flat right now. I want to keep seeing them go for that aggression. It's like they are going to slow down for it.
Yeah, I think they feel the pressure just a bit too much. The key thing is really that Boom are taking these fights split up. The way they were winning earlier is when they were playing as 5. They just need to stick as 5. If not 5, then 4, and the 4th is going to have to be Mikado, not Dreamercell. Dreamercell just needs to sit back, farm as much as he can, and become that big, scary, fuzzy wuzzy for down the line, but he's not really allowed to do so. They're actually clumping around Dreamercell more than anything else, and that just means that if ever Mikado finds an opening, he has to do it all by himself.
Speaking of Makoto, though, could spot a danger if he's not
like nobody's business.
behind in the tree line.
Is under attack. I have no reason to
He's already preparing to get himself out just in case.
Dire's top tower is
Get smoke up from Motivate. Go. Pretty good position to avoid this smoke.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You have to join the team. They're trying to snipe that mid-tier 1 and they do get it. Now, team fight will start. Arena is going to be nice. On to Masaros. Just Kisses are there as well. Masteros is going to swash away, but they've lost Leonak. And eventually Makoto does get the Slider Fist off for the kill on the Pango. They can certainly just keep going now as Heroes down to the side of Motivate. Look up, Esports, they want to be the aggressors.
That's the right play. They can find someone out. It would be pretty nice. The only nearby here is really Q, and trying to set your sights elsewhere. Fearless is fairly alone. He does have Jackie around, but neither one can stop a big team fight like this.
Zod Makoto gonna go in. Jackie, he can run away and commit the TP. Not gonna mess around. Scary scenario here for Motivate. Let's sit back a bit and probably see arm up here. Dream Missile's just trying to get his S and Y up before he goes any further. But it does seem like we have another big smoke out from Motivate Trust. Here's Q, but that is not the target. So, arrow is gonna land. He did not get that range off. The Ice Blast, the Cookie actually gonna stun 3 of them up, but they X-Back Dream Missile into the boat, and now the Rolling Thunder. Masteros and Jackie will set up onto Dream Missile and take him out. As now Makoto get jumped on, but FBZ is gonna reinitiate with the arena. Jackie's still alright. Healing Ward up, he's gonna be fine. The fight, boom. Who do you go on? Arrow is there, but it does not land in time. Makoto does juke it out. They're unable to keep this fight up, boom. They're gonna have to back.
Radiant's middle tower.
Get started on that mid-tier 2 tower.
And there's one big factor in these fights we haven't really talked about that's making this pretty hard for Boom. They are 4 melee heroes against Jug. That means there are 4 melee heroes trying to chase a healing ward. So that means for Jackie, he's just going to be able to reset his team every single time mid-team fight. You saw how low he was in the arena. But just one spin and then healing ward down, and he's just back to full, and they can't stop it.
Easy. Gonna go a Marana. Speeds her up. He's behind, but can't really help Q very much. Still the leap away. Not going to be good enough. Q looking for another. Not quite there. Would get themselves a pos for Marana kill on the side of Boom Esports. They do maintain that 2k net worth lead as well. Go back to that main concern, which is the fact that this Jug is still top of the network.
This is something that I think the Jug is just naturally better at clearing out camps compared to the Ursa. He's a lot quicker. He's got great wave clear with his spin in comparison to Earthshock. So it's just that much more compounded that the natural form of Jackie's higher, and he's got more space out. Boom. They're starting to hit some good spikes. Once you have the Yasha up to complete the SNY on Remus, it kind of sets him up to start doing more for his team. The BKB for Mikado is the bigger one, though. Like, you need this Ember BKB to prevent all that control from being a massive factor, and that should allow Mikado to really real control in the fights. He is still a ways off from it, still lacking about 1.3k gold. There's more time they have to wait for the Ember to truly be ready to take over, and that's just time that MTG's using quite nicely to farm themselves.
No. X is on the Orchid off. X back. Roll Thunder, not going to connect the first time because FBZ, he sees the day, and now Gillis, he's the one dropping low. He'll get the boat out, but it's not going to be in time. Still, they're going with the Ice Blast, but they don't have the follow-up. Boat was a bit too late. Thanks to FBZ. The day there for Makoto, and they checked for the Roshan, but it was a half a second early. Tried to slide a fist.
Ooh, that's a...
So he's gonna check again. Check again. Properly.
There you go. This is gonna be big. Free Ag Shard, and that's a huge spike. For Dreamo itself, they do hand it over for him for the Earthshock with the Enrage. And that's where it gets a bit difficult to handle the Ursa. Motivate Trust would love to fight back into this, but without the Kunkka, their AoE control is just not that amazing.
Gun's gone, Dream Assault. On board for him now, even chance up. Get very scary for Motivate Trust.
And sweet. Amazing.
Talked about it in the drafting phase, but the shards on Ursa is quite powerful. You have the aphotic shield of the Abaddon to help out as well. Double in range plus aphotic shield is going to make it that much more difficult to kill off this Ursa.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. And it's a freebie as well, so you didn't have to spend that 1.4k gold. Make it hard to hold him down. Hard to really even get the damage off. So Boom's got a massive power spike, but that SNY is done as well for Dreamwhistle. They can start to look to reel these fights their way. They've got the 6k gold advantage just from that. Like, they've managed to really build up here, and MTG, they need to coordinate a bit better as a team. Maybe with their own BKBs flying through, they can start to look for these counter fights a little bit better.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's structures are fortified.
They're just taking the time to farm up that Dire jungle. That bottom tier.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Dreamwhistle go for the opposing tier tower top lane, but Makoto
must I repeat
show himself now getting prepared for defense.
Radiant's structures
Got a big smoke up.
Dire's top tower is
Thoughts
under
they are going to try and wrap from the backside. However, there's an X out into an Orc Makoto. He's forced to BKB early, but FBZ's in. He's got the backside of the supports. Ice Blast is out already, but they're going to lose Leonak. Like, Fearless had the TP out of there on the Kunkka as well. Boom. They get one for their trouble. Find no more. Aussie's a bit. Swashbuckle through the Radiant base now. He knows he's being chased down by a very angry bear at the moment. Where are you going to go, Masteros?
Strange to say, Radiant's
Rolling
middle
Thunder.
tower is under attack.
Bates it. Don't chase. Gone now.
Yeah, it's a deep creep cut just to prevent progress down mid for the push. So they're holding off and losing more objectives here. They need time to play catch up now on MTG side. But Boom are starting to clump up a lot more, and MTG is going in one by one.
Nice setup here from FBZ, but Fearless this time. He has the BKB up. Did accidentally X himself though, so doesn't quite set up onto to FBZ. He'll be expended for nothing. Boom Esports still looking pretty darn good this game too.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Holding that there. Not much in the way of stopping them right now either. Gonna make sure they take their time and don't make any mistakes. Seeing how fast they can punish you for.
Yeah, they just need to play a lot cleaner. They've really fixed up the early issues of just being disjointed. They're now playing as a team. They take out this top tier 2. MTG, it's still kind of trying to do something here.
No. Arrow. It's gonna land. Rolling Thunder, Ice Blast, all of them are gonna be thrown out, and Makoto gets caught with his pants down. Boom Esports, they were trying to make their way over to help out, but late in the end. Get Jackie. Yeah, a much better target anyway. If Boom make the jump. They do it without Makoto up. The answer's probably going to be no. Their spear, it does not latch onto the tree.
Oh.
He had the healing ward right behind him anyway. Probably wouldn't have been near as Jackie now. Going to get jumped on by Dreamer's Cell. He'll force him away from the tower. Makoto up in 7 seconds. Motivate, they're not going to stick around to wait for it.
Yeah, they're taking a good spot in the jungle, just clearing out as a team, sticking together in case a fight does break out. And for the side of Boom, they still hold on to that mid-tier 2, so it doesn't fall. They're still in a pretty good spot to continue forcing out these objectives as they come along. They still hold the Aegis for only about 20 seconds left in the Aegis there, so not too much time for that second life on Dreamwhistle. And the one real awkward thing is that Dreamwhistle's 16, whereas Jackie's 18 from all that solo space they had earlier on. So Jackie's just slightly ahead, does have the max Omni Slash, and if people keep talking about the return of stats, we haven't really seen anyone prioritize that, Mike, but Jackie did opt to skip the Blade Dance and opt to level up his stats instead. So he's got 4 points into the stats, plus 8 all attributes. It's helping him be a little bit tankier at the cost of lower crit chance, but I think the difference between 20 and 35, it's almost 2 times as much. At the same time, I think it's not as big of a DPS spike for the Jug, so going for the stats this game has kind of allowed Jackie to live through a lot more than you'd expect, to be fair.
That bot wave. It's just so important for Boom to try and win this game too. To be 2-0 behind in a best-of-5 grand final. Very to try and come back. Dota Plus thinking. Very close, John. 55 to 45. 5% advantage apparently. That's just like 1 or 2 deaths away from being a 50.
Oh yeah. It's a tight game. The net worth 3k at 27 minutes isn't a wide lead, and the gap between all the cores aren't actually that big.
Podic Shield gonna save him, but Rolling Thunder is X back as well into the Orchid. Will force the BKB out. Makoto gonna be alright for now as they'll chase down Masaros. He is gonna TP away though and be just fine as FBZ with the arena wants to try and set up, but he cannot reach them. And you turn now, the arena's down. MTG, they're thinking about it. They still have the boat up with the Omni. FBZ now gonna force the BKB up himself. Rush forward. So go back onto Q on that Mirana. Q will buy time with the Yule Scepter, and Fearless should be able to get the boat out in time. He won't throw it yet. Instead, they'll get the Omni off. The Yules will cancel it off, but FBZ, he cops the boat to the back. Is it going to be enough? No, the cheese is going to be eaten by FBZ, and they will turn once again. Dreamer Cell trying to rush forward, but are saved by the Torrent of Fearless. Both just kind of aren't spells to throw out any further. Have to back off and back another time for a team.
Yeah, it's just going to be back to farming. The BKBs are just stalling out a lot of these fights, so not leading the best uses of those BKBs yet. They're starting to dwindle down in time here. I believe our shortest time is Mikado's at 7. He's 1 use away from the minimum charge, and it's at that point where the Emperor is going to be a lot more vulnerable with low BKB charge. He only had such a small window to get his damage out.
Forward out, we'll go for the Mules down onto the Ember. We'll try to leap his way out of this. Remnants forward and the Slider Fist will be enough. Off there from Makoto.
Radiant's bottom tower is
8 to 9, net worth lead still sitting the way of Boom. However, FBZ caught out in the mid lane. Self up as Masaros will not be able to finish him off yet. Yet won't be able to go for the chase either. Boom, knowing that it's down for a bit, might be able to go for a play themselves. But they have backed off.
It's looking like both teams might just wait for the next Roche before committing to big objectives or a big fight. Unfortunately, it's max time Roche, 3 minutes respawn coming out, so neither side can take advantage of that. Would have been nice to get a free Ags blessing or a refresh. I think the blessing in this case is better for both teams. Just having Ags upgrade for free on Jackie, for example, would be huge. Like having that Swift Slash to help you out, get you more DPS times, would have really helped out in getting damage off, but gonna have to wait a bit longer. So it's just more time to build in. The Scotty is done for Jackie here. So he does have more stats on hand. He can slow down the region flying out. And he's starting to shape up into a really big Jug. Saving for the Swift Blink next to help with the gap closing. We can Moonlight up, but they don't really have forward vision on MTG side. They've got this nice triangle ward. No, they actually don't. They just don't have vision out, so can't really do as much. Like, their wards are...
Ran right into Fearless. Tried to blink away. They got the X off, but he'll use them. Be alright. Sean's still about a minute 50 away, so both teams kind of getting prepared for that. A while's off, but you've got to be around the pit to be ready. Motivate, trust. Don't want to allow 5 seconds for Dreamersaur to get the Roshan started. Got to take very long for the Ursa to get through that Roshan HP. Kind of goes back to what you said, John. If it's Aghanim's Blessing, very valuable to try and not allow either side to have it.
Yeah. You just can't let that slip for either one. You can see, basically it's Leonak job to just keep watching the pit. He's just going to keep refreshing the Ice Vortex. This is his life now. That's all he's going to do for the next minute. Just watch. And just not allow it to be taken for free. So there's a bit of a smoke up here from Boom. Maybe they look for a pick-off for the Roche.
D up from the backside, feeling to break the smoke, but they've got the arena down. No, BKB will save the day. Makoto is into the backside. Onto Leonak, they'll get one. They find any more. Matsuros, he's holding back the rest. Taking a lot of damage and needs to roll away. You're right. Boom Esports, they would love for this Roshan to be here, but it's still 30 seconds away. Though Leonak is going to be able to respawn in time for that next Roshan.
And that's important. They need the Ice Blast in that pit. They do Moonlight up though. Motivate.
They've started. Not the case. Try and take this outpost to control the area around the Roshan, but stuns keep flying out. They'll just all go in for the outpost. 4 at a time, that makes it a lot faster. Now, Sean is up. Refresher shot though. Could be very nice on Makoto or Dream itself. Force, Motivate, they're going to try and fight. They'll go with the Ice Blast and Arrow, but he'll get the borrowed time off. Meanwhile, Matsuros is gone. And without the Rolling Thunder, it'll be very hard to contest this Roshan, and Dreamersaur has picked up the Aegis now. FBZ has started the team fight, and now the Aghanim Scepter remnants. You see Koda rushing forward, trying to get the damage out. Leona, he's going to die immediately.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected
Leona
to
gone.
extreme violence.
Massaros dying pretty early on meant they could not fight in the Roshan pit. They now finding themselves even further behind.
This is big for Boom. This could potentially open up the high ground for them in this few fights. Find a tier 2 mid, maybe shove in the bottom lane if they wished. And for Motivate, their team fights still look shaky. Like they just don't have the same setup as Arena Kisses has. They don't have that control. It's all down to Fearless maybe having a good time and...
Don, backside. Got Kez queued, Orchid down, but they aren't going to make the chase in, or maybe they are. Q, he wants to go for this. The boat will end up landing, and the rolling is there for Massaros. They are at least going to be able to get an Abaddon for their trouble. Not too big of a loss for them. I mean, they have to step back a bit, get some farm up, and wait it out until it does respawn.
And they're not in a rush. They've got the Aegis for quite a while here. Maybe about 5-4 minutes left. So still fresh. No pressure. They've got that 9k lead. They're really big on Dreamersaur. They're really big on all their cores. Like Fearless is lagging behind. Monsterus is still lagging behind as well. MTG needs to find ways to build up some of that gold so they can start taking these fights. Like, the BKBs are up, at least on Fearless. He's trying to work on Hex next.
Spear. FBZ, he went way too far forward. He missed Spear on Leonak. Fearless wants to chase him down even through that BKB, but I think he's going to be alright as now. Arrow is out onto Dreamersaur, but he got the enrage off in time, but the boat going to land right on top of the Angry Bear, and they will get the Aegis. They find more. Boom, they're moving in. They want to take this fight. Jackie, he still has the Omni up, and it looks like he may just commit onto FBZ, or maybe they don't even need it. They land the arrow. There's your Omni now to commit to the kill. What do they want? Boom, not willing to fight any longer. Q is on the chase for that Yule Scepter arrow. Be able to find himself a target. Massaros, however. Kodo. No, BKB going to be there. Kodo is immediately out.
There's just
It'll be
big exchanges for Motivate Trust. Swing at 3k their way from a 9k lead to 6k only for Boom. So they're clawing their way back here. They take care of the Aegis. No second life up and running for Dream Whistle. He's in a pretty risky spot now with the Ursa. He's also trying to go for the Swift Blink after the Basher. So fairly similar build-ups from both cores, except for the Basher versus Scotty for our Ursa and Jug. And it's now really starting to shape into that point where you ask yourself, whose win condition is bigger? Is the Ursa going to overtake, or is the Jug, the Omni, and Swift Slash a lot better? I think it's still even. Like, it's all down to how the rest of the team executes around these big spikes on these cores. And as for that part, and executing fairly clean as a team. It's just because it's so much easier to land Arena plus Kisses compared to just stunning one with X, getting the arrow, trying to control the other line, all from the Conquest end, and it's just easier said than done when most of your team fight is pretty much stuck on one hero. So Fearless really has to try to set up to enable the rolls from Masterus, to enable the Ice Blast from flying through, you know.
Stop, but Spear is there to the arena, but the arrow, Makoto! It landed! Can they get the damage off? Not sure BKB is gonna save the day. Scary stuff there from Makoto. Intense game. Between Boom and Motivate. Go anyone's way, and look at Dota Plus, John. 55 to 45.
Yep, it's down to the fact that Boom has that slight net worth advantage at 5k. I think at 37.5 minutes, it doesn't account for much anymore. Doesn't really count for any major items or any such things. It's only down to the fact that Masteros is 3k poorer than FBZ, so that's really where the big difference lies. It's that your off-laner matchup, there is a pretty nice gap, and they can make use bad.
BZ, spear back, not gonna land. There's no tree there. Masteros, he's able to get out, and well, FPZ, he has a bit of a laugh to himself about it. Very annoying for the Mars. Brighter side, though, they are gonna find a nice DD route there for Dream. Trying to force another fight. Have the arena up here for FBZ. Don't believe they scouted out that data room being taken. Now there's going to be a smoke out. Something is wrong here, and they do back out.
A good game sense to avoid that gank. There's no forward vision here from Boom as well. They only just get their wards up in the top jungle, so they were going in a bit blind. Motivate have to be a bit careful in that jungle area, though. Jackie went forward to clear out this camp. If he steps up, it would be deadly, but he has enough game sense to go away, so... Smoke from Boom not really lining up to too much. There should be some more room for MG Trust to, again, try to play this catch-up game. This is much more typical of Motivate does when they're losing. So they just sit back, let Jackie farm up, and then look for that one big fight to turn all things around. So far, though, Boom hasn't given them that opening to this rather strong stalemate from both sides. Neither one can really push the advantage all too well. We maybe have to start considering the next Roshan as well, with the Edge Blessing and the Refresh Shard. That might be when Boom finally feels comfortable to go forward.
Oh, nice spear. FBZ on Masteros, but the Aeon Discs keep making it very difficult to actually lock somebody down long enough. Up on the Jug. Earthboard again for this Juggernaut. Oh, Boom, he's hitting around the Roshan pit, but there's 5 seconds before we even know when it is going to spawn. Have to come back down to the bot lane and start defending. Jackie, X-spin, roll. Masteros wants to try and go for a kill here. They've got Makoto. They might have enough control, in fact, and they do. It's down. FBZ is out of the arena. He does get the Mirana, but they might go for the big team fight. Jackie, he'll turn around now with the spin out. They'll try to go for this, but Primuso, he's willing to try and man fight. There's no Omni up. The X-Pac, who have they got? That's FBZ, no Kesku. Fly in, knock the lad, but they've got the Abaddon. No buyback on Makoto, still as FBZ now going to get caught out. He does have buyback up, but they're going to keep losing more.
Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's
Man,
bottom
this
tower
is,
under attack.
that was painful for Boom. Now, the buybacks are enough to, actually not enough, MTG. They don't fully back off. They know that the Ember's not up, and as long as the Ember's not up, they can keep fighting.
This is that mistake we were saying that Boom can't really afford to make. They've made it. MTG, we know this team, they'll capitalize every single time. Rax is down perhaps. Maybe one Rax, 1 T3 tower. But either way, it's still going to hurt the side of quite a bit. As towards the north, let's get Leonak. But Leonak's trying to make sure Dreamercell can't sneak a Roshan. Unfortunately for Dreamercell, it is still 10 seconds away. Motivate now going to try and back off, but Dreamercell, he's going to go on to Masteroth. The arena is down with the spear, but the Elendis does proc again. Masteroth's going to try and roll out. They perma-stun him up, but they'll get the kill. They need more though. Getting caught, he has leap charges, he'll try to leap away. They'll bust, more stuff it forward, more remnants in from Makoto. Speed does land onto Fearless, but it is Masteros with the buyback. He wants to rejoin this team fight. Fearless still in trouble. BKB's up, tries to go for the run. Can they kill him off? They will eventually get him. So boom, they eventually get something out of the buybacks.
Yeah, that's big. Managing to kill off Fearless is nice. Unfortunately, again, the Roche is the longer timer here. So they're not going to have that objective. And Fearless buys back thinking the Roche is happening as well.
Yeah, both teams, they really are desperate for this Roshan. Motivate, they make a bit of a mistake there with that buyback on Fearless. Now we'll find out the hard way that Roshan is still not up for another minute and 5.
That's going to be... And now you have to commit, because Fearless bought back, they absolutely have to commit for that fight. I thought they might have been willing to just give it out, mainly because they've seen that they could handle Dreamercell with 2 lives anyway. It's just that the worrying factor is the free Ags upgrade. So Dreamercell with his Ags up would have been really scary, but MTG, their smoke, they're Moonlight shadowed up here.
Smoke broken though, Makoto breaks the smoke of Fearless. And Masteros for that matter. Very awkward team fight to try and start now for Motivate. They may just need to back. They're just going to hold that high ground of the triangle. Both teams know the Roshan's up at any moment now. No reason to overextend if you don't need to.
Radiant's top tower is
Especially
under
for...
attack.
They do have some decent Roche fight potential in that arena. Same could be said for with the Rolling Thunder and the boat being thrown out with the Ice Blast. Very explosive fight as another smoke up here to Motivate. Roshan is officially up now. Gets first dibs. We've got a 10-man smoke going on across the map. He'll start it. He'll hit the Roshan. Fuck. Wrap around from the backside, Motivate. They might run into this Abaddon. It's not quite the target they want to start with, but Fearless, he might have no choice. Get started. However, on the backside, who have they caught? It's going to be Leonak. Still alive, though. The Sleight of Fist is there from Makoto, and that'll get the... He's on a Kesku now. The Abaddon is going to drop. 1 for 1 so far. Kono. Be able to find anyone. Fearless going to TP out with the BKB, but Jack's been left behind. He doesn't have spin. Arena down. They've got the big one. He's going to pop the Omni to try and buy some time, but it's probably not going to be enough. In fact, he bounces the right way. He's going to try and run, but it's not going to be enough. No buyback on Leonak. They do have one on Jackie.
This is scary. Jackie made a mistake by not TPing home. They need to find a way to angle into that Roche, but they're down 2 heroes. Not an easy time to contest this.
Sean gonna go down for free. Very nice here from Boom Esports. Get all the items off that Roshan. Again, Motivate.
Some slots though. Yeah, the cheese. That's not efficient.
Certainly isn't, John. They have found Masteros though. Everyone just kind of flying in the air right now as Masteros try and bunt Dreamercell with the Swift Blink, trying to catch up, but amount on the run. They see him. Forward again. Roll up is there. He will roll away. Not be able to catch him by the looks of it as he does TP, and there's no bash. There is no bash for Dreamercell.
That was on the edge. Even had to extend his BKB charge just to try. Doesn't pan out, so gonna count your lucky stars there, Motivate. They don't lose any more heroes than they have to, but they've got to deal with the Aegis and the Ags upgraded Ursa. That just means even more enrage, even more damage reduction and stat resist coming out for the Fuzzy Wuzzy. It doesn't even have to be under BKB to pop it anymore. Full Abyssal done. So this is where you might have an opening. Dreamercell does not have buyback if you manage to kill him twice.
Nice up and quite a problem is now they're going to go into that triangle of the Dire. Motivate area. Go ahead and push out that bot lane. So far ahead in terms of quite good about it. Jackie is holding 4K for gold though. Kind of wondering what itemization he goes.
I'd say, honestly, an Ags feels like it's going to be necessary. Just have time, and he does kind of queue it up, but he only has 1k surplus for the buyback. So he needs a lot more gold to have that and buyback ready. And we're at that point where those buybacks really start to matter, so he needs to hold on, just keep farming, and just get the space out. Once you get the Ags with buyback, you feel a lot safer. It's more invulnerability for the Jug, more damage flying through. What we really need to see is Fearless getting more. I think the Kunkka late game is actually pretty potent, especially with these BKBs as low as they are. But that's something like the Ags and even the Ag Shard, just so much spells to push these heroes away, to kite them around. Remember, it's 4 melee heroes. If you have all that kind of kite ability on hand, it will be hard for Boom to gap close and get their damage off.
Lane. Kodo, Lincoln's broken. He's going to be alright. In fact, he'll remnant forward. He wants to start a fight. But was going to be forced from Fearless. Just to make sure. A bit tankier in case they get caught out. They're going to run. Wants the rest of Boom to get back, but as you can see, the game is just not simple for either side. Boom are certainly the ones that want to fight. Really tell that by the way they just kind of rush in. They definitely understand how much of an advantage they have, at least in terms of worth. Kind of desperate to start fighting against Motivate Trust. Now you even have a pressure orb up on Makoto. So he's got 5 remnants up.
Yeah, it's gonna be really important for him to maintain that mobility, maintain the burst potential coming through. And with that item, Boom do smoke up. They want to reveal it in a really big way. They've got a nice forward ward, but there is a bit of smoke as well here on MTG. Still, dropping that world ward from Leonak does signal where he is. Should give them good guiding light as to where to go.
Might want a bit more than Leonak though. That Masaros would be a much better target, and he doesn't go on the map, but he's going to try for a TP, I think. At least he needs to, because FPZ is about to find him, and they do with the roll-up. It was there in time. We're rolling Thunder away. Dreamercell, can he get a bash going? Not quite. Where the hell is Masaros? And he makes it out.
Yeah, it's a wasted smoke for Boom. Don't really manage to find anything. They still take the lead here, 10k net worth. So there's feeling good. Motivate Trust, still playing the long game.
Broken again. Going to be hexed up by Fearless, but they won't have the follow-up. Other team really wanting to be caught with their pants down here. Back off. I say that, FBZ's rushing forward again, trying to find a nice spear. It's like a cat and mouse game right now. Like Motivate, they're forced out of Boom. They do commit the Motivate runs again. So they are buying time. Another smoke.
Motivate, if they find that good target they want, this could sort of swing it back their way once more. We've been seeing a lot of success when they finally do lock in Mikoto. Issue is again with BKB with Lincoln's. He's a very hard target to go for. You might be able to get some luck here with catching out Ursa. Dreamos has only the BKB, that's 6-second charge. So you can maybe get control on him, but his Enrage, his Ags, and Shard upgrade are just way too much adding to his durability side of MTG. They're just trying to build a farm. They're still lagging behind in a big way, especially between Jackie and Dreamosol. Much more farm on Dreamosol in a big way, and I'm interested to see that Jackie's actually queuing up the E-Blade, so perhaps just wanting the disarm on hand to deal with Steady Ursa, or just having a ghost form himself to save himself would be nice. It's also counter synergistic, the Jug, unless you're just going for the spin. So if you do maximize your spin with the E-Blade, that could be good. In any other scenario, it's a very big trade-off item for the Jug.
I think the idea is to kind of disarm somebody and forget about them. But I do agree, it's going to be rather hard to maximize the sufficient. Now Masteros did onto FBZ. They're going to try and start this other fight. They'll go into Kescu first. Arrow does land. Feel it off the backside. They go after Leonak, but he's alright for now. He'll try to back it. Hide is there though with the stun and does secure the kill. Towards the north, who are they going to aim down? Leonak has brought back. Marina off the mark. Q does get himself away. X back, Jackie gonna move in, Hyde is out of there. Meanwhile, Mikoto in the back finals of Fearless. Still no real target being locked down, but no, they found the Kunkka. They've got Fearless down. He has buyback ready whenever. Meanwhile, Jackie, the much bigger target, has been caught out and he will go down. Boom Esports making it work. Find two massive core pickoffs. Yeah, 20 off. Maybe start approaching the high ground of Motivate Trust.
That's a huge opening for Boom. And once they manage to pierce that high ground, you're down to buying back on MTG. So it's a massive risk for them to take, but it's a risk you're going to have to take. Mid-tier 2 is starting to fall. Not going to take too much time for that to go out. The next Roche, we'll find out in about a minute when it does respawn. That could also be the safer play for Boom. I think at this point, 53 minutes in, you've got to really take this advantage and run with it.
Trying to delay things by getting rid of the creep wave. Well, trying to go after Q in the base right now. Dreamer Cell. Fine. Ice Blast can be thrown out. I think it's Kescu. Have his own Aeon Disc and Power Time procced. Motivate, they are unwilling to buy back here. That Boom Esports. Are they really going to leave? It looks like they will.
That's surprising. Like they've got the numbers advantage. They could just force buyback to waste resources. Instead of playing super cautiously, now it's nice to respect your enemy, but I think in this case you are stronger. You're seeing the effect of Dreamosol with all his upgrades, all his farm up and running. They will eventually go for the racks though.
We're just waiting for a creep wave in the end. Missile is out, they've caught Q. They'll get rid of the Mirana into another. They're not going to be able to get himself out, and now Jackie has respawned. So a bit of a greedy play here from MTG to hold those buybacks. They only lose one Raxus now. They have found out Hyde. Spear is going to lock down Jackie, but Masteros. Kill. Enough for them, it looks like. Back out.
Yeah, just
get fake back. Back in, but no, go off the outpost.
There's another Roche up if they want to play it safe. That's still the full complement. Agent, Cheese, Ag's Blessing, and the Refresh Shard. They will spot it out, but...
Jackie's going to be forced to BKB up, and Hyde's going to buy back. They do force a buyback. Jackie, is he going to commit all the way on the backside? Mikoto, he's been hexed up. Trying to go after Fearless. The boat's going to come in, but no, the Remnant there in time. They did not unlock him, and now Jackie going to be chased down by Dreamer Cell, but it's actually Fearless who gets focused right now. He'll get his BKB off. They want to get the dieback of the Hyde on that Snapfire, and they'll be able to get him. Now the arena down though, locking down Jackie on the Jug. He does not want to die like this, but he can't get the Omni up in time. He'll buy back. Mikoto moving forward onto Fearless. The Hex out is not going to help out too much as Fearless is dropping very low and does die himself, but he commits the buyback. G, they find a target. It's still 4v5. FBZ going to be able to get away. Land with a stun, but Makoto, a body shield going to save the day. Jackie back in on the Abaddon. But for time is to slay things just for a little bit, but not for long. Motivate, they can try the Roche.
They've got 2-year advantage. There's no buyback in the snap. Abaddon does, but it's just an Abaddon. The fact that the snap's not there with the kisses is a lot more important for Motivate Trust. No cookies, no kisses, no scatter blast to worry about. The Roche is awfully slow though, as they're not as quick as the Ursa would be, and there's just not enough damage from Jackie, so it's going to be a drawn-out process to commit for this Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, it's got almost 13k HP. The tanky boy as Abyssal Blade is out, but the Hex is to Dreamer Cell. They don't want to lose the Ursa right now. Yules is out to save the day, but he does go down. He's going to buy back. FBZ now. He'll be chased down by Masaros, but the BKB will save his life. Oh, boom. Can't afford to lose this Ursa again. Watch, if any carry does this game, right now, the game could just be over. Very cautious about this. Very kind of scary predicament. Wave is also being put in here. Smoke up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Paint up. Spear is not going to land onto Fearless. Going to be all right.
I have no reason to lie about such things.
Kodo just keeping tabs on the Roshan though. Territory. Ross going back to defend that creep wave, but the Roshan's going to get stunned. In fact, Makoto will try to start the fight instead, but the Hex is out. Dreamer Cell, he's there with the bash. Fearless, he's going to die back. They've lost the Conquer. Now they can really go for this team fight. How do you fight without it? The Omni is going to be completely whiffed as well. It bounces to the neutral camp. How do you fight now? Makoto, he's going to try and rush for Jackie. No chains out, but Fearless, he has the Yule Scepter out. He does catch him, but no. The flicker will save the take for Jackie. Jackie trying to get that Divine Rapier ASAP. Meanwhile, Masaro's going to try and roll his way out, but he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. He's a bit of a sitting duck. The Aeon distance maybe save him for a bit, but not for long. But he can buy back. Boom, they're going to rush for that Roshan. They know Motivate cannot fight them over this Roche.
That's going to be big once more for Boom. They take pretty much every single Roche here. They're going to have another huge injection with the Aegis, Cheese, Refresh Shard, Ags Sing. Handing it off to you like, okay, they've got the Ags now in height. This is ridiculous. Free Ags for your snap, free kiss, gobble up. Motivate Trust, they've got their work cut out for him here. They're 3k behind, 2-20 at nearly 1 hour. And if you're Boom right now, you could just farm some tier 5 items and go from there. It's not too far away. You've got the entire map under the control. You know, why not?
To see. For either side, what would you like to see? Keep in mind, by the way, Jackie has a Divine Rapier up.
Stygian would be really good. Actually, you know what? I don't know if it's actually going to be really good. Maybe something replaces boots. Force boots on the jug would be pretty nice. It's always good as well.
Good. He away, Masaros. Fire, but he's fine. Oh, we have a chance as well. We're going to give props to FBZ on the Mars. We've seen a lot of Wind Waker saves, especially on Makoto and Dreamer. Great job.
Right? What an item. It's so strong. Just being able to use your ally, like, it's so expensive as well, but definitely cost. It just turns these fights. There's the Force Boots. It's an Apex as well for Booms. And so someone's going to be able to ditch the boots and go slot up 6 slots.
He's so fast. After he uses that Swift Blink, he's got like 630 movement speed on the Ursa.
Oh, beautiful.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire
Has his Hex up now on the Ember. Pirate Hat. Gonna be found for Jackie. Raid, but you can at least guarantee the bounty runes. Attack speed might be nice. There's your Giant's Ring.
That is pretty nice. I don't know if you really want it on Jackie. Probably not. Maybe just give it to the Kunkka. Look at Fear. he looks like a bot. He looks like a robot. What is that?
I love the Giant. Really good.
He looks so stiff because of the squared off pauldrons and stuff. It's ridiculous. I feel like on a Jug, I think I might actually like it on Jug more. Think about it. DPS from being on top of someone. What does Omni Slash do? You're on top of someone. What does your Blade Fear do? You're on top of someone. You don't have much strength. But Jackie kind of needs every single source of damage, and for Fearless, he's not really going to stand in people. He'll cast his spells from 4. He'll try to get some hits with Tidebringer, but the real DPS output is Jackie. He's holding on to the Pirate Hat for the attack speed, which is nice, but I feel like Giant's Ring might actually be better for Jackie. Yeah, Mirror Shield is pretty nice as well. Just a nice shell. Reflect back. Who got the Apex again? Was it Boom? Yeah, Boom with the Apex is pretty good. Just plus attributes, always nice. Up front.
And not
One
in a
was
good way.
Low cool. Ex Machina, whatever you want to, however you pronounce that one, John. I know you know how to pronounce Ex Machina.
yeah.
I'd like to say.
Yeah, that's so good. It's an underrated one, but it's basically 25-second DKB if you think about it, right? Because the cooldown on who's carrying it right now? I need to see the thumbnail. There you go. 25-second reset cooldown on all items except refresh. So that's a 25-second BKB. Like, that is actually so good in so many heroes, and people keep underrating it. It's really good.
That's going to be kind of nice for Motivate as well, because you can essentially just you get map hacks with C. See who does end up using that one. Must have to be lead. Now nobody actually queued it up. One, he's got it. Seconds, you get a map hack. Go. There it is. There. Baseball.
Man.
Have to point out as well. That sleight of fist.
That's ridiculous. Probably the best hero to carry that as well. Spreading out all that minus armor. Just nuts. Good damage coming through. It's surprising that Motivate Trust can still hold on. Like, Boom is just not pushing into the side lanes. And they're respecting Motivate Trust, the fact that they can bounce. I mean, they're 37k behind.
They found Spear is out. They've got Mango. Gobble Up is going to make it. No, the roll up is there. Too much hesitation. In fact, Masteros, he kind of puts it in their face. And roll. Nah, he's be fine.
Oh boy.
Playing with fire. TG split pushing out the top lane, but Fearless, he is going to be able to escape. Everyone's fine.
You know, we didn't quite get to talk about this, but they've got that Divine up in Jackie, so his damage output's great now. They just need to make something happen.
Oh, X out. They've got Dreamer Cell. X him up. He gets another enrage off. Rolling Thunder is there. Can they control him long enough? The boat still flying in. Mats trying to hold down the Ursa. Instead, they'll go after Kesku. They'll try to get rid of the Abaddon, and it looks like they will be able to get him. However, Makoto is going into the backside onto Q. A nice stun up by FBZ to lock down Q, and they will get the Mirana. But here comes the cavalry right in onto Makoto. But the Wind Waker again going to save the day from FBZ. Who do they go on? They'll try it. Up to Masteros. Remnants forward, but the roll-up might save the day. He'll swashbuckle out.
Tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress.
Explosive kind of team fighter. Buyback was by Q, but that's about it. It was a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and they get to just wait again, reset, boom. They don't lose too much of that lead, but I guess at this point, having a 15k lead over the Jug just doesn't amount to too much.
See? Oh, Jackie. Nice reaction there. Jug, FBZ wants to chase forward though. That Q, not going to get caught, but they've got Fearless instead. Side device out from Makoto, and now Dreamer Soul will get to work with the Abyssal Blade, but He can get used up. It's not going to be enough. Fearless is out of there. He even got the torrent off onto the Mars. FBZ going to juke out the Omni Slash from Jackie with that Wind Waker out. He'll refresh. Arena down. He has not caught anyone though. They all get out of there, but Makoto, he'll keep going forward onto Fearless, but he's such a tanky boy with that Giant's Ring. They just can't kill him. They can't get through the HP. And now, well, they've got the Ember. Makoto is in danger. There's thrown out. The Design Device as well. They will get out of there, Boom. It's Masaros. He's going to go for a Rolling Thunder. He does catch Dream Missile mid-TP. He's got Hyde under control, but where's the Wind Waker out from FBZ, but the arrow not going to connect. Instead, Jackie will pop the Aeon Disc, but Masaros, he keeps moving forward. Jackie trying to have a look to see where damn Snapfire is gone. Hides out of there. It's a 38 lead for Boom, but it seems like we're no closer to finding a victor in game 2.
No, I mean, both sides have at least one racks up. Bot lane for MTG, mid lane for Boom. Divine up on FBZ. All right, he's looking to win. He wants this done. God's Review can be hitting like a truck. He's sort of set now. It's that point where they need it. They just feel like they need it. Well, let's see if they can start hammering those skills. But so far, the only ones to die are really the supports. They're gonna have to find more to really line up those opportunities, and they lose their top tier 2 there just from the creep wave. So I guess that's more openings for MTG. Roshan is up. Looks like MTG will be able to take this, and having that backup life on Jackie, having the free Ags, this is big.
Is this the first Roshan they've gotten?
It feels like
I think it might be the first Roshan they've gotten.
Yeah, out of the 5 Roshans, 6 Roshans? And this fixes up the issues for Jackie. Swift slash up. He is not going to feel so awkward now, and that is really needed. Because you're playing with a Pirate Hat. Having the Swift slash for that means you've got a ton of attacks in that 0.8 second window. So we'll see how much Jackie can pull off here. But yeah, suddenly they lost 10k lead. Did you see that? From 38k to 28k just from that Roshan. MTG's reeling it back in. That's amazing.
See the dip very, very Dota Plus is exactly 50-50.
Oh my god.
Dota Plus has no idea. It's got its hands up like, look, I don't know. You guys figure it out.
What's loot bet at?
Have a look, John. I'll have to refresh, but there's a smoke going on right now, so we're going to have to wait 1 second. Boom does find the initiation they want. South Jack. Oh, he's out of position. The spear not going to land. Ross, Thunder, away. Where's he gone? He's gone to the north. He'll go up high on the Snapfire. The Ice Blast gonna fly in, but the Aeon Disc is gonna save for now. He still wants to get to work, but the Spear Arena is there on the jug. They have the control. They might have the damage. No, he gets the spin off, and he'll keep going forward, but he can't lose that Divine. Himself, he's gonna get the Aegis up, and now Fearless, he refreshes. He'll get the boat fleet back and going. Give that boat room over as the Omni. No, Swift Slash is there from Jackie. Still going. Masaros staying behind. Tank the gank for the team. Will go down in the end. Meanwhile, Makoto, he'll keep chasing. Bobble up. Not going to be there, but Dreamer Cell is still rushing. Jackie.
Oh god.
Moonlight Shadow, they're right next to each other. He can't see him.
Jeez. That is way too fast. He's got the money for the Divine now, Dreamer Cell, if he wants to just buy it out. So, what are we at? 2 Divines. FBZ's queuing up another one. Of course you would. You have the Divine Jag. Potentially 3 to 4 Divines this game, Mike. That's insane. 69 minutes in. Very nice. Reaching 70. 23k lead. What's those odds? What them odds are?
$1.74 for Boom Esports. Motivate $1.98. The Boom's the very slight favorites right now.
Dang, that's still pretty close. I mean, look at 25k lead and you only have a 20-cent betting lead. That's pretty tight for Motivate Trust. They're gonna have to be cautious though. Like, they did lose the Aegis, so their options are limited. Hey, Jackie. No, I thought Jackie took the ring. Damn it. I want that ring. I think a Jug Omni Slashing with ring Think about the damage. Like, how many times is Fearless standing on people? Not much.
That's the point. I think they just want Fearless to survive.
That's fair.
Here on the so much strength you get out of that giant's ring.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He does have the fleet up. But the refresher shots in there right now. Streamer Cell gonna get hexed up, but the Lotus Orb gonna bounce the other way. In fact, Fearless now. He's been caught. Maybe they can burst him down in time. He gets the boat fleet out. Not quite yet. He's still hexed up, and he does end up going down as now they rush forward, but he does fight back. In fact, so does Massaros. After Makoto, they've got Kezcute under control. They'll go after the Abaddon as now the Torrent Storm flies in. A lot of team fight potential with Dispel. Kezcute about to drop, but still alive with that borrowed time. Still being chased down. Massaros now in a bit of danger. Dreamers now not going to be able to chase him. Earstone out again. They have the vision. Do they go back in though? FBZ's got Arena in 5 seconds if he wants it. Go back in. I mean, spells are off cooldown again. No, why the hell not? Just keep going.
Yeah, they can definitely force the issue here. You know, Motive Trust is just bought back on Fearless and Massaros. They're in a very precarious position. If they lose the Kanka or the Panko, that might just be the GG call. Like, Jackie has to really lay the damage out for his team, but it just doesn't... He has the Divine, and it doesn't feel like he does enough. Now, that's the state of the game right now. Whereas when you look at FZ with 2 Divines, when he gets the God's Rebuke off, whew, pain.
How many more can we get this game? I'm surprised Makoto's not holding. Like, why not get the Ember one with just lane? In fact, where is the Stitch? Oh, he's got it in the back. Out with the spell. Fair enough. And there's Dreamer Cell's Divine Rapier now. Got another one. In fact, they've jumped in. Arena. Not gonna lock down Q. Be alright. Now with the Arena down, they'll probably just try and go for a bit of a reset.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait for a bit. They need Arena to take these fights. On the flip side, if Motivate Trust finds these kills, man, you'd have potentially 3 Divines dropping in the middle of a fight. They don't really have the item slots to pick it up here too on Motivate Trust side, so it's one of those games. At 73 minutes in, the slots are just not enough.
Oh, they got good. Aeon gonna save the day. So he's going in for that tier 3. He's had enough of waiting. Axe exposed. Getting better. Be able to set up with the Arena Spear. They really want. Smoke up. Gobble up. The mark. Remnant forward from Makoto to get some vision out. He does the chains as well. Onto Q. He's still alright though. Dreamer's still trying to go with the nullify, but he can't get him. Be alright. In fact, the boat fleet now does fly out. That boat rump. Everyone up at BZ. Not going to land the Arena and Spear perfectly. Fearless, he resets with the Torrent Storm now. Maybe they can chase. They've got FBZ under control. He's been hexed up. They can take him down. The boat's flying the Torrent Storm. There's so much water everywhere. They need to run, boom. They've overextended. They need to get out as Jackie might have their way with them now. In fact, there you go. There goes Hyde on the Snapfire. They still have the Omni Slash to commit. They are going to Rolling Thunder forward. There's another Omni Slash committed onto Makoto this time around. Into the start, they have got the Ember. Look how fast Jackie's attacking. There's no buybacks on FBZ or Hyde at the moment, as it's looking really bad now. 3 heroes down with that buyback.
Oh, Mike, they got the 2 Divines. There's 2 Divines in Jackie. There's a Divine hanging around here on Q. FBZ, his jump back in might have cost him the game. Those 3 heroes with no buybacks, they were all key in fighting. They need the Arena. They need the kisses. Now, at least you have this buyback in Mikado, but you can't stop a Jug with 2 Divines just melting those towers. You saw his attack speed. They'll just rush the Ancient here.
You got Mirana Divine as well. He could just... Yeah. This is tier 4 tower time. Jackie, if he realizes there's no buybacks, but he doesn't realize it yet, because you would expect them to have it. So, TG...
Oh.
Still going Dreamer, so he's going to jump in. He needs to get the job done right here, right now. They need Jackie dead. They need the bashes out. The Torrent Storm going to save the day. Makoto, he's been caught. He'll die back as well. It's Dreamer Cell versus the world, and it's not looking great for him as they swift slash forward. The Ursa going to be X back right following up the Motivate, and the GG's called. Motivate, they are the kings of comebacks. And they come back again in Game 2 of the Grand Final of the Loot Bear Pro Series Season 6. And that one's gonna hurt for Boom, John. It's gonna hurt.
Oh man, they hesitated so much for the high ground though.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
white boy. Big sound, big sound, big sound, big sound, white boy. Big sound, big sound, big sound, sound, white boy. Big sound, big sound,
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Radiant team, pick.
Lion.
Time. So it's a scary set of deja vu, and that's scary.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think they might prioritize the line burst over the Vendetta scouting and the combination. You don't have AA, right? AA Nyx is the big combo for a lot of teams. It's because you can Vendetta around, get your hit, get your stun, Ice Blast forward. It can play around with a really mobile mid as well. So it looks like they want to cover their bases, start with a line, gives you the Hex, access to that Hex really strong. Motivate Trust, though, do get to play around with this. They go Clockwork, they could go Darkseer, they go Grimstroke instead. So they've got their solid support duo. And you mentioned it, right? When you have a line, you love playing your Clockwork because you run up, battery assault, line can't do much. Boom, though, secure their puck. So I think it's basically to enable that pick for Mikado. They take the line first, so they've got the Hex, they've got the Earth Spike, they've got this hero that counters the line, that counters the puck on their side, and they don't have to worry about a direct counter coming out from MTG. So kind of covering their own bases, playing to their own strengths. But for MTG, they give this clock away again. We've seen them play this clock amazingly well on MTG, both on Q and on line act. So they can flex it around. Should be the 5 clock here, Grimstroke 4. Prioritizing the Grimstroke farm levels is pretty nice, unless, again, your lane matchups determine that. Maybe you just run Grimstroke safe. If you have something like Jackie's Jug for the 3rd time in a row, it's banned out though. But if you did have access, a Grimstroke Jug would have been nice. But we'll have to see what else is left. Very quick bans for Motivate Trust, taking care of that Morphling, taking care of the PL. And for Boom, DK is gone. Of course, the Jug for Jackie's gone, so he's going to have to play something else. There's a lot of options here, though. Like, they've still got the Magnus available, and they can go Magnus PA again.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Dire team, pick.
Ooh. Yeah, it's really nice with Grimstroke as well. Double Doom on hand. So it's one of those situations where, you know, we feel like Doom has been underperforming, at least before. It's popped back in popularity, and with a Grimstroke, you have a lot that you can offer. So double Doom in play, lots of good control. Kind of hard to completely shut down Doom. With a change to Devour, he will always find gold. So, can't really stop him from farming. You can maybe kill him off, because he has less regen but more armor. So we'll see what Boom opts to do about that, but unlike Motivate Trust's draft, I think just having double Doom on hand is always scary. It's a stable offlaner for Masaros. They could still opt for a Mag PA, like Fearless Magnus, Jackie PA. That could still happen if they wanted to slide that through, so Boom still has to be cautious about these sort of sneaky picks coming out.
Radiant team, pick. Assassin. Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's very solid on it, and this is one of the heroes that can throw Motivate Trust off their off their rhythm. Right, we've seen them struggle against Nyx, especially once Ags is up. So we'll have to see if Boom can reach that point and kind of make Hyde that big disruptive hero that he tends to be. So solid pickup, and it's the line Nyx. We saw this before, right? Earth Spike Impale, very painful with the chain stuns. They have a lot of control on Boom. They can just play with that. They've got good control, good burst. They can run down Motivate Trust early on. Once they hit their level 6 spikes, Motivate Trust will have to be cautious about that one, as run and gun of Boom is really strong here.
Dire team, pick.
Yeah, it's
Seconds remaining.
for Boom though. They've got the Nyx to break up the combo from Tiny, so you can walk up, Spike Carapace, stun the Tiny up. Puck is pretty slippery. Avalanche might not be enough to hold her down. For the most part, it isn't if she can phase shift, so she can still jump out and weave around. The laning matchup, Tiny versus Puck, fairly even. Like, the Puck still has that good range advantage, but the Tiny with the tree grab does have decent reach as a melee hero to clear out the wave, and there's always the threat of Avalanche Toss anyway to kind of keep that Puck further away. So should draw even there for Fearless up against Mikado, but I'm guessing Mikado can leverage that lane a little bit better with the mobility you have with the Orb. Question now for Boom is, what do they show first? They want to prioritize Dream Assault's hero or FBZ. They've got some options here for FBZ. They could try to go for FBZ Timberthaw if they want. It's still available. They go with the Lifestealer first. Really nice, because you've got 2 infest targets. Nyx, Puck can move this Lifestealer around. Up forward, he can rip through a Doom quite nicely, although the additional armor in Doom now makes it kind of slower for Lifestealer, and your natural build-up on Doom is like Shiva's Guard down the line. So he does get tanky to block off the additional damage Lifestealer gets. And I like that Motivate Trust do ban out the FBZ Timp. I feel like if Boom wanted a Timp, they should have picked it here. There's no way that hero was going to slide to last pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team
You
back.
could. I'd say I might prefer something like a Troll into Life Stealer instead. You still get the same miss chance, but you have the opportunity to root him through his rage. So I think that might be a little bit better overall. The timings are pretty quick as well. You do worry about the control here from Boom though.
10
Unlike a PA
seconds
with Blink,
remaining.
it's a bit easier to weave in and out.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
They have Mars. For some reason, that was left in the pool, and well, maybe
10
after
seconds
game 2,
remaining.
FBZ wouldn't feel like it, but it's good control. It can build up,
5
kind of,
seconds remaining.
sort of synergistic with Puck, also kind of counter synergetic with Puck in the sense that you can break the Dream Coil, but you can also trap them in, and well, Dream Coil doesn't necessarily break, but they're locked into a spot.
Radiant team pick.
They could go for that. They go with a Centaur instead. So they've got mobility, they've got good disengage. They've got another vehicle for the Lifestealer if they want to play with the Infest Bomb. But we tend to see the Infest played more conservatively now, the save. So solid offlane for FBZ coming true. It does lead to a lot of stuns. They have a lot of control on Boom. 2 stuns on Lion, 1 stun on Nyx, 1 stun on
5
Centaur,
seconds
a
remaining.
stun on Puck with the Dream Coil. That is a bit hard for Motivate Trust to go into, so they'll have to watch themselves. But with Centaur showing, safe lane matchups are kind of okay. Like, Centaur is not, I mean, it's dominating, sure, with the chain stuns, but you can still kind of compensate for that. If you do go PA here, you play with Dagger, go out of range of the stuns, not going to be too much of a threat in that lane.
Go ahead. Select your heroes.
I'd say I actually like Motivate Trust draft. I think they have enough to stall it late. Boom will have to play really fast to get themselves up and running, and if they miss their window, the Spectre will really overtake. Like, Lifestealer just doesn't hold a candle the Spec as a core in scaling, and that's what makes it difficult to weigh. Like, they can run you down, but Boom has kind of done that before, especially in game 2. They were running down. They had a massive... And this time, if they make the mistake of not closing out, well, the Spectre's a scarier core compared to the Jug because it really enjoys scaling up. So I think Boom's got to play a lot faster. Their draft does allow that, but their window is tighter. Like, their window of opportunity feels smaller there. Yeah. Oh?
And we do balls out. So timing. If it was gonna happen, it's better it happens before the game starts.
Yeah, I think they can pull off against the aggression of Boom early. I think Boom went all in on this kind of aggressive start, but haven't given themselves leeway to play towards the late game. And if they miss that window, say they don't find these ganks with their line Nyx, they kind of give Jackie too much space to farm, then they're not going to have a catch-up. They're not going to have a win condition towards that late game. Lifestealer just doesn't measure up. Maybe a right-click puck can do it. You know, you go for the phase shift attack, you go for the cooldown reduction and the Dreamcoil rapid fire. You can kind of play with that. It can be potent as a right-clicker, but that requires you to kind of shift your puck around. And normally you still go standard build for puck. You sell your items, re-itemize. I don't know if you can really pull that off. So, boom. It's just harder. It's just harder to win with this lineup because you have to play perfect for 25 minutes. And one small mistake, one little window of opportunity, Motivate Trust will stay in the game.
Motivate Trust the favorite, but it's $1.74 to $1.98. And I do agree with his odds this time around, because this while Motivate is 2-0 ahead, it's been very close every single. It's very hard to say one of the teams is a bigger favorite than the.
Yeah, it's just so close. Like, I think Boom's bringing out a really good fight. And remember, last time they did beat Motivate Trust, so they can do it. It's just that Motivate Truster wants to change. He loves
yes. Flag down. Has to do it. Fair enough. Well done to you, sir. He's done it. Got to tell you that this flag placing hasn't been working out for Boom at all recently. Hopefully it makes the all.
Yeah, and careful. He didn't get tossed back, so that's a bonus. I love that Jackie just immediately saw the flag and, you know, raises up. Nani? He's like, what? You know, love it. Love it.
I love that Masros cry. Like I said, I've got to get that going. It's gonna have quite a few support packs, I think, for Kodo. Forward would bring Marcel, but be all right. I'm gonna try and contest this top bounty rune, but here comes the rest of MTG. In fact, why not a 5v5? In fact, 4v4, because the other two are down to the bot side, and they are going to go for a Q. He's rushing forward. Impel is there onto 2.
Oh.
A nice Earth Spike as well. MTG going to be in trouble. But Q, he can run, but now Masteros is taking quite a bit of harassment. In fact, they do have the damage. Keskute picks up the first lot on the Lion. Hyde, he's going to steal the banner and away from Masteros. A really poor way to start for Motivate Trust, but a great way to start for Boom.
They're going to feel great about themselves. First blood gold, free bounties, lots of early resources for them to play with. And Motivate Trust are going to be on the step back. Their lanes are going to have to hold out. Remember, Boom has this really early lineup. Even their lane combos are just super strong and super aggressive. You can already see that up top. They're already kind of holding out there. Dream Whistle and Keskute on the line. And Lifestealer can do a lot of work on these heroes. Masteros, he went for level 1 Devourers, he tend to, but that means he's super passive in this lane. He can't really sustain this harassment.
Trouble. That slow from Dreamer's Cell is going to prove to be a bit too much, and Masteros, he's gone. Nice little chase down there from Dreamer's Cell and Keskute. It's kind of like you were just saying. They can have a very aggressive time. You already see Q trying to go for the creep pull behind the tier 1 tower. He's going to set it up for Masteros, but he's probably going to have to do a lot of creep pull game. Not much he can work in this.
No, it's just super slow. Dual melee against Lion. Like, you always say you love playing Clock into Lion. In this case, you just don't have the follow-up from you, Doom. And Keskute's getting his spacing just right, so you need to focus on lane control, on denying that farm from Sol, and just at least getting EXP on your Doom. A slower start for MTG though. Boom can continue to abuse that. Well, it does give us a chance to look elsewhere. Mid, you've got Mikado on that puck. Is laning against Fearless on the Tiny, and so far even, as we called out. It's a very even matchup. Puck can clear out the waves, so can Tiny. You can play with a tree grab to mitigate some of that range harassment out. And you have the Avalanche to help you burst down a little bit. The one thing the puck has on top of you, though, is mobility. So with that illusory orb, it's easier for you to grab those water runes and maybe even snipe out bounties. That's something that you should expect Mikado to try to use to his advantage in order to slow down Fearless's game.
Got FBZ from the center. They've hide around the Nyx Assassin, the Leonak. Takes him down with an Ink 12. Much about this Nyx. And of course you've got Jackie on that Spectre. Be a decent enough time for him, I think, on this Spectre, as you're not really seeing too much quite yet for the Spec, but suppose that's going to be the game plan anyway from MTG, right? You're going to give Jackie all space in the world and trust that he's going to be able to take over later on. Your kind of classic motivate cross draft. Be a matter of whether they can make it work as Leonaki tries to go back in with the... But again, by Carapace is going to make it quite hard to keep up with High.
Yeah, it's I think that's perfectly fine though. You're distracting Nyx away. Jackie gets to free farm. FBZ can try to harass out with double edge, but you kind of disperse back to damage, so it's not as much towards Jackie. He's perfectly fine with this. Still kind of free farming.
Goes down top lane, Kescu picks him off again, and Q, who was trying to go after the Lion, is to be punished as well. Dreamer Cell will happily take his life.
Cunning, or perhaps of
Off lane of Motivate Trust goes from bad to worse as Kescu. Nice deny while nobody's alive. Really claims the gold or the XP. A free reset on his way.
Yeah, really strong start. What's happening is that you've got this level 2 Ghoul Frenzy up on Dreamer Cell. So his passive slow is 15%. He gets the slow from Orb of Corrosion as well at 13%. They can't run. Like, even with early boots up, that's no rips through the Doom early on. You do have decent armor, but it's still a lot of additional physical damage that 5 armor is really not going to stop from Dreamer Cell, and he can just focus in. So Monstrous, again, has to play the slower lane. They cannot be aggressive and motivate Trust side. You have to just take it slow and prevent any sort of further bleed out, because if Boom keeps finding these kills, we'll find that timing window at 20 to 25 minutes in.
Try and catch up here. A much slower draft for Motive game. At least up and ready to go. That Tiny, and even for him, it's been a bit of a slower start. Makoto having a very good time on that mid puck at the moment. Great things about Makoto, he's just so consecutively good. I can't help but laugh every time I hear that damn voice. Throws me off every time. Gillis now mid lane, might be in trouble. Hyde. Pick up behind him. Makoto still just man fighting as they do get the impale off. They even have Kescu roaming in, but they're next going to be around to try and counter this gank out. They get the Dream Call though onto 2 heroes. Makoto, do you have the damage output? It doesn't look like they will. Back now, even got the Clockwork coming in. Avalanche in from Fearless into the toss Q. He wants to run the other way though. Tossed in against his will, but it won't matter. Everyone will survive.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth in the mid, but I like that Boom is prioritizing slowing down this Tiny. They know that Fearless is the one to really set up the pace, and Tiny's the one that has the sensitive blink timing. And as they're stalling it out, it means they're widening that window where they're a lot stronger than Motivate Trust and can really start to look to play aggressive. Like, at this rate, I think we're going to see Fearless hit that blink maybe near the 10-minute mark, which is still not too bad, but could have been a lot faster. So they just know what they can do, and this is also enabled by the fact that the 1v1 lane for Lifestealer versus Doom, it's way too passive from Doom. There's no threat in the Lifestealer. He can just free farm solo, so you can just set those supports elsewhere, even that lane with Spectre. And Jackie, he's still finding good farm, but it's not like he can kill FZ. So it just enables more movement out for Boom to really look for those early kills.
That kind of game wants a it Worthley. Another great start. To always have their laning stage on point. Like Boom Esports, it's very rare for them to... Once you get to that mid to late game where things get a little bit more tough. Kodo now, hey, foil up, would love to find Jackie, but kind of read the move. Be able to find anything with this. Kodo, of course, will run back into that.
Just more free farm coming out from Mikado. The top in last hit so far are all from Boom's end. It should lead to some smooth farm coming through here. And they're hitting their level spikes pretty nicely. Like, this is space for Kescu Commit to soak up to 6 for a little bit. Once you have that early finger, you can go for the smoke play, look for that kill in the Spectre. And for the side of Motivate Trust, it's still wonky, right? Like, this laning phase is just not their strongest point, although FBZ.
Dentor, FBZ, gonna try and stampede away. He has help around him, but here comes Fearless with the up. There goes Hyde. On the Nyx, he's gone. Won't have a way of keeping up with... Oh, that is a dangerous TP, sir, but it will not be punished. Funds available. One for nothing here. Masters. Effective lane. Farming. That net worth graph right now, and it is still all the way for Boom. Cause of Boom. Pop. Sector draft. Jackie will go late with this. Game may not be not able to capitalize off it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Up towards the top, but no. Back down mid. Broken. KezQ. Sleep at the wheel. Is not going to notice them. However, Q, he'll have the damage. Smoke up there from Motivate. They'll find another kill.
It's not the biggest one, but important for them to get on Fearless. And apparently, if you were wondering why I was silent, I had my mic muted because I was coughing. Then I didn't realize I didn't unmute, so I was rambling for a bit about how they're regrouping about their tiny mid. And I realized, oh god, my mic is oops. But yeah, you can see, right? Like, they're grouping around Fearless, they smoke down mid. They know their big player now is Tiny. He's the one with the burst damage. He's the one they need to accelerate onto the blink. So they're focusing on trying to enable Fearless to hit those spikes.
Hail. Pull up. Makoto should have enough damage, but Spike. This will stun him up. Want to try and punish here, but Q can't get a cogs up. Instead, Fearless gets the avalanche and get the toss back. The big loss for Motivate Trust as they rotated 4 heroes down. Try and punish the move. Not work out in their favor. Back Masaros now.
Tower is being subjected
Stunned
to
up.
extreme violence.
Be able to catch it. Does have the net. Problem is he
Would
doesn't have
appear
enough mana for the Doom.
top tower is under attack.
Soul Ring. Gonna hold out, just get back to farming on that.
Yeah, just build up. I think you're not really under pressure to force fights yet. Just want to hit the Midas timing on the Doom, and that will secure your late game. So just want that easy ramp up. Boom is the one that needs to move fast. So they're the ones that needs to find more kills, find these objectives. Tier 1s are still standing. They're not grouping up for the push just yet. We need to see some of these towers melt to really shut down MTG. If they don't do that soon, well, Jackie still has a lot of space to farm in. Masaros has a jungle to play in. They're really not... I mean, they're under some pressure, 3k behind. But they're not in that point where you'd say, alright, they're shut out for the next 10 minutes. Not quite yet.
Up again, Makoto and KezQ this time gonna make the top lane where they'll find Jackie. Be a massive pick off if they could get it. Oh no! Coils off mark. Now the rotations again. Masaros not gonna be able to catch anyone. Well, Hyde, he does end up killing off Q down at the bot lane, but now Fearless, they come in with the avalanche toss out. It won't be enough to kill off Hyde. Back out of there. Unfortunately, not being able to get that coil off onto the Spectre. That's the kill they really want to get.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, and as long as you're not killing Jackie, MTG will take that trade. Your jungle is still safe because Boom keep looking for hero kills over objectives. They do manage to take out the bot tier 1, so bot jungles open up a bit more, but they kind of shift their focus on triangle. And the Midas for Masaros is pretty much done anyway, so he doesn't need as much long space for him to farm up, and that should allow him to be a bit comfy. 3k lead for Boom's big. They need to focus in on lane. Dream Assault starting on mid solo with the armlet, and he does a lot of damage just with the overcuration, so down to half HP. Next time they commit with their Centaur around, FBZ, he's got that Vanguard, so he can tank through the tower hits and make it hurt itself. This is the point where we need to see Boom actually play with these advantages. Maybe once Dream Pearl's back, it should look to make a play.
Nobody's business.
Group up in the mid lane. KezQ does have a smoke on him.
Bottom tower is
Hyde's got Vendetta up as well to scout out, and they are going to smoke up indeed. However, FBZ been caught out on the Centaur. Doom committed. He's going to try and run and maybe get an eye off on himself, but it looks like he is set to fall. Gonna have to pick it up, however. Jackie on the other side may get caught out now as Hyde. There's your Hex out, the Spectre, the Finger, everything being thrown. Very valuable pick off there for Boom Esports and on the Centaur, but you got the Pos 1 Spectre. Much happier as
about such things.
Definitely. That's a huge kill on Jackie. You even get the space out for Dream Assault to push mid by himself. So you've opened up the jungle, you've opened up the Roshan here as well for Boom if they want to go for an early Rosh. You have a lot you can play with now. Like the side of MTG, no Doom means they're not going to look for a fight. They've got Haunt, but the Echo Saber is not done on Jackie, so you can't quite commit Haunt plays yet. And it'll just be down to wait some more and Boom, they're not
shot.
going to wait.
Goldbind down. Got the silencers. Makoto in a bit of danger here, trying to get himself out with the phase shift, and the orb away might be enough. Although no, the silence again, they get him. Got the puck. Haunt in Jackie. Try and go for a fight with this Echo Saber he has up. Hyde trying to run. A nice toss in on Leonard. Esports though moving. Try and help out. It will be enough to force MT back. Nice puck killing. Motivate Trust will probably satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's a big kill for Motivate Trust, slowing down Mikato. They put Jackie up front, so he needs to be safe now. Like, with the Echo Saber up, they can definitely time themselves around Haunt, but it is 180 seconds, so that's gonna be every 3 minutes for them. Just sit back, relax, build up farm. You need to protect these tier 2s though, but up top...
Hyde. Up with the Spike Carapace, Masaros. Been caught out. Gonna lock him down long enough. Hyde's getting started on this Nyx now to up these kills for Makoto to capitalize on. Motivate Trust, it looks like they're about ready to smoke up as well. They do have one sitting on queue right now if they want to pop it. They do head. Got Hyde in the mid lane if they really want to make that jump. Link up on Feeler's going to help, and there's your Inkswell and Avalanche toss. Leonard able to take the kill with that Inkswell. Look at the farm of Dream Assault right now, and he's had such a great time. Going for that SNY builder, Desolator as well. There's been nothing in his way at the moment. Farming.
They've been really good at protecting him. His lane went out really well. They can't quite jump the Life Stealer. Their damage on hand isn't amazing unless they commit to Doom. So their options to deal with Dream Assault right now are limited. And all they can do is just kind of sit through this power spike, try to farm up in Jackie, and have faith in their spec. But for Boom, this is great. Once you hit that Dezo and SNY, he's going to rip through all the armor. He's not going to care about a lot of these heroes and their durability. Their strength will work against them, and that will even open up the Roche if they want to end. They could go for Infest Place, blink up an FBZ. They can try bombing someone.
Try. Oak on smoke scenario though. Gee, they're running up top. They saw Kodo. They're not gonna pop. Yeah, but smoke broken now. Makoto does not know, but Q rocket plays the wrong way. King's around, he's gonna spot him out. Hook shot, not gonna be there in time. We'll get the silence, and now the coil is there to lock them down as FBZ is in with Dreamer Cell. A massive impel and Earth Spike. A double for both supports. As Q about to drop. Masaros, meanwhile, being chased down by Dreamer Cell. They got the Doom off, but it won't matter if you can't capitalize. In fact, Jackie is still trying to fight with Fearless. They'll get the horn off. They're gonna try and turn this one around. Q's there with the hook shot. Traps them up in the cogs. Not going to be enough to follow up. In fact, an Impel is there. Fearless out with the toss, does get Hyde, but it's going to cost the life of Jackie. Now, all things being said and done, that was a much better fight than it should have been for Motivate. But Boom Esports, they do still come out on top.
Yeah, they kill off Jackie. That's all they really want. But sacrificing 3 heroes to do that, I don't know if that's worthwhile. Mainly because you're giving an opportunity for Fearless to catch up after his slow start. You don't manage to kill off the Doom, who's already catching up with his Midas.
Blaine, Leonak. Caught by Dream, Song get taken down, and that's the 5th kill. 5-0-3 is the Life Stealer. Very good game indeed, in fact. does have the S and Y fully now just on the...
That's going to be really darn big. Added move speed, added agility for faster right, stat resist, and Q.
Poured out, nice move stop. Hyde will follow up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Third game.
Structures are beautifully
Once again
fortified.
in the way of Boom.
It would appear
It's one of those games where it looks like it's going to be hard to lose again for Boom.
Radiant's top tower has
If you look at the Spectre's farm, it's so far behind. Jackie's trying his best to catch up, but Dream is proving to be a bit faster this game. Jackie makes his way up with this farm. It only takes one good team fight that he's involved in, but team fights have been looking pretty rough. As now Massaros taken out by FBZ, and that looks like it may have been a solo kill.
Yeah, it's a really nice kill there for FBZ. Without the Doom up, you don't have that big tanky frontliner as well, so they can start running in, looking for more kills. They can line up for that push in the mid-tier 2 here as well. And MTG don't have tools to defend. Haunt is still half a minute off. The Doom should be back up when Monstrous is respawning. They can play with the Doom, but as long as Boom applies this pressure, Motivate Trust don't have much room to play with. And this is what we were talking about. Boom's hitting that spike. This is where they're super strong for the next 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes actually, this kind of lead. And they need to keep applying that pressure. If they start to relent and give a window open, it's going to fall flat. So keep aggressive here.
Hides in. They've got the Grimstrike, but a nice hook shot from Q might just save him in time. Soulbind coming out. Match is there. Leonak, he's going to buy back. Hyde, he's gone. Rest of the Boom Esports want to try and run. In fact, never mind, they'll go back in, but Masros, he has a BKB this time. He's waiting for the right Doom target, and he'll find both of them with the Soulbind. A great buyback from Leonak. They'll blow them up. Dream and Makoto both down, and now FBZ, he will try to run. There is nowhere to go.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they underestimate the Soulbind. Masros, he was so patient with that Doom. Dreamer, so he's not happy. You know what that good game means. He is not happy right now.
Oh yeah. Double damage as well for Jackie into the Roche Pit. This is huge. 4K, 5K lead for Boom down to 2K. And it feels like a Christmas. I talked about the times. They had 10 minutes. They lose a fight like that. The lead bounces back this way. Motivate Trust are setting up to cover their bases. They can ride through the next 10 minutes. Boom still has a lot of tools to play with, but they can't allow this stuff to go for free.
Oh, Pell from Hyde. Only he had some follow-up to it. Kescute, he tried to get it done. This is where Boom Esports, they might start feeling desperate as they're giving kills away. Dreamer Soul, they're going to move in with Makoto. They will at least be able to find Q and maybe even Fearless, so they get something for their trouble. In fact, FBZ, he wants to rush forward for Jackie, but Jackie, he just says nani and runs the hell away.
Yeah, it's still worthwhile. Even if you drop Fearless there, you got the Aegis, you got the gold. You're forcing.
Oh, nice coil. Makoto just on the edge of that TP attempt from Massaros. Gonna BKB and run, and in fact, he's juked them out. Juked them out.
Oh, no.
They can't see him. Surely they catch. Makoto. Forward, Massaros, the Witch's Blade will slow him down enough, and they get the orb.
A pity.
So they get him in the end. However, mid lane, another one to the books. Leonak. Fingered down there by Kescute. A lot of kills going the way of Boom after the Roshan's taken. The only problem is Jackie got so much gold out of that he's only less than K behind Dreamers.
Yeah, and he's pretty much done with his Manta if he wants to immediately pick it up. So he's got a way of dodging out the silences, breaking off the coil, and maybe trying to dodge it in the last frame with pixel perfect timing on the Manta dodge. So you have a lot of ways now to play for Jackie, and well, they could wait for their combos to be back up. Soulbind's up, Doom is up as well, and the blink for Monstros isn't too far off, so it's going to pull that big counter initiation. For Boom's part, they're back to the 4K lead. They reel it back in with those kills. They can't rest. Like, they literally have to fight again when cooldowns are back up. Maybe try to watch out for the Doom, but beyond that, they still have a lot of bursts, still have a lot of control. The BKB is only on one hero, so they can melt everyone else and try to win out that way.
Up again from Motive. It was under vision. what was there, I believe it shotted. Right, he's back off immediately. Smoke is going to leave nothing. In fact, if Boom want to get real cheeky, smoke up themselves and try to go after Jackie. He is sitting in the triangle right now. They aren't going to go for that play though. Instead, Motivator's still looking to make the smoke work. Guys, not going to pan out that way. Leonak, he has the smoke broken. They can't get to the high ground. And it's probably lucky they left because Dream Missile, he literally just got his Deso up.
Yeah, it's a massive spike, but he added damage. Remember, all his bonus damage on his passives are physical. Really going to boost his DPS in a big way. And you're not quite ready there. You don't have anything with plate mills on either the Tiny or the Doom. So they're really low on armor. Well, not Tiny because he has plus from Grow. And Masteros is super vulnerable to that. And they can just kind of wait this out. Jackie finishes up his Manta. Scotty next, very close to his second ultimate orb. That's going to be big for him. The Blink is finished up though on Masteros, so maybe they play with this.
Yeah. For a hook shot there onto Hyde, but misses out. But Fearless has the toss in. Be enough to hatch this pesky Nyx assassin. But from the backside, Makoto, he's been doomed up. Masteros, he was waiting for it. Now the Horn Sip from Jackie. He waits out the stun first. Horn Sip the perfect time. That'll be your puck gone. No way to survive as Keskewed also caught out. And FBZ, he's gonna try and run, but it's happening again, John. It's happening again.
Oh,
Huge stomps. I don't think it's going to be enough. Masteros, he'll body block him up. There's your avalanche. There's your toss out. And Jackie, he'll get the job done. Dreamer Cell, I don't know if this is the time, sir. He'll get one. Masteros is not going to do a lot of damage. He goes to Dreamer Cell is still trying to man fight this, but the avalanche toss is there. And Jackie will pick up a double. Esports. This is where you start to get very worried.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, it's a scary moment now. The lead drops back again. You're seeing the power of Spectre just at level 20. Plus 400 HP with a stats from Manta. The Lifestealer is still strong, but he can't solo that way. And Boom just kind of get picked off one by one. They need to be careful. They need to play as a team. They can't go for these individual plays. They need to go as at least 3 heroes, so line Nyx +1 is the ideal setup for them, and go for the pickups they have been finding.
Oh, he's going to try onto Q, but Q's actually quite tanky on that clockwork. Down, he knew Hyde was coming in from somewhere. Another pushback, and now the silence is out. Q's not dead yet. He might just survive as fine. He just can't finish off the job.
Jeez.
Oh boy, Motivate. They're feeling it. The voice lines have started. You know, when they start with these voice lines, they feeling like they could just win out this game. As the smoke is out, they're going to keep up the aggression. Esports need to get it together right here.
Top tower is under attack.
If they lose this game, this grand final's all over. Behind Makoto, but they might have to settle for Kensku, but he'll blink away as well.
Top tower has fallen.
Okay.
It's so awkward for Boom that they have to pull back. They can't fight just because they missed those opportunities. It's 25-minute mark. They're going for the in-depth on FBZ. This could be one way to go for it. Again, for Boom's part, they're not prioritizing the defensive use of Infest. They need to be aggressive. And if they find that opening, maybe if they kill off Masteros, would be big. But he does have the Doom ready.
Careful that Doom Soulbind instead. They're going to Hyde first. Hyde. Up. Meanwhile, in the backside, who have they gone on? They found the line. Kensku gonna die, but there goes Leonak. Jackie hawks in. They want to go for the fight. Dreamer Cell rushing forward, but there's your Doom out. They'll commit on the Lifestealer as Jackie now will hawk back the other way. Right on. A great hook shot in the middle of that impale, stopping the Lifestealer in his tracks as they get Dreamer Cell down. Now FBZ, he's completely surrounded. He can't survive as Makoto. He's gonna try and run, but Q is there with the battery assault and the cogs into the pushback, right into Jackie and Masteros. Hyde, he's trying to escape, but the avalanche toss is there. The full team wipe. Oh no. You know, Motivate, they're gonna sell some support packs, John. You know,
Yeah.
it's the grand finals, they're gonna sell some support packs.
Exactly it. Gotta pad that prize pool, but it's looking real good for Motivate. You saw patience for Masaros. He was just hanging that tree line, waiting for someone to jump. They kill off the line, so they take off one set of stuns, and then it just falls apart. Boom. It's just down to how you have to execute this strat. It has to be perfect. You have to initiate properly. You have to be coordinated as a team. Not just coordinated, but perfectly in sync to stack your stuns to find the target. And it's just not there. It's just too difficult to really play that perfect. Your entire game relies on super tight timings. Whereas for Motivate Trust, yeah, they drop a 4K lead at 10 minutes. But it's a Spectre with a Doom. Just find a big Doom play, you turn it around, and suddenly the lead disappears, and you start building up towards that late game where you're just super massive. And boom, you're losing that momentum.
Hide. In right underneath the sentry though, Q knew he was coming. Dream and Cell, he's gonna try and fight, but the whole side of Motivate might be around. Hookshot Q trying to block the way, cocks out, very nice, but the finger is there for the damage. Good start. Z, find more, but else from Motivate is out of there. They don't seem to want to fight without the Haunt up, and that's fair. In fact, Jackie has a disconnection.
Yeah.
You realize if Motivate Trust win out this game, they're back to back to back. They've never lost as... No, I know what you're thinking.
No. Pro Series 4, right? They didn't... Did they?
They did.
They won Summit. No, they won Summit in Pro Series 3. Did they win 4? Am I forgetting?
There was a whole split thing going on as well with the... with Masaros going to Fnatic and Jackie went to... I guess maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was...
Hype, John.
It's still hype. What do you mean? It's still hype. It's Pro Series 3 champion, Summit 13 champion, Pro Series 4, they weren't around, and then Pro Series 5. So every single time they were joining in as Motivate Trust, potentially in the BTS tournaments they have joined, could be 100% if they do pull it off, which is, you know, impressive to say the least, Mike. Man. Conversely, it's the BTS tournaments that Boom struggle with. Like, they have so much potential. Upper bracket finals, they looked great. They shut down Motivate Trust. They figured them out. And then you come into grand finals, and I don't know. It's every single time we see them in the grand finals, and it's underwhelming. I mean, all of us know they can play better. They've taken games off Motivate Trust. They knocked them down from upper bracket finals. But there's something about grand finals. It's, dare I say, cursed right now. And they're going... They say G, but Jackie's not here. What? No.
They want to run the 4v5 as well, do they?
There they go. Jeez.
Probably would have had a little bit of a smile there on his thing, that G. I know how that feels. Good on you, Q. Get back into it, though. Game number 3 still underway. 5k net worth lead remaining for Motivate Trust, and look at the shoot up of that net worth, John. Unbelievable, just right up. GameStop shares, John. They've been hodling.
Yeah, that's it. Right before the big short, they do manage to climb in. 5k lead. Number 1 now for Jackie and net worth. Scotty up. Roche is up. That is Aegis, Cheese, and Agshard. So Motivate Trust, no vision here from Boom to spot it out. They've got to be quick if they want to fight in that pit. They can't afford to keep giving this away to MTG. This is a Spectre with 2 lives. You don't want to have to deal with all of that dispersion damage in that prolonged fight.
Fine, make their way over, but I don't think they really know what's happening. It's too late. Boom Esports, they miss out on this Roshan. Who are we giving the chance to? Elis might just take it for the tree grab. No, they'll give it to Masaros.
Yeah. The Masaros, that Ag short on Doom, wasn't that his old Ags upgrade as well? I swear to goodness it was, with level death.
I love the fact that level death is there. A reference back to Dota 1. Love to see it.
You could never figure out your damage output as well, right? In the middle of a game, you're like, I don't know what damage I'm doing. I'm just gonna use it. It's like no one has time for the maths.
It always
It's too
felt
complicated for us.
it always felt good though when you did land the big bonus damage. It's like you could act like you knew what was gonna happen. You never did.
True. You never
Let
did. It's never on
somebody-
purpose.
Radiant's structures
Nah.
are
So,
fortified.
what's not purpose is Boom getting pressured on their tier 3s. They need to defend. They don't have the Ags on hide. He is actually only one part away. So,
Entrance into and they're going in. It's going to be Felix with the toss back. Who has he got? Hyde, but they'll force a stampede, and now the Haunt is out. They got a bot. They're chasing
Dreamer
Dreamer Cell. He's been muted up. Massa, it was all diversion. It was all a diversion. Dreamer Cell, he's been left behind. He'll try to run away. It looks like FBZ to be there to protect. And there's your infest down. He's going to be away as well, but Fearless now in a bit of an awkward position as the Soulbind does come out, but you don't have that Doom to throw out now. Jackie, he's still going to go for the fight. Kerskin on the backside's been caught out by Masaros. So both supports to drop for Boom Esports, and they are still trying. Makoto needs to back away. They would love Dreamer's on. They've got him now. The Hoop stop out as well, and Fearless with the follow-up avalanche, but he will rage. Inkswell obviously not going to stun. So is going to continue running, and he will make it out. Makoto is not out of the rough yet. Can't cancel the blink. No, Makoto, he did not get to the high ground. They toss it to his face. They toss it.
Fearless.
There you go. There's your home, Sir. Dreamer Cell now. He's in danger. A great hook shot in from Q. That'll allow the Inkswell to stun him up. Dreamer Cell, he has buyback, but it looks like he doesn't really want to commit it as his team is falling apart around him.
Oh, man. Oh,
Aegis
man.
down. Jackie gets a reset. This game is starting to look very over, and there's the buyback. This will be the last team fight from Boom. If they can't win this one out, they're just going to have to call it.
Structures are fortified.
That is if they initiate. BZ going to go with the Infest Lifestealer. They'll jump in onto Masaros. Get rid of the Doom. Naki trying to Spectral Dagger around, but Fearless is back in with the Avalanche toss onto Hyde. It's not going to be enough yet. Q thinking about going in, but there's the Soulbind down. Fearless, he'll BKB TP. Looks like the buyback for Boom will pay off. They don't even mid-racks.
Yeah, and they hold on. So their waves aren't going to be shoved in. The lanes are going to be pretty stable still. They can get some farm going, but you have a 13k lead now for MTG at 33 minutes in. This is massive. Lineup that's not supposed to be online for long because they're the Spectre. Boom just, again, dropping that lead early really hurt them hard. Optimizing right for that late game though. Going for a Scotty himself into the AC. He is getting space to farm up. Still lagging behind Masaros and Jackie mainly because they were ready for the late game. Masaros with the timely Midas. Jackie with the patience to keep farming, and they're gonna have issues because the butterfly is coming next for Jackie. So if you couldn't kill him before, you're definitely not gonna be able to scratch him with this itemization you're going on Dreamer Cell. He needs to realize that the butterfly is coming through. He's gonna need an MKB instead.
They are being very cautious. But a bit more time for Dreamer Soul to finish off that Skadi, and about has enough gold, but because he doesn't really need to pay for buyback, considering he has already I'll motivate. 5-man smoke up. Butterfly now up on Jackie. Nice bit of evasion against the Lifestealer. Damage is quite a bit higher now on that Spectre. The other way, Astros be able to catch him. They're just going to keep playing this cat and mouse game. Not be the ones to be initiated on by and motivate. Unless it's on their high ground.
Yeah.
I know.
It's pretty big now. With the Ags up on Hyde, they can actually indefinitely hold the high ground. So they might be able to stall Motivate Trust here, and well, if Hyde finds a good angle towards Jackie, he is isolated here.
D. Watch right now. Guard in. Shot not going to be there yet. Jackie, he'll haunt right in onto the Centaur. And might be one gone immediately. Boom, the haunt continues. They want Makoto dead. Hook shot. It's way off the mark. Hyde, he'll stay back and try to buy time for the rest to get out. Maybe come back in because FBZ, he's brought back. Green Coil, mana all drained from Jackie. The Nyx Assassin though dropping quite low even through the burrow. Hyde cannot survive this. He's gone. Makoto trying to run. Will phase shift. The invest is also going to be there, but the cogs push back. The toss up. The stampede. It's not going to be enough to save. Makoto's gone. He can fight back and he might need to as they got the Doom off onto Dreamer Cell. He'll just be chased up. It's about to drop if he's not too careful. The Inkswell is going to land. He's stuck in place. He's going to go down and that'll be it. GG's called. Boom Esports there. Had enough, and Motivate Trust will once again be your grand champions. Look at Pro Series Season 6. Rio again, John.
Oh, really strong performance from Motivate Trust. There was a tight window there for Boom to play with.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.